Watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble.
Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out.
You can't tell me it's not a war out here. If it's not a war with missiles and bombs and guns dropped in the neighborhood and drugs dropped in the neighborhood and people walking around cranky, people trying to take your man, even when you don't have a man, people trying to take your woman, even when you don't have a woman. People are mad because you got a car that works. People are mad because you got a new TV. Everybody trying to rip you off. You got to keep your neck on a swivel. It's crazy out here. And they have these organizations out here that sucker us every time. They swindle us every time. They scam us every single time. And I'm not trying to insult anybody. I don't know how people felt personally about Black Lives Matter, but that's why I made the title, Where Did the 90 Million Go? Where did the 90 million go? All the black people are so slow. They keep giving their money away, and they wonder why they're broke. Did Black Lives Matter really matter? Yeah, it mattered. Look at them three over there. Got them knee burns and not a penis in sight. So you know what they were doing. And they were living large off of the money, tasting all the honey. Welcome, everybody. I'm in a crazy mood tonight. Mrs. Scurv's like, and I told her, I said, you like me better when I'm funny. But I can be over the top sometime. I just want to look in the chat room real quick. I want to say Master Glam. She showed up first. As soon as I hit the button, pop, boom. That's somebody who has your back. I want to thank everybody for the wonderful shows and outpouring of love as we have been doing on this platform. And that's what it's really all about. We have fun. We talk craziness sometime, but it's really about the love and the community that we're building. And I'm just so happy to be a part of this, where I see individuals here gravitate toward each other, help each other, share phone numbers, uplift each other. That's really what it's all about. But when things like this happen, we have to talk about it, right? Let me look back in the chat room some more. Kersey, yes, you are here. All the way from Trinidad. Yes, yes. Black Travel, what is it now? Did I see Brogy 89? Okay, maybe I'm saying it wrong. I don't mean to chop it up. Kwame, brother Cujo here. I'm glad you're here. Sorry to chop up your name, brother. Yes, but I'm here. I'm away from the chat room really far. I want to jump on this, and this is not going to be super long. I did a lot today. And that's what kind of pushed me back. I did a lot behind the scenes. And we'll be doing shows tomorrow, snippets tomorrow. And this week coming in, I'm going to amp it up even a little bit more. I have my game plan ready for the multiple shows for the day, for the live and the little snippets and different things. And I'm just so happy. Graphics and different things I've been working on, but that's enough about me. Let's jump right into the topic. And I really want to get into this. And with what happened recently, where people are inquiring about where did the 90 million go, I really have never really been into Black Lives Matter. Now, if anybody here really pushed them and was behind them, I am not going to be mad at you. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. My spirit told me that this is something, there's something wrong with this. And the truth be told, it really wasn't about black people. The truth be told, there's a lot of LGBTQ things going on, right? But these three sisters here, they're gonna be doing something in prison. They're gonna be doing something in prison. What's the term, Mrs. Scurv? She's here.
You are something else. Greetings.
Tell them. Greet them, then tell them. I don't know what that word means.
When when Brother Lance started talking about this and what happened, and did 90 million disappear, and I just came out and said they're but gonna go twit. He said, "What does that mean?"
Yeah, what does it mean? Tell me again. Tell everybody what Indigo King. What's going on, brother? What does twit mean?
It's no. When we were growing up in Jamaica, it's the same. Like when you're kids and if you do something right, your parents say your butt gonna go twit, because when the chicken drop the eggs, the butt go twit.
Oh, so the butt flexes like a kiss.
Yes, so that always
like it's chopping off pieces.
Yes, so that's why when I saw that, I said that's what's gonna happen to them, because when people like these women here, these three sisters here, get all this money in their hand and think that, jumping up and down, probably laughing and doing all kind of bullshit stuff, Louis Vuitton bag, Gucci, red bottom shoes, all kind of bullshit stuff, shopping here and there and everywhere with this money. They weren't thinking about people that really need this money. Black lives matter. Of course, our lives matter. Our Black people lives matter. But to who? These people don't give a shit about no Black lives matter. Nothing. All they were looking for, as far as I see, is about the darn money. They don't care. Most of these people you see, but they have organization and talking about Black people. Black people will not get none of the money from that. So many people have suffered under the hands of brutality with the police and all that stuff. Do they ever look out for these families? Do they look to pay their lawyer fees or do something to help them to get some money out of this? For them killing their loved ones or anything. No, they were looking out for the darn self, drinking and acting like a fool. That's what they were doing dumb shit stuff, wasting all that money. 90 million. These people don't even know how to invest. And that's why some of our people that win a lot of money playing lottery, and in a year they don't have a dime, because you want the most expensive car, you want the most expensive home, you want a big closet full of clothes that you will never wear, all these red bottom shoes. And what the hell is red bottom shoes? Something that's burning your all damn toe. You hardly can walk, you go somewhere and you take off the shoes and walking down the street like a fool, because it doesn't do nothing for you. Most of these shoes that you see people spending all this money on, buy all these expensive shoes and stuff, they can't even wear it. It's just for a show. They put it on and go somewhere and it's killing them. They can't wait to go home and take it off or go to their car and kick it off. It's a damn shame what these people do with $90 million. I'm telling you, when they ask go in jail, because that's what these people do. We have to understand as a people, these people will set us up big time. Yeah. Big time. Because they want to take us down one way or another. And people act like an ass and act like they don't have no sense in the head. And they forget real quick what these people will do to them. And now you spend off $90 million. Do what? Where is the people then that you should be helping? You didn't help anybody. You didn't invest in the money for people to get money or anything. Nothing.
They did give 33% of the 90 million to help charitable foundations. And this is the article I want to share. I want to drop a few facts in here, because they helped a lot of friends and family who call themselves activists. Of course, if I have $90 million, you're going to be an activist. Master Glam's an activist, right? Kwame's an activist. Indigo King's an activist, right? Mixed genre. We all going to get money, but I'm not going to do that illegal though. See what I mean? We're going to do something. We're going to set it up right. We're just not going to do it that way. So I'm gonna read just a paragraph or two, and let me see. Let me share the screen here. I mean, I really don't have to, right? But I'm going to read off. Maybe you can see a little bit of it here. Let me see. No, I'm hitting the wrong button here. Okay, here we go. Share screen. Here we go. Okay. All right, is this it? No, that was a video. Here it goes. Here we go. Now, let me see here on the bottom on StreamYard. Okay, now, I got to take this banner away. Excuse me for being so senile. All right, here we go. Let me see if I can make this a little bigger. No? Okay. I'm going to read this, and let's go over here. Okay. Only 33% of Black Lives Matter's 90 million in donations helped charitable organizations. Now they get into a lot of figures eventually, and it's a long article. I'm going to drop it inside the chat room and when I set it up on the actual site, Lancescurv.com, which I didn't do it yet because we decided to do this at the last minute. But it says, Black Lives Matter's national organization doled out just over $30 million, 33% of the nearly 90 million it received in public donations from 2020 to 2022 to charitable foundations public filing show. Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, an Oakland, California-based nonprofit, gave away the 498,722,000 in grants to Black, trans, and anti-police nonprofits in the fiscal year for 2020 and 2021. Wait, whoa. 30 million plus in grants to Black. They did do some Blacks, but it was a lot of their friends and family, trans and anti-police nonprofits. Where do trans come from? And some people are gonna knock me for that. How they get in there? The total includes the $4.5 million the group doled out last year to nonprofits run by the movement's own supporters and friends. Even as Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation registered losses of more than $8.5 million last year, its public filings for the fiscal year 2021 show. The group also gave a grant to one of its harshest former critics, paying out $400,000 to the Tamir Rice Foundation. Black Lives Matter handed out millions of dollars to supporters of its co-founders, Patrisse Cullors, who resigned from the group in 2021. She's smart. She saw the heat coming. The Post revealed Friday that her lucrative TV deal with Warner Brothers had ended without producing any shows. Among those taken care of by Black Lives Matter is Cullors' brother, Paul Cullors, the self-taught graffiti artist, took home $139,708, making him one of the only two members of the 7-person board to receive a salary from Black Lives Matter, according to filings. The other payee was Kelly Scales, the group's former managing director, who received a payout of $114,625. Scales left the organization in 2020, according to her LinkedIn profile. Paul Cullors' company, Black Ties Security LLC, was one of the group's highest paid contractors, earning $756,330 in 2021 in security services. I'm going to read just a little more. We're going to get into it. The security company, which is run out of a UPS store in Mission Hills, California, is close to Paul Cullors' home. He purchased a 3-bedroom house in the Los Angeles suburbs in February of 2021 for $637,006, according to public records. In 2020, the previous fiscal year, the filings show that Black Lives Matter paid another company controlled by Paul Cullors Security LLC $840,993. The company, which is still active, was registered with the address of his Mission Hills home, according to public records. Let me see, is this worth reading more? They're just doling out money to different people. God, let me see. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm going to post this article. Yeah, look at this here. The activists have events in our cities and have not given us anything substantial for using our loved ones' images and names on their flyers, Rice said in a 2021 joint statement with Lisa Simpson, the mother of Richard Risher, who was killed by LAPD police officers in 2016. So they were using images of people who were killed by cops and different things like that. And what trans group was it that got all this money? What I'm saying is that all these people just coming out. Okay, here it is. Oh, this is okay. Is this the woman here? Nala Simone Toussaint. Okay, let me see if I can get a name with this trans thing. Okay. I'm skipping around, y'all. Okay. LGBTQ causes championed by Colors were also rewarded by Black Lives Matter. In its most recent disclosure, Colors, who identifies as queer, married Black Canadian activist Janaya Khan, who identifies as queer and non-conforming. Black Lives Matter gave out $200,000 to the Trans Justice Housing Project in Atlanta, which helps trans people find housing. It gave the same amount to Reuniting of African Descendants, a New York-based Black trans-led grassroots initiative to end genocide against trans and queer people of African descendants, even though the group's nonprofit status had been revoked. Wow. So yeah, here it is. So I'm assuming this person here is trans. They did look kind of funny in the face when I saw them. The big ass hands too. Shoot, look like she's wearing boxing gloves. Okay, I'm gonna read. This is gonna be it. I just want to, okay. Black Lives Matter sent the money to Nayla Simone Toussaint, a cosmetologist and co-founder of the group, had initially set up a limited liability corporation, which was dissolved last month. Public records show LLCs are allowed to accept donations provided they register with the IRS. Yeah, so she did start that, the trans thing. But you see how they do? They put the pictures of us who have been killed by the police, but they set it up where trans people benefit, LGBTQ benefit under the umbrella because they're all queer, they're all gay, they're all lesbians. You know, I mean, we all lick what we want to lick, but I mean, come on, man, don't use your black skin to sit up now and get a pity party from people who are giving because they think they're helping black people across the country and across the world. And it's not right. It's just not right. It's just not right. Let me see here. Let me knock this off here. Let me remove this here. Let me put this banner back. And then I'll remove it here. Then I'll get involved with the chat room for a hot minute here. So what do you think about that, Mr. Scurv? Come to the mic. Oh, you falling asleep already? I'm trying to get, look, you see how far away she is from the mic? Say something again. She's falling out of sleep on me already. But before you go, you got to add a little something in there. You got to. Let me see the stop sharing thing over here. She felt that, look, and you get mad when I call you a kitten. You just like a kitten. Don't call me no kitten. Yeah, you'll fall asleep like a kitten. Right there, wide awake and all of a sudden fall asleep. Look at it. Now she look, yeah, you really knocked out. Say bye and go to bed, sweetheart. Yeah, okay, all right. If you want to talk, let me know. I'm gonna mute your mic so when you're over there snoring, nobody can hear. All right. Yeah, so let me get back into it. Somebody's over here falling asleep. Quick! That's all those hours you put up under the sun up in the garden. I don't believe this. Now, see, what can I say? 90 million. This has nothing to do with the article. Yes, they gave away 30 million away to different organizations and they benefited their own, basically. They hooked up everybody, right? But if I get 90 million, I'm hooking up everybody here, but we're going to set up something where you actually do something. You see what I mean? Because I know my inner circle here. But these people, people used to beat me down. Let me get personal with this thing here now. People used to beat me down, curse me out. Sister Oyala, you're here. Landon, well, welcome, brother. I'm just giant game. Yeah, she said Lioness needs her nap too, right? So she's still sitting over there though. But listen, gullible black people. We and Giant Game said, rest well, goddess of fire. She over there grinning. I know she's gonna be out soon. But we're so gullible. If I set something up, I'm gonna be so transparent and act like I'm a stranger and don't trust me. Make me tear out every part of my body, every part of everything to prove. I just don't want to just, oh, I trust you. No. And if you don't want to, go in on me like that, I'm going to open up everything and make you see it. Where did the rubber hit the road with the foolishness with this? And like was said across the board in many other videos I saw, which I don't like to look at other videos, but it was true because I thought the same thing. Black people, You get so caught up in emotionalism, and all of a sudden there's all this money flying out. It's bound to be something going wrong. Temptation is a bitch, and a lot of us don't have those sense of integrity to say, hey, this is what it is, this is what it's for. Yes, if you're running an organization, you must be taken care of. But God, dog, like I said, I'll probably have a little Toyota truck, one little spot, which we already have. And what else? To cover expenses for certain things, but don't milk the kindness of the hearts of the people. Don't milk that. Too many of us do that. And it's like anything that's legit, we don't support. But something that's not legit or something that gets attached to our emotions, yes, these Black sisters, Black Lives Matter, yes, they're going to help us. They're going to change everything for Black people. Housing for trans people? No, I'm sorry. Let's get in line. What about the families of those people who were killed by police? Let's put them first. Let's put them first. Men who were killed in cold blood, working men who can't take care of their families because they're not here anymore. Or maybe the family doesn't have health care anymore because he's not working. Children who were killed, who have a bright future, even if they have a scratch on their record, because it's so very hard to come up in America without a scratch on your record. But the cops can come in and do what they do. Look, trans housing. Come on, man. Why can't you get housing? Because you want to walk around a deep voice and Adam's apple and whatever. It don't matter what's between your legs. It don't matter what you do. That's why I'm coming down on that. Housing? We're talking death here. Death has been prostituted here. George Floyd made this thing zoom up. They probably were so happy when this thing happened. Like, again, it doesn't matter what you are or what you have between your legs, but come on now. People getting killed. If there was a trans person that got killed, well, okay, let them get their just due because they're being killed. You see what I mean? That's my gripe with that. Why? But again, because they wanted to serve the people who they get down with. And to a point, I have no problem with that. But it shouldn't, Black Lives Matter, it shouldn't matter. Look, if they were 3 lesbian chicks that did right by the Black community, I'm okay with that. I'm okay. Because what you do behind closed doors is nobody's business. No matter who you are. What's the dude there's name? Bayard Rustin or whatever his name is. And he was all up with Martin Luther King and the civil rights movement. He was a guy that loved to suck on lollipops. But he put that aside and did what he had to do. I'm quite sure they were traveling and they were in the motels. He might have had a friend in that particular part of the state. But that his work, and he put his life on the line. And he was gay. I got no problem with that aspect of it because you're doing something for the overall Black community. It's none of my business. I shouldn't be asking, and you should be telling, and you should be showing. But look how they have prostituted our emotions. Look how they have manipulated expertly between the cracks of law, but couldn't handle the money that they had. How dumb can you be? How do you feel spending people's hard-earned money? I'm quite sure there were old grandmothers in that group who gave money, their hard-earned money, who are on a fixed income, but said, you know what? I'm going to eat a little less because I believe in this. This is something I've seen happen all the way from Emmett Till back in the day. And now we have a group that we can believe in. You're going to catch it for what you did. You're going to catch it. Different groups who saved up money and marched with you, thinking that this is a new day. And all of the photos that were taken, because see, this is another aspect that many people don't understand. They wanted to control. I'm glad they're exposed right now, because the mainstream media wanted to take these photos and videos in an engineered way to engineer this modern so-called civil rights movement, as opposed to what really happened back in the 50s and the 60s. And nobody brought this point up. You see, we look at history through the imagery of Instagram and Facebook and social media, not realizing that Getty Images and other big photographic companies have purchased the iconic visuals and photos of us back in that day where we can't use it. They control that. You got to pay them to use it. You got to pay them. If I pause, it's because a big behind mosquito came around me. But the bottom line is, we don't own our own movement from back in the day. Corporate America has purchased it up. And so now in this day and age, it was engineered to make it seem as though this is something parallel to the back in the 60s. And so now, instead of it just being black people, we're going to have more white people in it, in the photographs, because this is a historic period. And we're going to have more gay and trans to make it seem as though we're mixed as one. So only in the future, because of these visuals, when the children look back, they say, well, it was a different movement. We had trans, we had queer, LGBTQ, Caucasian people, and some blacks, yes. And those visuals will go to the future. So I'm glad Black Lives Matter is really a sham that I always knew. Because you want to rewrite history and present something, because see, they know the children have short attention spans, and they will have short attention spans even more so. Because in the future, when you're in school and they say in the 3rd grade, let's write a book report on this particular book, all you got to do is go to ChatGPT and punch in the question and everything's going to come out. You copy and paste it and boom. You did nothing to work your brain. You did nothing to learn how to write better. Your grammar, your punctuation is just copy and paste. But you don't know how to damn think. So when you look back in history that's engineered in the present day from this sham group, Black Lives Matter, it's just going to appear to be something that it's not. So I bet you it's going to be something that's hush, hush with the money. See, they'll put the articles out now, but after a while, they'll scrub them away. So you'll have nothing to refer. This particular video and other people who are speaking out on it, those videos will be there if you go to the actual link, but it's not going to sit in the sidebar as a suggestion for you to look at. They rewrite our history that way. They digitally cut us out. This is why books are important. This is why direct communication is important. This is why oral history is important. Because nothing beats that old grandmama telling her grandchild how things were. And you get old and you say, oh, my grandmama told me this was the deal. Well, can you prove it? Can you upload it? Can you prove it and download it online? You don't have to, because your grandmama and your mama not going to lie to you. And this is why it's important that we tell our own stories. I keep telling everybody, tell your own story. If you have an old person or older person, it don't even have to be older, but anybody who's had a certain experience, it can be somebody younger that went to a certain school and they noticed certain things, that lived in a certain town and noticed certain things. You see what I mean? Because you can scrub off a website. I can't believe the amount of content that I have on my website, and it's not in keeping with the amount of hits that it should get. Not that I think I'm all that. You understand? But the thing, they have a way of. There's even a checkbox on my site. Check this box if you don't want Google to discover your content. No, I want them to. But they can do even more. So they will engineer our history. So we're all the paparazzi now. Make a little file of things in your, even if you don't want to share it with the world. Make a file to share with your nieces, your nephews, your children, other people on how things went down. Tell it. And print it. If you put it online, print it. Download it, send it out, share it out in paper form. It's going to come down to that. Because if you see what they're doing online, and this is in keeping with the story because, you know, this stuff was going out hard. And like I said, there were people who were led that literally cussed me out. I see you don't push Black Lives Matter. You call yourself an activist. I said, enough people have called me that. I'm not proclaiming to be anything. You understand? But I do push things and speak on things that I feel are authentic. But I'm not going to do it just because it labels itself black. You're not going to get points from me just because, oh, it's black. Because just as much black folks are crooked against their own as any white person, Asian person, Indian, whatever have you. Lots of times, look, in dealing with Caucasians in business, straight up, you know I'm not going to cut no corners. I'm not going to cut a jig or tap dance and smile when something ain't funny. But I have had much better dealings with others and some good dealings with my own. I have searched far and wide to have someone help me with the heavier lifting on my website. And it happens to be a brother from Pakistan who I tell you, I can prove to you his trust in me. This morning I woke up and it was $1,200 in my PayPal, but it didn't belong to me. He can't get PayPal where he is. He travels between UK, Pakistan, and Dubai. He can't get it. So he asked me years ago, brother, can I bug you to receive my money and I'll send you an invoice and you send it to me? I said, no problem. You've helped me so much over the years. Why couldn't that have been one of my own? I was looking hard. And so when people find out this guy is not black, well, you could have got somebody black. And there were 4 or 5 occasions when I did it and they ripped me off. Gave them the check and they couldn't see him no more. Paid them through PayPal and they disappeared. That's not everybody. I know there are good black people out there. But am I supposed to just bankrupt myself looking for one just to say? And look at the trust he has in me. And I never did a FaceTime with him. Never did a phone call with him. Don't even know what his voice looks like. And the picture he has up on Skype is not even his face. But he trusts me with that. When I show my face right now, I'm all oily and half naked and don't want to, you know what I mean? I'm about to go to sleep after this, but I'll show you. I'll show you. I know you'll believe me, but I'm just saying that, you know, $90 million. Okay. If between the 3 of you, you used $1 million for yourself. If you were really about setting something up, I wouldn't even put a price on it. I would just be like, yo, just let me eat. Let me sleep good. If I'm in a different place, it may be a hotel. And it probably won't be a 5-star. Might be a 3 or 4-star, 3-star. I'm a regular dude, man. I'm not going to sit there and try to, I wouldn't take anything more than what I think I deserve. And that would be transparent. Transparent. That's good. You imagine a parents teachers association meeting. I'm a transparent. Wordplay. Sorry about that. I got a crazy head. Oh man, it's disgusting. It's disgusting. So now as I move forward in life, like I said, I don't mind when people vet me, and they better not be mad when I vet them. And you're still going to have that 90-day probation. Like Brother Kwame said, the crabs in the barrel, or Sister Yvonne, the crab in the barrel mentality. Yeah. Crab mentality. Yeah. And not always, but now we have to assume that it's probably going to be the majority of the time. It may not be 99%, but it probably is going to be 51%. I'd like to take a poll and ask how many people, or what's the percentage of crabs in the barrel out of 100% of the black community in America? We'll narrow it down to America. What's the percentage? It's the majority. And I don't mean that, look, a person can have that crab in the barrel mentality and not do anything to you as far as rip you off like blatantly like this. You see what I mean? They might just do business with you. Oh, there's a mosquito. Did I get him? Damn demonic mosquito. floating around. Oh no. I'm gonna rub some of this stuff on my legs. My legs are out. Looking at me like a beef burger or something. Yeah, we gonna get them legs. No, you ain't gonna get them. You have to go through something else. Excuse me, everybody. I take care of this repellent, this natural repellent. Yes, yes. All this orange rind in it. You ain't gonna want none of this. I hate that. Yeah. What's the percentage? Yvonne says 98%. I'm gonna put these up on the screen. Just give me the percentage and I'll put them up. And if you see this show afterward, put it in the comment section. Master Glam says 40%. Okay. Give me a percentage, y'all. Give me a percentage. How many black people have the crab in the barrel mentality? And I don't mean like they're going to actually full blown do something to you, rip you off, but they may have a bad feeling inside for your progress and for you pursuing your aspirations. 99.99. Killer Brew, what's going on, brother? Been a while. Yeah, man, we got to get together for real. 85 from Indigo King, 1111. Recess 65. You see, I knew it would be different numbers because of our experiences. And I keep mine on a fluid kind of thing because sometimes my emotions get involved. Sometimes it's like the straw that broke the camel's back. Somebody does you wrong. Oh, it's all black people. They're all that. Then you come down off of it and you know the good people around you. You see what I mean? Yeah. What do you say? Billy Ray Valentine. He programmed us to hate each other is all. Wow. Queen D, the truth seeker. 70%. Wow. I'm going to put that on an open poll online separately because I'm going to, or maybe in the community section where we can reach more people, you know, or maybe a short recording where I ask the same question and throw it out there independently. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. There's something I'm missing here because I'm looking back and forth. Okay. All right, now. Let me see. Billy Ray. Willie Lynch was a bad man. Okay, let's see where that's coming from. Okay, let me see. Okay, you know, we got the cross threads floating around here. So I want to talk and not really have to focus. I just glance over, you know. What you got to say, Billy Ray? Talk to us. What's your message? What's your you said talk is cheap. What do you mean by that? Because we're gonna move on with this. We gotta know that everybody is good here. Talk to us. Talk is cheap. Who's talking cheap here? But going back to what I was saying, it's a shame that so many of us are messed up against each other. And this is really cruel, that every time they sip their fine wine, they didn't think about the people giving up the money. I could imagine the vehicles they purchased, you know? Well, I mean, if a person is an agent, they're not going to say, hey, yes, I'm an agent. It's by the things that they say, and I trust those in here to help monitor who is coming with foolishness and not, you know, so, hey. And they have the power. They got the power. They got their finger on the red button. Boom. Feel free to use it when you see it. We're all out here in the fields together. So if I miss something, hey, get my back. You know, somebody got something aimed at me, pop them off. Yeah. But it really, even though I felt there was something, I just never got with them. It still hurts. It still hurts to see folks pull this off on our own using our emotions of what has happened to us recently, and not too recently, because our cup as a people runneth over. And it just goes on and on and on and on. I mean, they got some serious reparation money out of this thing, right? And when they set this thing up, white corporations with their white guilt donated. But they ain't giving a damn thing for something to benefit. Maybe they knew that it was a sham, a write-off. Give it to them. It's a write-off. Let me set something up. They ain't gonna give me nothing. He been talking this way too long. He probably means what he says, and they'll probably do what he says. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Exactly, Golden Gold. Stop trusting people who look like you. It doesn't mean you can't love them and know them over time, but you just can't give them a pass because they know you will. You know how many people got around me talking to Black Talk? And they're not on this show no more because I found them out to be frauds? Huh, yeah. And you have some who come around as agents to divide. There was a comment left by someone whose name I won't mention on the Danina show that we had. And somebody, they blocked me and they called me weird. Lance called me weird. Now you're going to come out of nowhere. And they've been on the show for a good long time, lurking, making comments here and there, because I have a way of checking to see all the comments a person ever made in the comment section. And so now you finally see Sister Danina come back with some power, and then you said that, oh, you were blocked because I was saying we want Danina, we want Danina. I love Danina. I want Danina back every single day, and y'all know that. But some people will give you compliments like that. Oh, yes, Sister Danina, we love you, but Lance called me weird. That's to drive some division because you're mad that she's back telling truth. And yes, when I look back, you are a weirdo, lady. Because we were on a flow and you kept saying that over and over. Yeah, we want Danina on the show every day. I'm saying this publicly. But you use that as a battering ram to bring some division and to keep us from being focused on what we were saying. So now you want to come complain after all this time from way back then. He called me weird. You are weird if you can come into a comment section and say something like that and know my direct email address and I can address you. You weird. So come on back and say it again and you won't come back no more. I'm tired of these weirdos, man. They're manipulative and they're weird. The people just like these who are here. That one in the middle, you look at her face, you can tell she ain't right. The one who might fool me is the one on the right. But the one in the middle and the one on the left, I see right through them. Even in the photo, you put out energy. That one in the middle looks so scandalous. I talk with her and deal with it to a point. But, also, I'm going to flow kind of off topic and come back on. But also, it should have been Black Mental Health Matters. Because there are a whole lot of us with mental health issues who have mental illnesses that are not dealt with. And you know what we say when people say to us that we need to get professional help. I ain't crazy. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Gifty, I see you. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. And so there are things that we've gone through, trauma that we've endured, things passed down in our DNA, the traumatic things we've been through. And we don't address it. Many of us are born into dysfunctional families. So we take on the shape of the dysfunction because that's what's passed down to us. That if we were raised in a different environment with a different family in a different hierarchy in a good home, we wouldn't turn out like we do. And even if we were snatched away from a bad situation, we would still have to deal with what's in our DNA and in our spirit passed down. How is it? And I've known this personally. I've seen women get pregnant from men. And the man either dies or goes upstate for a long time and doesn't have any contact with the mother or the child. And that child comes out looking just like the father, if it's a boy or a girl, but let's say a boy, walks like the father, smiles like him, gets older, and has tendencies like him. And oftentimes follows the father's footsteps, and the father's nowhere around. That's the power of DNA, and that's the power of our spirit. So we're traumatized. I'm not claiming that, but there's no way that we have not been touched in some way on a mental, spiritual, or physical level, emotional level, and a swirling combination of all of those. It may be more physical and a little spiritual. It might be more mental and a whole lot of emotional. What combos, I'm not saying this to be funny to anybody here. I'm just saying this to punctuate what I'm saying. What combination and what combos do you have? I'm not throwing off and saying anybody in the chat room here is messed up, because I have to say it to myself also. Because I was raised in a crooked container. My household was really nice, supportive, loving, whatever. But still, the world that we live in is going to affect us because we can't stay in the house all day and all our lives. We got to have to venture out into the world. We're young kids going to school. There's always that teacher that didn't like us or that classmate that didn't like us. We had our own insecurities. Little things. You go to another friend's house and their household is different in ways that your household is different, and you might feel insecure about that. Your daddy might have driven a old car, and this other family, they bust out with new cars all the time. You weren't materialistic as a child, but you wanted answers. And so as we get older, we fight against those things, those insecurities, those voids, those little rifts that we had in our psyche. And sometimes it could become overpowering, where it drives us. Where here we are as grown folks fighting back at childhood things that happened to us, but we don't realize that. And we talk about we don't need no professional help. It's like a knot that you try to untie and loosen. You know those little drawstring shorts or whatever? You know, one time I pulled them tight and I thought I was going to put another little loop like when you're tying a shoe, and I tied another regular knot over it tight. And I didn't realize it. And I was somewhere and had to pee. I was sitting here trying to pull the knot loose, and the more I knew, I felt like I was doomed. Like, oh man, I'm not going to pee myself in these shorts. So I had to pull the shorts to the side and do it out of the side. But I still had to get that knot because I knew I had to pee again, and it was going to be a long day. So we are presented with our hand, like in a card game, in life. Some of us come from nice homes that look nice, but there's trauma behind the doors. Some of us come from middle-class homes where certain things are okay, but we wish we had a little more. Some of us come from shacks or projects or whatever, and we'll get a chip on our shoulder because maybe we didn't have somebody to help to guide us. So we get caught up in what's going on in that environment right there. But that's not really us, but that was the environment that we latched on, because now when we get better and get around better circumstances, the great part of us can come out. How many of us have said that drug dealers in the hood could be CEOs over the company? They could. They got the skills. They're just applying the skills in a way that can get them locked up. But if given the chance, see, because these CEOs over the companies that have accountants that can write off certain things and take care of certain things to keep them out of prison. The drug dealer in the hood has to deal with a set of drugs. Guys working under him, looking over them, making sure they ain't stealing it. And they got to watch their own guys, and they got to watch the cops also. If there's a sweep, they better know about that. The crackhead who they sell to might go back and snitch. So you got to have your head on a swivel 24/7. I'm not condoning or uplifting that, damaging our own people. All I'm saying, if you remove that aspect of it, we have some brilliant minds that have gone the wrong way. And that's the way it is. So we all have a certain hand that we're given to play this card game in life. Some of us are shrewd, and it doesn't mean that when you have a great hand, because how many people have come from great homes in great neighborhoods with great grades in school, great parents who already have businesses waiting for them, multi-million-dollar businesses waiting for them, and they can't keep their ass out the hood. They can't keep away from drama. And other people say, man, if I had that person's pedigree, if I had their background, if I had their opportunities, I wouldn't waste it like that. But many of us don't realize what we have until it's too late. And on the flip side of this, Black Lives Matter, no matter who ran it, could have been something great. Could have been. But the spirit of the people spearheading it was improper. They may not have done things bad in their prior life because they didn't have an opportunity to amplify the how do you say it in the South? The devilment inside of them. See, in normal circumstances, we're all right people. But lots of times when we're presented with something that over and above, it amplifies that 0.1% that's inside of you that may be a little crooked. That may be a little crooked. That even you can't see. This is why, while we vet others, we've got to constantly vet ourselves while we do things. Why do we do the things that we do? I've asked myself that question lots of times. Sometimes I don't even, I'm like, why am I doing these videos like this? I should go to sleep, but I got to stay up and do this. I could do a lot more things for attention if that's what I wanted, so it can't be that. Because according to my stats, I ain't getting too much attention. It's okay. We won't know sometimes. Sometimes you get the answer to a dilemma or a question in your life 20 or 30 years from now. Sometimes you break up with somebody, you don't know how it happened. And you sitting there waiting for a light to change, and a certain song from that era when you were with them comes on, and something opens up in your mind and you realize why it happened. See? So we'll never know certain things for a certain time. But that person given the bad hand, I say, oh man, now see, I don't really know how to play cards like that. But the thing is, you can take something that others feel is inferior, and you can build it into something mighty. They came along at the right time. But at some point, if not from the beginning, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they had good intentions at first. But at what point did one turn bad and convince the other one, and the other one went along with it? I don't know. Maybe they were crooked from the very beginning. Maybe after a time, they couldn't take it no more, and it was a dream come true to handle and have access to so much money. But money is like alcohol. It's an amplifier. You with some other woman chilling. You didn't expect to be there with that woman. You all were supposed to have people come over her house. You came. 3 other people were supposed to come. Nobody else showed up. You all already started drinking. They start calling how they ain't going to show up, and there's a bad thunderstorm outside. Well, you can chill. Maybe somebody else will come, but you don't need to go out there driving. You already been drinking. You glad because you're looking down at them pretty legs. And it's midnight now. And you continue to drink. And you start looking and she start looking, and you look around, you're on top of each other. And all the festivities begin to happen. And in the morning time, when you wake up in each other's arms, you say, oh my God, I can't believe this happened. It was the alcohol. Damn it, no, it wasn't. You had that in you from before. It just amplified what was already there. You think of Lancescurv as hemmed up somewhere with some homo dude and can't get out. Maybe it's a bad storm and we expected people to come over. Like, I'm not hanging with that anyway, like that, in that kind of situation. I'm just making this up, but I already started drinking. Ain't no drinking gonna make me do nothing with no man. That's not in me. Come on now. That's an amplifier. Like Sister Danita said, that's why they call it spirits. What kind of spirit are you bringing down? But look, you light a match, it's gonna die out quick. Unless you have some paper under it or something flammable to burn. The alcohol dissipates, doesn't last too long, but when it catches on to what's already there, trust me, like I said before, come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Once you get to that point, it's a wrap. So many of us are stressed and we're thinking about money, and you got to think about it in this system, but there's a side of you that has to say, you know what? If I'm to do and accomplish this on a righteous level, it will happen. And you trust in that. And you work as hard as you can while you trust. Not like some of these folks out here sitting up in the churches, the Lord gonna bring me this, and I'm gonna wait on the Lord. But you're mad at the Koreans, you're mad at the Japanese, you're mad at the Chinese, you're mad at the Indians, you're mad at some of the Latinos who are just blacks who just don't know how to swim, or know how to swim, excuse me. Everybody getting busy and we waiting on the Lord. But biblically, there's good stuff, and you can attach yourself for the good stuff that comes out of stuff. But to sit down and wait, no. And we think that when we see organizations like this, that whole pastor hustle comes over us. We're going to give our last because that's part of the Messiah breaking through the clouds. No, look what happened. Now, what's bad is if a real group comes along, you're going to be more apprehensive, as you should. But you should have been the first time for this not to happen. A whole lot of people donated. I mean, a whole lot of people gave money. Go back now and Google Black Lives Matter marches and you know, where they gather, and look at all of the people who are there fired up. They're not getting money. They gave money and their time and made signs and all of this and whatever. And others felt good getting in it because it was a multicultural thing. See, but the thing is, people can help. And there are people who might be sincere to a point. But if this was something that was not inclusive and it was just us, it wouldn't have gotten that support. You see, may I say it? Those people who don't like Kanye West too much, they have their own things. They are not asking black people to help with this and help with that. They got this. They're not letting nobody in this. This is their thing. And they're on code. And I understand what that means. I mean, many people don't like that. Oh, man, you're talking about be on code. These niggas don't know about them. We can, but we have so much mental trauma, mental illness. We're like puzzle pieces from 10 different puzzles. And they ask us to put it all together. We are mixed up in the head with different puzzle pieces that don't even belong in the puzzle that's in front of us. We can't figure it out. We need a new mind, a renewed mind. Pull away from what we always knew. It's hard to do. When you're told to trust in a system that will never serve you, that will never look out for you. They'll do it for a few. You should shake the secret hands right and the code words right. They know you're not part of it. Are you a traveling man? Yeah, I've been to Georgia. I've been to Russia. I've been to. Oh, he's not one of us. And you wonder why you don't get places. There's more to this than meets the eye. There's more to Black Lives Matter than meets the eye. We have all of this technology to vet people and to find out what they're all about. They have a prior record, which may or may not mean anything. Depends on what it is. If you held up a store because your babies were hungry, I'm erasing it. But if you were touching a child who was 3 years old and you 45 years old, the only person that touches that child are the parents and the ones who are in that circle who are trusted to deal with that child. Ain't no funny business going on. Then I don't want to deal with you forevermore because that thing in your heart never goes away. I don't care how much you let Pastor T.D. Jakes lay his hands on you. Let T.D. Jakes lay his hands on you. You might be on your knees servicing a man next because he got that spirit in him too. Even he admitted it. Oh, walrus. I'm so sick of it. This is going to be like the complaining channel after a while because I'm complaining a lot. I want to do positive things. I want to speak about uplifting things. But God dog, as soon as you see something, it's like, what? I knew it, but it's like, damn. Let's be careful, family, on these organizations that we support. Let's be careful on how we get people involved in things. It should be about us helping each other on a transparent level. And remember, I ain't no transparent. I'm just saying in a transparent level. I see everything now. Trans, I'm all messed up in the head. I'm like transportation. Oh God, there's that word again. Let it be something transparent where we're helping each other. Let's all put a little something in the pot when we identify one of us needs. Why did it have to come to the point of somebody having their hands on $90 million and only giving a fraction of it to different organizations that benefited their inner circle? Why can't we go back to the old days? Even of the old church. My sister Mary Lou, she lost her husband and she got 3 more months to pay on that car, and she got them 3 children and she need a car. All of a sudden, the church may have taken a little bit that it takes to pay the light bill and pay the rent, whatever it may be, but all that money was going to go to Sister Mary Lou. And a whole lot more. And people went over there to mow her lawn. She had a leak in the roof and the plumber in the neighborhood went over and fixed her roof. For free. You got your job from Monday to Friday. Take some time with the skill that you have that somebody else has to pay. Somebody else to do something, and you go over there and you get a few of the young men and teach them something while you do the work for free. They'll help you lift things. Our young men and young women are sponges to learn stuff. Bring them too. They'll never forget it. There was in 2nd grade and 3rd grade, 1st grade, there was a cop that used to come to the elementary school. I went to PS 121 in Queens, New York, South Ozone Park, but the border was 109th Avenue, so I lived on the other side of 109th between 107th and 105th, but that's the school I went to. And it was Officer Huntington. That man gone now. He was an older cop. But he was pretty cool. He talked to us. Maybe he knew the world that we're living in and what we would have to go through. But he told us some sensible things, and I'll never forget it. And he did that on his own time. Found out that he went there with the permission of the police department, put on his uniform and had his gun, and he walked through and let us put our hand on the gun, on the handle, but he had his hand on it. You know what I mean? And it's something. I heard about him and his service to the community, and he had a sterling record. Where are the Officer Huntingtons now? He was a light-skinned black man. And he took his time because he cared. Maybe he knew what was coming for us. Whatever our profession is, we can inspire others by letting them know what we do. And sometimes you can't. I understand that. Depending on the nature of what it is that you do. But collectively, more so than money, we can share our talents and abilities in our communities and even our resources. It's always happened to me when I needed the most and all of a sudden the help came. But at the same time, when I saw somebody who was truly transparent and truly in need, I came to their aid. It's an ebb and a flow because we're all in the same system together. And I don't mean the man-made system. I'm talking about the spiritual system. We all have emotions. We all have desires righteously to ascend and do good unless something comes and breaks our spirit. And you got to watch out for the spirit breakers too. If you see a spirit breaker around children, call them out. Let their parents know. You got to be the police yourself in a righteous way. All of us have to do that. So if you have my back and I have your back and we have the other's back, it's not a matter of how much, or I spent 5 hours with your child teaching them this and you should give me this. Give freely. Give freely. Mrs. Scurv, she didn't trick me, but she knew how to jumpstart me, because earlier today, after all that we did, I said, you know what? It's the weekend, so this is one of those shows that can come on any time. And I recorded something earlier real quick, then it rained real bad. I had to make some runs out. And I said, you know, I'm a little sleepy, but I'm still going to do the show. For me, it's Monday through Friday, but I always try to get them other 2 days in something. And tomorrow will be the same thing. We're going to do some shows tomorrow. So she said, well, come on, let's talk, find something to talk about, and let's start out. Because she knew that if she even said or spoke for 10 minutes, it would jumpstart me. And yes, I was going to do it, but she made sure I did it. Because she loves you all. Lots of times she's not on these shows, but she's looking in the chat room. And she knows everybody by name and personality, and she loves you all. And she knows this is my passion, and I would wake up if I laid down and didn't get up. She didn't tell me, well, if you're a little tired, lay down, because if I lay down, I might not get up. You see what I mean? So she made sure. Oh, there's some good comments up in here. Let me just see. Gifty said, Black Lives Matter had bad intentions from the start. Their mission statement declared they are anti-traditional family and promote LGBTQ lifestyles. There you go. There you go. And that's why with a mission statement like that, they're going to get a whole lot of money, and they still ripped off their own, meaning their community that they identify with, even though they're as black as me. They still misuse money. So for the so-called LGBTQ community, y'all better watch it too. It don't mean there's all of this righteous integrity and we're going to look out for each other. Y'all will rip each other off too. Prime example. What you got to say about that? Trying to act like there's more harmony within your ranks than they are within the black community. Maybe there is. But we have a reason why we're so disconnected. Being treated a certain way because of your race, your skin. How y'all know what I do in my bedroom? Y'all don't know. I'm not saying I'm that. I'm just saying that shouldn't even be an issue. That's private. Now, if me and you are dealing and you in my bedroom or I'm in your bedroom, then we gonna deal. We might have to talk about a few things so we don't get shocked. But the bottom line is that's private. How did an act or what you choose to do behind closed doors become something that we can't get away from? When you see us, you know what we are. When you go for that corporate job and on the weekend you've been hanging out with your friends and talking a certain way. Yes, you know, I'm LGBTQ and I'm a gay male, and you know, I've always known this about myself all my life. When you go for that corporate job, you know how to find some damn bass to put in your voice. Yes, sir, I think I'm qualified here. If you could check out my resume here, you will see, yeah, And then when you get in trouble with the corporation, with the company, then you start taking that base away, and now they know they got a problem because not only are you black, but you're gay, which is something that you would say is against you, but now it's a real reason to twist the arm in court if they discriminate against you. Not even if you're just black. Black and gay, black and lesbian, or you're going to get some money. See how this thing works? They have mixed it with that and come up with an alloy that's more powerful than the black community. And ununified. We're not unified. We're not unified. We could be. I'm not waiting around. I'm going to unify with the people who I know who are on point. When I think about it, I've been doing this for 22 years. I've been doing this stuff online. I'd like to be doing it or some form of it 22 years from now if I'm given that time. But I'm not going to sit here and you ain't going to see 22 years from now. What's that? 2045? I'm 82 years old till I wake up. Shoot, I'm lucky if I can stand up. No, I know I will be. But what I'm saying is that how long do you stay on one tangent? Same old, same old. I'm getting sick and tired of some people out here in the world, and I see through them. And it's a matter of time before I start calling them out, because there's things that I know that I have not said about well-known people privy to certain knowledge that I respect the person who gave it to me. There's some that are just dropping it now that have been on this show. I'm going to tell it all. I'm not a judge no more. I've had some private conversations with him. Oh my God, he spilled it to me. I'm going to give him a call. He's very busy. I'm going to give him a call, see if I can get him on the show again. I know how to trigger him off. I say, hey, let's talk about where all the real black men, because black manhood is Judge Joe Brown's thing. Manhood training, being a real man, not putting women down, not being chauvinistic. And he has said things that may sound that way to certain people. And if you really get down to it, if we as men straighten up, the whole community would straighten up. Our sisters will really be proud of us. And we're not stepping on their toes. They're just as important as we are. It's an equal thing because we have different roles and overlapping roles. We're not in competition with each other. Who made us compete against each other? Who engineered that? And why? It's to break down the black family. This LGBTQ white folks organization trying to let a few black folks in there. They don't care about the black family. Just like they said the mission statement, declare they are anti-traditional family and promote lifestyles that's not going to procreate. So you are in direct opposition to me. We might be friends, but your basic thing is in direct opposition. Why would you be against something? What breaking news is this coming in? Hold on. Okay. Oh no, this is nothing big. White House and GOP strike debt limit deal to avert default. They ain't gonna let things, America's all jacked up anyway right now. But yeah, let me see if, I hope I still have his phone number. I'll take a chance and call him right now. Hold on. Don't let me find his phone number. Don't let him pick up. He might be on in 5 minutes. Let's see. Sometimes things happen like that. This phone is so Chinese phone. Okay, here it is. Let's give it a shot. Put my code in there. Okay. Let's get to where. Okay, come on now. Bear with me. Okay. I'm looking for this one here. Let's see. It's not too late. Well, okay, now everything is popping open. Give it a second. This phone is on its way out. But you just, when people can boldly say things like that, anti-traditional family, how'd you get here? You know what I mean? How'd you get here? Okay, here's there's always certain numbers that, like, when you transfer information from one phone to the next, it's like, where'd that number go? It's loading up now. You know, I got a whole lot of phone numbers in this thing. That's why when I put, if it's not someone like here in the chat room I know, right? But other folks that call you one time and like 4 years went by, and they'll call you back, hey man, this is Steve. I'm like, yo, you know, I got like 50 Steves in my phone. So I gotta put something next to the name to make me remember who they are, especially if we haven't talked or we don't talk on the regular, or a place or where I met them. It's like, okay, I met Jill in Houston, Texas. It's like, okay, when I was out there. Okay, come on now. Now this phone is like ridiculously, okay, let me search this here. Come on now. How did I put it? Did I put Judge Joe Brown or Joe Brown? I put Judge in there, nothing popped up, so maybe I put Joe Brown. Okay, let's try to Judge again. This thing is acting so slow. Okay, come on now. Come on now. All right, let's put Joe. I know I didn't put Brown. Let me give it a second. Didn't transfer over. I got to check another phone or check my my Gmail. They may have it in there, but I have it somewhere. I'll get to him. I'll reach out to him through some other way. I know other people who have his number anyway. But that being said, the vibration of what's been put out in this world, everything seems to be against nature. Look, I know the world. I have seen it with my own two eyes. I've seen human nature. I know what it is. Everybody's not going to play by the rules. I understand that. Everybody wants to get a little freak on and go over the double yellow line. I understand that. But never lose sight of what it is we should be doing. I'm not asking anybody to be perfect. I'm not asking anybody to change who they are. But don't go against what brought you here. Don't go against what is right. And you talk, so many people who are just well off the mark. People say, well, look, I heard about you a couple of decades ago. You was wild, but I'm here. Yes, I learned a lot doing the things that I've done in this lifetime. But now I know even more so why my experiences should be used to help other people steer clear of disaster. I didn't have any kind of disaster. I didn't have HIV. I'll say it. All that stuff I was doing, I'm shocked that I didn't have it. Or no STDs. But I know so many people who I've dealt with years later got it and died. That's enough to scare you into walking right. So why would I go against what I know is right? It doesn't make any sense. We're so crazed in the things we're into. I was crazed too at one time in my life. Crazed with lust. Crazed with it. I can control it, but when I let it hang out, it would captivate. It was almost hypnotic. I tell friends of mine, we go into the supermarket. I bet you we're gonna meet somebody over there. And we did. Demonic, taking over, spirits. But it was my decision, and I take full accountability for it. It's crazy how far we can come and not know what we've come out of or still in it and lie to ourselves. Lie to ourselves that it's not like that with me. Yes, it is. I have no time to gossip about somebody else or be all up in somebody's business when I got so much from within to correct and rewire and recalibrate for the good? Because when you've gone into those pits, whatever it may have been drug addiction, it may have been lust, it might have been a gambling addiction, whatever it may be, you know it well. You're not going to slip into something else so fast. You're going to slip back into the thing that was the weak link on the chain. So you got to make that the strongest link on the chain so it don't happen again. Work on it. Acknowledge it. Don't find yourself in certain situations when you're taking baby steps out of it. These women have taken something that was potentially great to use for us. And again, when you put in the work, I don't mind you getting a salary or a portion to live fairly secure. I don't need 100 pair of shoes. I don't need 100 pair of pants. I don't need 10 cars. Maybe there's certain people that live in a certain climate where they need a heavy duty truck that might be way up in Maine somewhere or way up in Canada, and they have this one car to get back and forth when the weather's okay and the truck when blizzards happen. I'm not mad at you for that. I'm not mad at you for having an extra room or two in your home when guests come over. And you don't have to give them your bedroom and you sleep on the couch. I have no problem with that. But this type of excess, and you taking pictures, sipping wine or whiskey or whatever it is over that table in that mansion that you bought for what, $6 million? You had cash, lump sum, wasn't no mortgage on that bad boy. Couldn't have been. Well, I'm going to mortgage this for the next 30 years. You had the money, bang, here it go. You avoid paying that 20%. You avoid all the interest. You got a deal on that one, but did you need that? We're going to have this for, and you lied, we're going to have this for functions of Black Lives Matter. No, it was no functions. I know what was going on up in there. Come on now. You had all your homegirls running all up and down. Activists going wild. Black Lives Matter. BLM. Ain't no Black Lives Matter. It was Black Labia Matter. Yo, a high-fiving naked. Everybody's face smelled like Cuda. Laughing and drinking and just like, what was the story when Moses came back with the 10 Commandments and he found everybody? It was worse than that. Daisy chained 69 all up and down the staircase. I know what was going on up in there. Been there, done that. I know. You know, doing your thing. It's your thing. Do what you want to do. And you're going to say that the mission statement declared that they are anti-traditional family. You so far in it that you're going to say that? I'd have more respect for you if you respected the hierarchy of righteousness and stayed in the closet and like, you know, and they come to me. They tell me things. I mean, in life, I always had lesbians that like me. Well, Lance, you know, this is what I do and everything, right? But, you know, me and you were cool, right? And so on, so on, so on. So listen, do your thing, whatever. They want to use me as a beard. You know, I think my mama's suspecting something. I need you to come, you know, I'm going to introduce you as my friend. You know what I mean? Come around a couple times because I overheard a conversation. My mama was on the phone with her best friend and said, that one daughter of mine, she's never around a guy. I done been all up in all kinds of situations. Jack Griffin in the house. Yes. They were using their liquor licenses. Exactly. Wine and liquor. One wines and the other one is licking her. Jack Griffin in the house. That's a damn shame, though. That's funny. That's a funny one. Liquor licenses. Even the ones who didn't have licenses. They had liquor too. Always depend on Jack Griffin, the invisible man, to come forth with a good one. I've said things along those lines, but the way like you said, all we're using their liquor licenses. I'm gonna steal that one. So if you hear it again, you know I'm giving credit now to Jack Griffin for that one right there. You know, Sister Hope has been coming up with some wowzers too, and I see the visual in my head. But look how far off the mark we've been. We are really that they are against, you know, anti-family, traditional family. If you want to do that, you know the consequences, you know, whether you're off or you're aware of the consequences of certain things, but now you're going to come against. Y'all are getting bold now. You're coming after the children. You're swindling all this money for the trans cause and everything else. I know I'm going to keep saying it. And those who were in the know knew what was going on. That's like me claiming to be one of the people that Kanye West got on and they don't like him, and using that in a faceless manner online. I'm part of the so-and-so-ish community, and we like to get, no, but see, we can't do stuff like that because they're going to check us out. We can't get away with stuff like that. But people can get away with on black people. And I'm going to stay on your asses until, as long as I can draw a breath. I'm not going to waste my time being a complainer. I want to be one who is positive. It's a big world out here. And here I am way out in West Africa. I'm not going to keep my scope just on the ignorance that some of us do, because we all need to call it out. It's entertaining. It can be. Oh, Scurv, you just doing this for a money grab. Didn't I send screenshots to some of those who are here? For those who are here that saw the screenshot that I sent them, please put the approximate amount of money I get every month from YouTube, please. And look at the amount of hours. Look, I didn't put 12 hours in today, but I'm always in front of the computers doing graphics, doing this, doing banners, blah, blah, blah. Look at the tutorials. I learned 3 new things today. If you notice that video I put up about, was Jesus ever broke at the cashier's checkout? At first, it was like 32 minutes. I made a mistake on the program. If there's something, that thing ended at the 9 minutes, 10 minutes, right? But there was something in the program way down 32 minutes, another version of what I had spoke. I didn't see it. So all the dead space in between is going to be a part of that. I forgot to take that out because I didn't want to make a whole new edit. So I found out through YouTube how to cut that part out without losing hits and losing views and losing comments. It's mainly the comments for me. So I took time doing that. But if I'm doing this at least 12 hours a day, like I said, I'm doing other things along the lines of this. And I take frequent breaks, and sometimes I may not do anything at all every now and then. But as I go through my day, it's not like I just sit down in one spot for 12 hours. But if you just say about, just let's say 10 times 30. I know February's got 28 days, but it always evens out because there are days that have 31 months that have 31 days in it. But 10 times 30 is 300. And if I get $300 or a little over $300, what is it, $1 an hour? Larry's getting paid. He getting that YouTube money. Wake up. It's not about that. This is me. This is just me. Jack Griffin can tell you I always had a big mouth, always talking. We go back decades. We go back before most of y'all were even born. That's the way I am. That's right. We all have a destiny. And when I look at these 3 young ladies, what destiny did they have that they chose another road? I have to be fair. I know lesbians who would not do something like this. I know black lesbians who would not do something like this. Isn't that something? And we have black Christians, black Muslims, black whatever, who would rip you off at the first opportunity, who have no integrity. And that's a damn shame. Let me put this comment up. Yeah, a pawn in the game. as most are and don't realize it. Look at Jack. Yup, Scurvy talking to the sleep, y'all. For real. I'm talking all the time, running my mouth for real. From the 70s on up, even before that. The first time I was introduced to Jack Griffin, he didn't get a chance to get a word in. So this is natural for me. And I'm a little fatigued. We did a lot of shows this weekend, uploads and stuff behind. Yeah. I woke up and came right to the computers and started working. There's some things I had to do. There's some things I got to do after this show, but I'm going to do it in the morning time. And Mrs. Scurv is like, we're going to get up early and we're going to do a little food shopping because things are a little tight right now. And we got to, do our thing. I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to get a little more footage. I have some footage here for you also. I'll add that on tomorrow. Always walking up with the cameras. But what happened to the integrity? No matter what you are. I've known gay males who have lots of integrity. I'm not bigging that up. I'm just telling you what it is. I've known some who you would never know. I kind of knew. It wasn't because they were acting any kind of way. It wasn't because just on my spirit. And eventually they told me. But I'd give my last dollar and the shirt off my back for the one or two that I know that are of high integrity. But my mother transitioned. There's one from New Jersey. I won't say his name. Haven't spoken to him in a while, but we don't talk about that stuff. He'll call me to check up on me. I'll check up on him. But I know his heart. And he struggles with that. He's confessed to me that from young, he struggled with that. So he ain't trying to go anti-family. He's all about family. He's all about rewiring himself. And people say, oh, you can't. No, that's a damn lie. Because people are afraid to say it. That is not of our Creator who made us to be a certain way. Whether you want to say it's a spirit or some chemical or whatever. But at the end of the day, how are you leaving up out of here? Because I know that this has got to be a test of some sorts. 24/8 in case he misses a day. Exactly. I told Mr. Scurv when I talk in my sleep next, just record it. We'll see what it is. One morning she was getting ready to go up to the property, up to the garden. And she doesn't want to wake me up because she knows sometimes I'll go to bed like 4 or 5 in the morning and she's like 6:30 going on 7, get ready to get out of here fresh and ready with all the food made that she's going to eat while she's up there. Right? And so she'll kiss me goodbye or so long. And sometimes she's like, I don't want to wake you up. So don't worry, I like to know when you. But I always too make sure sometimes, and I'll go out there with her. But I woke up this morning, not this morning, but one of those was like maybe 3 weeks ago. What was I saying to her? I was talking out my head. You didn't tell me the group was going to be up there. What group? The group that flew in from the States, those boys that you were supposed to teach them gardening, right? And you didn't tell me. I got to get my cameras ready. The battery's not charged. Why you? She's like, Lance. When I woke up, I had the dumbest look on my face because I realized what I was saying. Now, here's another one for you. I was so out of it. Look, I'm going to tell you the things that make me look good. I'm going to tell you the things that make me look stupid. I'm going to tell you the things that make me look bad. I got up in the middle of the night to go take a leak. And there's a bathroom right there in the bedroom in this apartment. Why did I not go to the bathroom door? Why did I go to the balcony door? And she, hey, wake up. I was already pulling my stuff down, get ready to walk out the balcony. And I said, you know what? You shouldn't have said anything. You should have waited to see when I was finally going to wake up. Because I was straight sleepwalking. Let me see what Gifty said here. Black Lives Matter. We make space for transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. We do the work required to dismantle cisgender privilege and uplift trans folk, especially Black trans women. Wow. Dismantle cisgender privilege. So you say Black Lives Matter, you're not going against white privilege, right? You want to dismantle cisgender, and you say cisgender, which means a natural born woman. So you got a problem with a natural born woman. You got a problem with the woman you came out of. What kind of self-hate is that? If you can say something like that, you can't tell me you don't have a little hate for your own mother. We do the work required to dismantle cisgender privilege and uplift Black trans folk, especially Black trans women. Now, I'm not saying this in a hateful way, but what your mission statement says is against who I am. So I'm going to let you on in the door. Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor. Open the door and let them in. I'm not letting you in. No way. I'm not letting you in. Yeah, you're right, Oyala. You're right. Stop calling us cisgender. Wow. We disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. We foster a queer affirming network. We gather with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of heteronormative thinking. You know, I didn't even know all of this. Thanks, Sister Gifty. I didn't know. This is at the basis of, so you coming against somebody? And I'm being fair and saying, well, whatever you do behind closed doors, that's your business. But you coming against us. So you just as bad as the Klan now. We already have problems trying to stay alive and keep our families together with all this foolishness going on out here. And you coming against the very family and the very wombs you came out of. Y'all are damn demons, and nobody wants to say it. That's right. Nobody wants to say it because they're afraid to say it because it's hate. We're all about love. Well, you ain't loving us if you're going to come and you want to disrupt the Western prescribed nuclear family structure. What do you mean Western prescribed? You got to come and try to push that stuff over here in West Africa, in Africa. So it's not prescribed over here. And it's not just a thing. Oh man, we about the nuclear family over here. It's not just a Western thing. They over here looking at Americans like they crazy. But I understand we got to keep our jobs. I understand that, you know, the way the law is now, and the way they worm their way into place, that we can't say anything in a place that we're supposed to have free speech. What kind of mess is this? Look at this. Yeah. Master Clam, cisgender privilege. This world is going to hell in a handbasket. Yes. And just like I say to the coons who don't want to have anything with their community and their root, it doesn't mean that you got to be that hotep black glove wearing black power, and everything is black. You know, somebody gives you a funny look who happens to be white. It may not always be because they're racist. They may have something going on at home. Well, why are you looking at me like that? Because I'm black? Some people are always like that. We got to be able to know the difference. The dude may have had to take a shit, looking all funny, thinking, oh, I hope I can get toilet paper up in there in the supermarket. You know what I mean? We can't look at it from a narrow lens, but we know that looks so well, and we got to deal with it and can't be afraid to deal with it. But then we're going to let these folks in the door who are going against us, who we are naturally? What do we do to you? Yep. And this is the same community stripping womanhood. Wow. The queer empire, how a sinister agenda seeks to take over the world. You're right. You're right. I see every syllable in your name, brother, but I'm not going to try to pronounce it. Kelio Biawadu. Did I do good? Kelio Biawadu. Let me know if I did halfway good. Yeah, it's crazy. And we got to sit here like sitting ducks. And like I said, it wasn't just hetero black people that just donated. I think the majority did. But it was a lot of them. And they got a lot of money. But look, LGBTQ, elemental P community, they ripped y'all off too. So they say black on black crime, and we say white on white crime. So what is it? Carpet muncher crime on carpet muncher crime? That's what y'all did. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, I did good. Okay, good. Good. And when you finish the book, I want you to come onto the show. My contact information will eventually scroll across the bottom, and we can help promote it. I'd love to, because you know a lot of folks are not going to want to touch that, but I will. I'm not afraid. I'm looking forward to that, brother. Lance at Lancescurv.com. There it is. I check that every few hours, if not every hour. And that's my forever number directly, but try to email first. And you can add me on WhatsApp. And all you'll need to add this number on WhatsApp, the American number there. So you can send me files and different things and whatever have you. Yeah. Alphabet Mafia. Yeah. They're going to take over the whole alphabet too. You just have to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. There ain't no gay in me. And it's like let me cook on that a little bit. They're maybe going to knock this one for hate speech, but hey, that's what they look for. But I have a right to my opinion. What have I said hateful? Did I say that I'm going to come after them and their style? No. Do what you do, because you got to face your maker. You got to face your filter. You got to face. It's just like when you steal. You didn't steal the stuff in the store just because you put it in your pockets. It's stealing when you try to walk out without paying it. Alphabet Mafia, for real. I'm going to start using that too, Oyala. Unbelievable. I know Jack Griffin's gonna laugh at this one. I got a friend who says, I've never, and I'll finish that off. I'll say, I've never seen anything like this or knew that this world would end up the way it is. Jack Griffin, I don't know if you remember, what were the name of them little comics? Chick something. Chick something. Chick Publications or something. They were little rectangular comics that were a little narrower than a pack of cigarettes and a little wider. And they would be little stories. And it would be a few pages long in panels. I don't think it was in color. I think it was in black and white. Maybe they had some color, but it was cheaper to print it in black and white. I know they had a lot in black and white. And these were Christian pamphlets. Chick Publications, correct. I know you know it. I know you know it, brother. Yeah, I love those. I'm an artist. I used to draw comics of my own and stuff like that. And I have that, let me make up a word, that comic-y kind of style of drawing. Yeah. And I remember there was one of them where they were prophesying over what the world was going to be like. And this is back in the 70s. And they were saying in there how, and they didn't call it the LGBTQ community back then, I don't believe. Yeah, you'd find them in phone booths. You'd find them at, like, if you go to a restaurant that was kind of busy, one might slip it under the mat and you'd find it there. But phone booths a lot. People would get these things and pass them out because they were small and they were intriguing. They would have a little something on the cover, like it was small. Like one side would be black and would have the letters of what the title was, and you see a little illustration or just the title. And you'd find them, and I'm like, man, I like these. And it hit home because it had but so much time to illustrate a point. And although they used scripture to refer what they were saying, they were well written and well drawn. And I remember there was one, and you got to remember it, Jack Griffin, when they spoke about the homosexual community taking over the world en masse in every level and power structure. taken over. They showed them protesting and all of this stuff, and you won't be able to say anything. I got to find it. That was fascinating. That was on point. So what if it was a Christian thing? I'm not going to knock truth, whatever form it comes in. Like I said, the drunk man helped give me directions out of Atlantic City when I was lost, and the people who lived there couldn't do it to get back on the highway. So truth is truth. I don't care the source. If it's truth, it's truth. We're all in a certain level of development. We're all in a different state, a different area, a different age, a different status. Hopefully we're getting better before we leave up out of here. So if I'm a little more advanced than you on that road, which your road might be different, and it may look like to me you're behind, but you're more advanced than me. I can't tell. I know I came out of a deep hole, which Jack Griffin, that's the wrong terminology for me to use. I've confessed some things recently to Jack Griffin that he never knew. Oh, I know his spirit knew, and he knew of certain things, but when I started laying it down, it's got to be, oh my God. But when you feel a certain way about somebody, you can open up that way. You see? And it's good to have relationships like that where you can open up and know that you're loved unconditionally. No homo. And that's the problem with us. These three young ladies who were brilliant enough, they were wickedly brilliant nonetheless. You see, the pimp and the preacher, they have the same ability and talent. One chooses to use it one way, and the other one chooses to use it a different way. But at the base, the gift of gab, the ability to just coerce somebody into something that they may, a lot of times when a person walks into a church, there's a big void there. They just went through something. They feel an emptiness inside. And I have no problem with that. But it's only when those wayward entities who may be there try to take advantage of them before they get what they need to get. It's almost like going to a hospital waiting room and you're waiting in there for hours. Might be the holiday season and there's a bug going around or a lot of crime going on that particular weekend. Domestic violence. The man doesn't find the money to pay his bills and his woman is talking to him and he feels he's nagging and he tries to hurt her. Unfortunately, that happens. But then here you are, you fell off a bike or a ladder and you busted your leg. You broke a part of your leg. And so you're in there with other people who may have sicknesses. So while you get the leg taken care of, now you come home with a bad case of the flu. Because of all the people there who are coughing and hacking up mucus and not covering up their mouths. It's hot in there. You're breathing the air, people sneezing. So this is what happens when you go to a house of worship. When you have many different people who are there with voids inside of them, but they're not on their feet 100%, and they don't have the commitment level. They may act that way, some of them, and it may not be the case. They're going through the motions. So you have a woman who's in there who is very friendly with men. And you have a man in the back row looking at her divine form who has the same thought in mind. And it's just a matter of time before you never see them again, but you see them together. What I'm saying is that we got to be careful with the voids that we have inside of us. We got to be careful of the people that we have inside of us because, that was a Freudian slip, but that was true, ladies. You got to be careful of the people you have inside of you. So I wasn't wrong. I did not make that up on purpose. But the people around you, to be more decent. My subconscious mind just jumped that one. Yeah, you got to be careful of the people you have inside of you. So I obviously wasn't talking to no man because there ain't no rainbow business going on over here. Because when you're healing up like a person who's in the hospital, who's in the isolation ward or area of the hospital. As much as you love them and want to hug them and kiss them when you see them behind that plastic or that covering that keeps germs from the outside to get into their system, you understand there's a bigger reason why it's that way. But too many of us don't want to leave the things we used to do or the people we used to do it with as we try to change over and heal ourselves. So we binge purge with the very thing that we have an addiction to. We binge on it and then we purge it. And sometimes I've noticed some of the biggest people in the church that are shouting the loudest were binging the night before. Not always. And it's anybody. It's not just Christians. It's just that I kind of sort of was raised in that situation. And even then, when I got into my own conundrums, I knew how to lie to myself while I was doing what I was doing. And I was doing a whole lot. Doing it and doing it and doing it well. She was raised out in Brooklyn. I spent a lot of nights out in Brooklyn. I'm not going here tonight, y'all. But the bottom line is that how much of our greatness has been compromised by decadent spirits? Because it wasn't just the fact that they're lesbians. Let's take that out of the equation. They were just damn thieves, greedy, selfish. But if I said that, people are going to take it to say, he's calling all lesbians selfish and greedy. I can't do that because I know some who are not. I know some who are very close friends of mine. We don't talk every single day. But I know their spirit that way, but I know their spirit another way. They ain't going for certain stuff. And they don't put their stuff out in the world like that. They draw a line. And for them to say that they're anti-family, nuclear family, the terms that they use, that means they got a problem with family. So they had a problem in my mind. That tells me they have a problem with their upbringing. What were their situations growing up? What did they see as children? Because I know a lot of lesbians who are not anti-family. I mean, their very lifestyle is anti-family because they ain't going to have no family, right? But they're not attacking it. They leave it be. And they do whatever it is they do away from that. But they're there at the barbecues and the cookouts and the weddings, and they ain't trying to toughen up their look with no big, heavy truck driver looking boots and heavy jeans and keys jingling and the kerchief out the back and the low haircut. You wouldn't even know. And they try to turn around and say, how are you going to be anti-family and talk about love? That's sick in itself. Well, the LGBTQ community is all about love. But these three are part of an organization where it's anti-family. How are you going to have family if you don't have real love? So maybe what you're talking about ain't love. It's lust, but you don't want to admit it. It's crazy. You turn the words around and you don't realize how stupid you sound. I'm looking at this one's eyes in the middle, man. She's getting me. She probably stabbed me in the back. You're too hetero. Let's get rid of them. I don't hit women, but if they had some knives at me, we're going to see some moves going on. Wow. Oh, you sent a photo? You sent it to me? Let me see. In the WhatsApp? Let me see. Oh, yeah, let me look at this here. Okay. Give me a second, y'all. This phone don't have long to live, this phone, but okay, give me a second. It's gonna take a second for this thing to and I've been hesitant on getting the phone because see out here in Accra, out here in Ghana, they charge you the shipping charges. You know, it's not like they just sell it at the same equivalent price. They add on like double the price for a good phone. Okay, let me open this up. Oh, look at this. Patrice Cullors and her wife, Janaea Khan. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. A homo family affair. Oh! Hold on, y'all. It's going to take me a second to get this photo off of my phone and onto the screen, but I'm going to do it. Okay, let me come out of this. Let me send this out first. When I send stuff, like sometimes I'll be between two computers, and instead of I'll send it on WhatsApp and download it on WhatsApp on the other computer. And I always send it like to Mrs. Scurv, because who am I going to send it to? Okay, I sent that to her. So when I go in this, open this up, I know that's a retarded way of doing it. I just like doing it that way. Okay, let's open up here. It's not letting me. What's going on? It's a conspiracy. Okay, link devices. Let's link this. Bear with me through the process. This is a lot faster than childbirth. Okay. It's connecting. Damn, serious. Black lives. They don't care, but they must have been high-fiving when the money came in. Just high-fiving it. Okay, yeah, good. Let's download this. Okay. Let me put another name to this. Child, I don't know what world we're living in. Like my mother used to say, you know, chances are, you know, it's usually the parent that goes before the child. And my mother used to always say, I don't want to see what you're going to see in this world in coming decades. Not saying I'm glad to leave out early, but I don't want to be around and see this stuff. I know exactly what she meant. Now let's come on and upload it through so I can show you. Thank you, Gifty. Thank you so much. Just give me a second. Okay, we'll put this up. Put this up. So this is proof positive. Okay. Here we go. Bang! Wow. Come on, man. Come on. Let's go back to the banner. That's the one on the left side. Yeah, see? That little thing over her left eye. Toward the middle, but toward the left. Dang, gone it. Okay, let's look here. Did she have her hair relaxed here? Was it in locks or just the photos blurry? Come on, y'all. And you are aggressively against the family, but you want to follow in the traditions of the family. What kind of mess is that? You want to erase what has been? If you don't agree with it, I can't stop you from doing what you do. Leave it alone, but don't go against it. But yet and still, because I voice my opinions, you want to say I'm against you. I have seen this activity in front of my eyes for many years. I know what it's like. I've been up close and personal to it. And it's something, it is a spirit. It is something I'm not saying this like electricity jumps into you, like when you pop dance and all of a sudden, you know, you touch the wrong person, you come out as a carpet muncher. No, I'm not saying that. But it's, let me go in. Let me just shoot from the hip. And I think maybe kind of sort of because of my past dealings with many women like this, because of my old relationship, that I'm privy to a little bit. And we all, no matter what our preferences are, have gone through a lot of pain. But I've known personally many women who chose this, that when you dig beneath the surface and get to know, there's a lot of trauma and a lot of delusion. And I'm being very honest. I love all my sisters, even when they may not be what they were supposed to be, which is going to get me a lot of flack by saying that. I don't care. I'm going to tell you whose sperm fertilized that egg. And the one in the white looks like she's pregnant. Let me, it's an observation. I've said this before. I'm not trying to be politically correct, but it seemed like women who are pregnant, they seem to be very attractive to other lesbian women who want to be the man. Like when there's a man who abandoned that pregnant woman, there's also a lesbian saver hoe to save the day. I'll be your man. I'll be there for you. And they reinforce the feeling against that man that left, which is not a good thing. So I'm going to come against the man that left also if he left being someone who ran away from his responsibilities. But they use that momentum. And at that particular sensitive time, they don't want any other man coming around, even if it's the woman's brother, because you want to be in that role. Come on, man. We know we have women in our community of all sizes. And I righteously love them all. Like, not like I'm trying to love them all or get with them, but it's a overall thing until proven otherwise, where I have to pull back. I'm going to give you this first, unconditionally, until you show me that I need to pull back, no matter who and what you are, because the Creator still made you. And wherever you find yourself, you can find yourself back where you should be. There's a young lady who came on and did many shows who lived that life. Go in the archives of this show and search Purify Love, that sister. Masterclass for real. There's something going on under there. Sperm or calories, something going on under there. A little tougher for homegirl to get to that part, but I don't know. She knows, I don't know, but there's something going on under there. But Purify Love, she'll tell you. She was one of them. I wish I can pull it up and play it. Let me. We got a lot of videos going on, y'all. Let me see. Let me go to my channel first. I don't want to do a general search. Let's go there. I was so shocked to see Henry Kissinger was still alive. He was all gnarled up in like a wheelchair. I think he went to that Bilderberger secret gathering. Okay, let me see something. I'm going to bring her back. Purify Love, Lancescurv. Let's see if that pulls it up. Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa, 5. 5 shows that we did. We need a category for her. Okay, Purify Love speaks on lesbianism, life, love, and true spirituality. I think that's the one. That was a short show, and I think the other one was 4 hours and 18 minutes. The other one was 2 hours and 51 minutes. The short one was we did an after show, which was and we made a dope banner on that one. But this after show wrap up, that was 7 years ago. I'm getting long in the tooth on YouTube. That one, okay, I'm not going to name the title, but out of the 5, one had 278 views. One had 706 views. The other one had 3,300 views. And the one on top had 2,600 views. She was going in. If she made that video now, it would have been shut down. That's just one that they overlooked. But let me just take this after show, and I'm gonna put it up here, and I'm gonna play it. Oh God, I can't go on the full screen right now. I want to show this one for a second. All right, so we'll take these. Okay, I can't put the banner up, but I got to take this one down. So we'll wait until that time comes. I'm gonna play. I don't know which one is the most effective, and I'm not gonna play like everything, but let me go in here and share the screen. Okay, present, share, purify love. I gotta call her, because if she was up now, she'd come right up. She's like that. I can go. And you know what? She admits that she keeps herself away from certain situations. You see what I mean? So that thing doesn't really leave you like that. Okay, I got to take this one off. Let me go back here and play it. Now, I don't know what parts. I may have to jump around, but here we go. Let me know if you can hear the audio while this plays. I'm going to let it play.
You are now listening to the Lancescurv Show, the boldest spot on internet radio.
This Friday is going to be phenomenal having you here talking with us, Mrs. Purify Love. And
yes.
You have a heck of a testimony that's wonderful, but you know a lot of people might not go for it and everything in between. Mm-hmm. I just want you to share with the world basically, you know, and I'm gonna ask you a few questions because we're just chopping it up. This is just to give everybody a taste of who you are, and I'm honored to speak with you. And I'm gonna admit, I know you're a very busy person. Sometimes it's hard to catch up with you. I'm like, one day we're gonna have our conversation, and I can't wait for Friday. But talk to us.
Yes, you know, like you said, you know, I have an interesting story, and I have a movement called the Purify Love Movement, as you know. Mm-hmm. And, you know, basically what I do is, or my vision is to be able to share what I've been through, my life story, to be able to bring, you know, people of all backgrounds, races, ethnicities, religions, sexual orientations, and the like together on a common ground to be able to create change and to be able to relate to each other. Mm-hmm. I am a follower of Yeshua, mm-hmm. Which is the true name for Christ. I'm no Christian, though, and I'm always adequate and intentional on saying that because I feel like, you know, people put you under a certain particular category when you label yourself or give yourself labels that I feel like men have given us to try to divide us and conquer us. But I respect everybody's, you know, background and religion or, you know, lifestyle preference or whatever.
Yes.
But I am intentional on saying that, you know, I was one that being an ex-lesbian mm-hmm.
Came
out of a lifestyle of lesbianism as well as bisexuality. Mm-hmm. And I was in it for roughly about, I say when I completely came forward with no residue or anything like that.
Right.
I'd probably say roughly about between 28 to 30 years. And it was always remnants of that trying to manifest in my life. Mm-hmm. When I turned 17, I found Yeshua, which is means Jesus in Hebrew.
Yes.
I don't really use Jesus a lot, or I try not to,
right.
as to maintain the authenticity of his true name.
Yes.
But 17 is when, you know, I a time in my journey where, I felt that he was calling me out of that particular lifestyle so that I could be able to help some others. I started what the church may term nowadays an ex-gay ministry. I didn't really call it that, but people tended to generalize and put me in that category.
Right.
I would just say that, I made myself available to people that wanted to come out. Not everybody wants to, and I respect that. I have gay friends, of course. Nothing's changed in terms of, who I love as far as friends and family and things like that.
Right.
But at the same time, I do make myself available to those that are looking for a way out of that and don't particularly feel like that is where they're supposed to be. Some feel like that's where they're supposed to be, and some don't. But that's one, one part of my story. And there's other parts, as well, such as being adopted, being an orphan, being a foster child, going through rapes and gang rape, molestation.
Oh, wow.
And a list of things coming from a Masonic family.
Yes. Oh man.
The
Whoa, we got a lot to talk about. Oh.
The list goes on and on. And I don't. Again, I never intend to offend anyone by sharing my story, but it is my unique story, and I respect myself, and I expect others to, respect my journey as well as I respect everybody else's journey, whatever they so choose. But my end all and my vision is love, and because I've been through so much, and have been out in the streets before, homeless 3 times, hustled, so push pounds of weight before, had guys running for me and things like that. Man. Been in jail and things like that. It really, I don't regret anything that I did, even the homosexuality,
Right.
or hustling or doing drugs or whatever I did, because it made me more. Personally, I believe it made me more well-rounded to understand people,
Right.
and understand the minds of people from all walks of life, and not to look at people to judge people, but to love and understand what people are going through. And so it helped me to be able to relate. And, that's really my vision, is that, we could understand each other better, and, we need positive change on this earth. And I feel like if we could set aside, pointing fingers at each other and really understand that we're all brothers and sisters, regardless of wherever you come from,
Exactly.
whatever your background is, that we could, make more positive change on this earth.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And you know what? I know many people would focus on just one aspect of your journey, and I'll call it a journey.
Yeah, sure.
And I applaud you, because see, who else is more qualified to talk on any one of those factions than you? I mean, you are a walking, talking movie. It's not even a movie. You're a daggone miniseries. I mean, we're talking about the hustling and I mean, oh man. So, folks.
When I was growing up, people used to say, "Man, your life is like a Lifetime movie." And
for real,
it's funny because I said, well, one day, hey, maybe that's what it was meant for. Maybe it'll be a movie, And I feel like everybody's story matters. You don't have to necessarily have a hard life or go through a lot of rough things, like how some of the others did, in order to have a great story. I feel like everybody has a great journey and a great story, and that they should tell that story, and that they should, be open, because you just never know who can learn something from, what you've gone through or what you've grown through. And I feel like that's what the journey is all about. It's about growth, and it's about evolution, evolving into that which you are to become, which has not fully manifested. Yeah, I'm not in my full manifestation, neither you or anyone else. We're watching each other come into our manifestation, so I feel like if we can set aside, these differences and share with each other, we can help each other to become those things that we're supposed to be, whether it's a business owner, whether it's, an entrepreneur, whether, it's a person that wants a sewing company, or whatever your passion is. I feel like, everybody has a gift to see something in someone else. And if we just, set aside some of these things, then we can really get down to business and really get each other on the right path, which is, finding your passion and finding your purpose.
That's right. That's right. Awesome. Awesome. I know people are going to have like so much to think about. We're going to do this show January 15th, 2016. And we're shooting for 9 p.m. But I'm going to leave that open, sweetheart, because something may, you have a busy schedule, but folks have to keep up with Lancescurv, Lancescurv.com, the app, the website, everything will be out there, social media, but it will be 9. But just in case it changes, because we'll leave that open because you have a very busy schedule and life can be unpredictable sometime. But, wow. Now, wait a second. I'm going to ask you 1 or 2 questions before because this is just a tease. This is not the real thing. I'm going to get back to what people are going to focus on the most. They're going to say, wait a second. You're going to have that faction of people out there, those individuals will say, wait a second, you said lifestyle. I was born this way. So how dare you say lifestyle like it's a shirt you can change because you want a different style? You can't change that because you were born that way and that's in you and you could never get away from that. How dare you say that? You're hating on us.
Right. I have gotten that a lot over the years. You have your people that accept it and you have your people that hate it. And I get that because I too, used to believe the same thing. I used to believe that, I was born that way. I was born a man. And, you couldn't tell me, that, anything otherwise than that. And I feel like, not to say that it's something that, I believe that some people, it is a stage and you can grow out of it. For some people, they believe that they're born that way. And, I respect what the ideologies that they have, but do I follow that? No, I don't. I don't believe that a person is born that way from my personal belief system. I believe that there's several factors involved. I believe that, spirituality has a big part to do with the type of path in life that your life takes, whatever type of religion you choose to follow, whatever types of people you choose to study, their lifestyle preferences can influence yours as well. I believe that with me personally, certain factors, being molested by a female, being raped, twice, once by, my first boyfriend and the second time being gang raped by a couple men. I believe that those things caused me to have hatred towards men, and also caused me to have hatred towards myself as a female. Yes. But also I believe that there's a lot of spiritual factions that people don't understand sometimes. When we talk about spirits enter via intercourse. Spirits can enter a person via what they're studying. Spirits can enter a person via the DNA background of the family that they came from. And so we're talking about some really intense situations that can affect the biological makeup of a person. And once you take all those things into consideration, you have to make sure that you're being yourself at core. And I never felt like that at core, was fully me. I know what I had been told. I know, I hung around gay people that fueled that, that gay passion in me, to have that gay pride and, all those different things. And I had those influences around me. Plus, I had feelings for a woman, which I believe definitely came from the molestation by my godmother of my adopted family that started when I was 3 years old, after I was adopted into this current family I have now. But, the thing about it is that I believe that we have to definitely take into consideration all of the factors and all of the factions spiritually that can affect a person's mind, heart, spirit, soul, will, emotions, and all those different things. Yes. And so, like I said, I respect those that have their belief system, but each person has to stand on their own truth. And my personal truth is I definitely don't believe that a person can be born that way. I believe that there are factors that promote people to go in certain directions. And if they so choose after, analyzing who they are, if they so choose to continue on with that, and that's what they feel that they need to do, put more power to you. That their life is none of my business. Right. The only time that I interfere or give suggestion or help is when people ask. I'm not a Christian, and I don't go around bashing people. You need to come out of the lifestyle and all this other type of stuff. I believe that, when a person is ready and if that's something they desire, they will seek. It's an old saying that goes, when you're ready, the teacher will appear.
Yes.
You know, and not that I have all the answers, because I don't. And you know, I feel like I am justified to talk about it, and to give some insights based upon my experience or my personal expertise from, you know, what I used to go through it and come out of it, because I have been in it and because it was my life. It's
Right.
one thing if I'm sitting in church and the pastor's trying to tell me something about coming out homosexuality, or you need to come out, but you ain't never been gay. You don't know what the lifestyle like. You don't know
Yes.
the mindset. You don't know nothing about it. And so I feel like a lot of people like to talk about homosexuality, but you ain't never been in it. That's like talking to an inmate, you know, trying to tell the inmate, you know, I'm telling you, you know, there's a whole nother life out here. You need to, you know, get yourself together and get you a legal hustle and stuff like that. The first thing he's going to ask you is, have you ever been locked up, and have you ever hustled before? So, I mean, you have to have some validity and background experience in what you're talking about. That's just how I feel personally.
Yes.
And I feel like because we don't have that, because we have so many people that's talking about homosexuals in a negative light and not really loving them, like I, you know, experienced the love from people that did not judge me. And I found my own truth, my own way, in my own time with my own light. You know, I feel like, you know, if we had a more organic approach and let people choose what they want to do with their life, then we can have more positive outcomes.
Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
Wow. I just want to really get into that dialogue when the time comes. And I'm not going to stretch it out too long, because I'm getting warmed up like this is the actual interview and the real thing, you know. And
we're about to go in, brother. We about to go in. But no, honestly, all jokes aside, you know, I just, you know, like I said, my vision is love, and you know, I want everybody to feel love, no matter where they come from, you know. So, you know, my outlook is just to share, you know, and, you know, those that can grasp whatever, you know, so it may not even be the homosexuality piece, you know.
Right.
It could be any piece, you know, because it's been so many different facets that can relate to any type of person. You know, whatever a person can grab from me, you know, before I die, I feel like, you know, that, you know, if you're not giving, you know, you're not really living. You know, I feel like we're sent on this earth to give to each other. And, you know, however I can help to give to somebody, you know, I want to be able to do that no matter where they come from, you know, what background or whatever. So, you know, whatever direction, you know, like I said, that the interview goes in, you know, I'll just let it flow, and, you know, people are going to have questions, and that's fine. You know, and everybody's not going to agree, and some people are going to agree. And I'm not really doing it for the agreement or the accolades or anything like that. I'm more so doing it for informational purposes, for counseling purposes, for you know, love purposes, you know, just to show, you know, it's okay to respect where each other come from, and still we can be all right. We can be friends. We can be family. We can still love each other, you know, and respect where each other comes from, and learn something. You know, I've learned a lot from homosexuals, a whole lot. You know, that's the lifestyle that I live.
Right.
You know, there's no people that's more loving than homosexuals. There's no people that are more giving than homosexuals, you know, and I can say that because I lived a lifestyle and I saw that.
Yes.
There's no people that you know, some of the most talented people come from, you know, the LGBT community. And so there are a lot of positives that are not shined on the LGBT community as well. And so, you know, I feel like, you know, everybody needs to stop pointing a finger, because we all got something in our closet. We all got something that, you know what I'm saying, we could be judged for. And no, as they say, no one sin is greater than the other. I've always been, you know, a firm believer in that. And I feel like that's God's way, you know, because he already knew before he created us that we would be certain ways, you know. And so we had to take in consideration his view, and not what people think and what society projects through TV, media, the news, and all these different various facets to try to, again, cause division. We got to use common sense and say, you know what, set aside all that. Let's talk about it. And let's try to understand each other. It's hard work, but somebody has to do it if we really want to, you know, make some positive change here.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I'm ready now, but we gotta wait until Friday. You know, again, I'm going to say it like this.
You got me started, bro. You done got me.
I'm not stopping you now.
I'm in the paint. I usually play basketball. I'm in the paint right now. I'm in the paint. You got me up in the paint.
I'm not trying to stop you. Just know that. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's going to be wonderful. I just want to tell everybody who's listening on this particular video that the call-in number is 888-575-3769. You call in directly. If you can't watch it on YouTube, because it's going to be live, or you can watch it, and it's going to be on the Lancescurv YouTube channel. You'll see the live stream as it's happening when you go there. You can't miss it. And Purify Love, we love you, and I'm proud of you. I'm inspired by you.
Thank you so
And I'm just going to say, this is just going to be the first of many, because there's no way to justify what you've learned in your walk in just one little chit chat, sit down session of an interview. Like I said, and I wish you all the best. You're doing a wonderful work, and you are specially made and trained because of your walk into your ministry. See,
that was powerful.
No, but it's true. Who else is more qualified? Because it's like back in the day. I was talking to this brother of mine, a friend of mine, and he was shooting heroin, and he was saying, "Hey man, I have all these people coming to me, telling me, go to church. They don't know what it's like, man. And I want to change, but it wasn't until the other day when I ran into this brother who he used to shoot with me." And it woke me up, and he sat down with me, man, while I was doing it. He wasn't even flinching like the other people. Oh, I can't watch this, because he did it. And he told me how it felt to come out of it. And I believed him, because he was worse with it than I was. You know what I mean? So this is what we need, people who are the specialists, because they walk that walk. I can't do what you do because I haven't gone through what you've gone through. Maybe we have some kind of overlap in this country, but you're the specialist. So I want everybody to come out and listen to you, and we'll open up the lines after a while, according to how it flows. It may be sooner or later, or maybe later. It might be, we'll let it flow like that. You control it. The Spirit will lead you, and good things are going to happen that night.
I'm excited. And that was powerful. That story that you shared. The power of relating to people. I mean, it's a lot of power that a lot of people hold that don't even know they have that power. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And this is just a matter of opening up your mouth and sharing. It's not about going to church. You know what I mean? In today's society, a lot of people are getting away from church. They're seeing the propaganda that's promoted there. They're seeing the hypocritical, attributes and things like that. And, from all the scriptures I read, from what I know, reading, the Bible, the Torah, the Tanakh, even the Quran, it says that we are the church. And so, the thing about it is, man has created buildings that were not, God's original purpose. I don't knock anyone that feels that they need that, you know what I'm saying, for their spiritual growth, for their spiritual walk. Right. I don't knock that. Right. I believe you should follow your own inner conviction by all means, and do what you feel God is telling you, or the Spirit is telling you, but at the same time, realize that that's not something that you need when you can communicate to God yourself. He can teach you himself. That's right. You know what I'm saying? And you can learn by your journey that he's taking you through. It is so that you can learn and grow and again evolve into who he purposed you to be. And so, this is not about whether you should go to church or not, because at the end of the day, we are churches to each other. Yes. We show by example, we live by example, we teach by example, and that doesn't mean being perfect. In my love ministry, and I term myself a love minister, more so than just like just a preacher or minister or whatever. But, my thing is, I always tell and teach people, it's not about being perfect. Take your focus off of trying to be perfect, because you'll never be perfect. I will never, ever be perfect. The more I try to be perfect or have tried to be perfect, I got worse. And that's because we're human. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to mess up. We're going to royally mess up. And so the thing about it is, learn to be perfect in your imperfection. And that's what I teach. You know what I mean? Learn that your imperfection is what makes you unique from somebody else. My imperfection is different from your imperfection, but there's beauty in that imperfection. Every bird doesn't have, full wings. They might have a clipped wing. They might have, a broken leg. Does that not make that creature beautiful because they have that? No, it makes them different and unique and even more beautiful because they don't look like the clones of the rest.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Wonderfully said. Oh, yeah. I can't wait. Yeah. I feel
it's
like
about accepting you. It's about accepting you and loving you. And the better you love you, the more others can see that love in you and say, man, well, She love herself. Oh, I know she got some little messed up areas in her. I can love myself too, you know, and that's when you become free. You become free as you let yourself free and as you let others be free. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm gonna end it right
I'm
there.
gonna get out the paint, though. I'm gonna get out the paint.
No, the way you ended it there.
Rope on my ankle, man. Stop pulling me in now. You're pulling me in. You're pulling me in. I'm like, I got time to show love. Oh, he shouldn't have gave me that. Let me go ahead and work these 3 minutes. I'm about to work these 3 minutes.
Well, me, it's always unlimited because what you say is truth and it's music to my ears and it feeds my soul, just as I know it's gonna feed everybody else. So I'm looking forward to that. And
likewise, brother. Likewise.
Just don't forget it, brother. Friday, January 15th, 9 p.m.
Okay.
That's Eastern Standard Time. And
Yes.
yeah, we'll do it that way. And I'll leave it at that. And you have a wonderful night. And we'll be counting down. I'm looking forward to the comments, the anticipation. Share the link. We're going to be here. The Purify Love Movement by Purify Love. And we're going to leave it at that. Sister, you have a wonderful night.
Thank you. You too, brother.
Okay. Take care.
Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Make sure to check out the boldest blog at Lancescurv.com and follow Scurv on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube under Lancescurv.
Wow. I said I was going to play a few minutes, but it sucked me in. It was like, this is too good. Wow. I got to get her back on. That was like 7 years ago. That was what, 2016? Yeah. Wow. And I'm hearing myself. It's weird listening to myself because when I do these shows, I don't listen to myself. I just talk. Okay, boom, what's the next one? Wow, time sure flies. This is 2023. And I mean, I was doing it years before then on YouTube. And before YouTube, just the writing and drawing. And I got a lot of interviews also. I got to pull one of those up from like 2002, 2003. Those were funny. Those were real funny. And there's a couple more I have to find because there's a lot out there. When I was doing the artwork, I was getting interviewed like 3 times a week. So I know as I start that up, it'll pick up like that because like people don't know me that way now. People that are on the show now, they're like, I didn't know you're an artist, you draw. You know, so it's and then to speak to someone like her then, and she got married and had a child and, you know, the evolution and you cross people's lives and you get a little time to chit chat with them and they drop a bit of their movement, their soul, their journey. And you look back at it and it's like, wow. And that's the beauty of it too. Yeah, Gifty and Oyala and Master Glam and Nick Genre Fayes, y'all were digging it. Everybody else was too. But that was like years ago. I love it. There's some stuff, you know, we're going to start digging up stuff sometime. We do a show and say, okay, let's take 10 minutes and listen to this old one. There's a lot of old stuff out there that was what I was, you know, and that was what I realized is that was a taste. That was like a 24-minute with the intros and outros and everything, a little clip to promote the show we were going to have on that Friday. And there was one, I don't know, there was a show, one of those shows we did, it really got heated. People calling in and she went off on one of them. And it was kind of uncharacteristic. She went off. Like she went off like she was back in the day, but talking righteous and stuff. And it was just those moments. Those are good too. Those are good too to experience that energy. And it's documented forevermore. I think there's going to be a rainstorm coming soon. And sometimes when it, you know, I'm not sure exactly which one, but I may have to cut it soon. Or this may, when it rains hard, something happens and poof, the power goes out. So if it does that, I'm coming back. But I don't think it's so bad right now. I'm just hearing the winds because sometimes, and that's very scary out here. Because right now for me, it's 2:18. You know, that's my time when I'm up and everything. Even though I try to go to bed, you know, a little earlier. But sometimes you fall asleep early and all of a sudden, woo, and it feels like it's going to knock off this concrete apartment building, right? Yeah. The past shows, there are a lot of them. And Oyala, I know she digs down for the older video. She tells me that. And there are a lot that maybe the banners weren't that good, but sometime the content was, and sometime, you know, we were out there. They're all kind of regulars that came and left. And I'm not sure which one that was out of the 5 that I found, but remember, like I said earlier, she was on more shows just popping in. Like if I said, hey, listen, we want a bunch of people to call in, folks would call in, and then she'd call in, but it wasn't like showcased as her show, right? But she was there. One time there, 2 hours, one time there, maybe 30 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever, just to share her thoughts. But that's what it was. And I'm gonna say it the Ebonic way and say, yes, Oyala always finds good ones. No, I'm gonna say it the Ebonic way. Oyala be finding them. Oyala be finding them. Let me see what we did. And just something. Oh yeah. And I'm gonna playing around with the graphics and stuff. I'm gonna do that. I keep saying I gotta make shirts. I'm gonna try to make 2 tomorrow. I can make 10 like real quick. I've done it where I'm on a show and everybody's talking. If there are more people and I go off to the side, somebody said something, bling, I make a show, I make a shirt about it. You know what I mean? I keep them cheap, keep them affordable and quality, you know? But yeah, and as the years go by, and you know, this is why I'm locked in on this trajectory in 2023, because of the foundation of all of those other ones and countless hours of conversation. Countless hours of conversation. I remember in the Blog Talk Radio days, there was I had the 2-hour level of whatchamacallit, of service there, right? And they gave you a 3rd hour. So when the 2nd hour was over, you better be on that call, because there's no way you can call in at that point from the 2nd to 3rd hour. But you got 2 that anybody can call in on. But the sound quality was a little iffy. Their MP3 wasn't as clear, you know. So when I started doing my own upload straight to YouTube, and then YouTube in 2015, started the live streaming, and I started with that at the end, and those were straight corny. Those were straight corny. Lighting all wrong, sound all wrong, everything all wrong. That's like Manny Fresh. House real big, car real big, booty real big. Everything was wrong. Sound real wrong, video wrong. Right? But, you know, you evolve, and, you know, you try to, you know, there's a lot of shows with like little bloopers in there, something like that. I remember I was doing a show with a brother named Kirk, who I did a few video shorts on. And we had my banner behind me, and I was getting up to go to the bathroom. I had to walk behind him, and I grabbed onto the banner and slipped and almost busted my backside. It was classic, right? Yeah. Oh, it's raining hard by you too, Kersey? I think it's about to rain right now, because this wind coming off of the hill, off the mountain, really. I call it a hill. But it's coming down hard. But we're gonna roll, we're gonna rock out. Ain't that something for somebody who was a little sleepy earlier? And Mrs. Scurv then started me up and ran off the bed. No, but I don't regret it. I love it. I know everything's real big. Portfolio big. So this is it's amazing. Like I say, you know, it's a shadow ban situation, because with the amount of subscribers that I have on this platform, and sometimes, I mean, it can't even get 1,000 hits sometime, which again, it doesn't bother me, you know. Yeah, y'all, they evolved. It was so like elementary back then, you know, the program I was using, the things I was trying to learn, the things I couldn't do because the program couldn't do it. And I want to take time and like get even better, you know, get even better. Yeah, Gifty said thing. Yeah. She didn't have to push me out for the first round to do the show, but I was feeling a little fatigued, and I ate a little bit, you know, a little bit of the itis hit me, but no, nothing was going to stop me, you know, because like I said, I have to do Monday through Friday. And sometimes if I, every few weeks, let a day go, it might be a Saturday or a Sunday, you know, but this is no different than me sitting down talking on the phone to people. You know, like some people get on the phone and talk for 6 hours. They do that every day. Well, why can't at least I do 2 or 3, whatever? I'll say an hour. At minimum, I'm going to do a live show as an hour, unless there's something like I got to go in 30 minutes, but I'm going to just talk a little bit here. But I always make up for it. You know, and I love the vibe with those who are here with me. SK Chandler, I didn't acknowledge you. I'm seeing you. I meant to say hi. And Kersey, I said hi earlier. You know, wow. It messed up your connection. I know it does that. I hate that. I'll have a better connection when I'm up in the mountains. I will. Less power outages, less people, all new lines, everything. So there's a friend that's going to show me. He's moving out here, and I met him online. His wife is already out here, and he's coming out here, and he's going to show me how to boost my internet with, you know, the satellite dishes. He knows all of this stuff. So I have a real strong signal, you know, dependable electricity, and eventually maybe solar or something like that. But I'm gonna have like a little solar thing. There's a thing I saw that's really not expensive for what it gives, and it can give you 11 hours of multiple computers and everything strong for at least 14 hours on a full charge. I'm like, wow, I wouldn't even run that charge down, and it's portable. So I'm like, wow, eventually I got to get that. But you know, generator and all that stuff, I'll be covered with the studio. There'll be some hellified live shows with guests on the show and in person in the studio. We're going to hang out. It's going to be a hangout. They're not doing nothing like what I plan on YouTube. I'm not bragging. I'm just aspiring the energy. But it will be a little difficult for many who are in a crowd. Not difficult, but they're going to really have to spend time when they come up there. It's not like, oh, I'm just going to pass by and then leave. Yeah, you can drive up and come back down. But when we do something like that, it's going to be like long. We're going to hang. I'm going to have multiple cameras. I got to get back into the OBS program. It's not like something you pay for. It's what do they call it? Open source. And I used to do a lot of my older shows with that, where I could just formulate the screen whichever way I wanted and put the chat room right on the screen. So you didn't have to even look to the side or open anything up. It's right there next to you. Multiple cameras. I got to get back into that. But they got so advanced. There's so many things added on that I have to have somebody help me with that. Because it's like you're a college professor, but you got to go back to what you did in school. And it's like, okay, I know this stuff, but I don't have to go as hard with this because I'm teaching now. Well, it's the same thing. So I'm looking forward just to be creative and everything. And the way I paint them walls and decorate the studio and all of that stuff. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Hold on. I'm coming. Get your mind up the gutter. I don't mean that way. Somebody upstairs or next door, they're like, what is he doing in there? But this brings me a lot of joy to share this energy into, just be here with you, you know? Yeah, Kersey said, I sleep like I'm never going to sleep again. That's right. When you get down, sometimes I sleep so deep, I find myself massaging my face in the pillow. Mrs. Scurv does that. I say, oh, you're like a little baby. Don't wake me up. Don't wake me up. You always wake me up. Hold on. I'm coming. I don't want to tell no nasty stories, but it was a church lady I knew. She was paranoid. Now, when you come over, if you're walking down the street, because you got to park your car around the corner now. I don't want you driving your car up in this driveway and people know I got a man coming up in here. I'm like, I got to park around the corner? Yeah, you got to park around the corner because I got a reputation to hold on to. But what she did, I was wondering, why are you doing this if you got this reputation, right? So why am I saying this? You'll realize it in a second. So I parked the car around the corner. And if you see them boys across the street, don't turn up in my yard. Just keep going on straight. We didn't have cell phones back then. So I had to go down by the corner and lean up by a tree. Wait for them guys to leave, but they were leaving soon. Then some guy came from the inside of the house of the tree I was leaning up. Hey man, what you doing out there? What you need to get to stepping. Had his hand behind his back. I wasn't gonna try him. I was like, yeah, I got you, man. No problem. So let me see you around here no more. All I could see is a reflection of his glasses because it was dark in the doorway. I said, man, I'm risking my life for this foolishness. So I walked back down the block. The guys are dissipating. They're walking around. And I passed the house again. So they got all the way. But they kept looking at me like, why is this guy walking down the block? So I turned around and walked back up. And she had the door cracked. And she told me before, just come on, just like you live here. Just don't hang around in the front waiting for me to come. Just push the door on in and come on in. And just walk on up the steps. I'm like, I trusted her because I knew her, but I mean, I didn't know her that well, but I know she's not going to set me up and like dudes are in there with baseball bats beating me down. So I walked up the steps and there was some older woman who was like family, like that lived on the first floor. Like, don't walk in the middle of the steps. Walk on the outside parts because see, you walk in the middle, that's the part that creak. I'm like, oh man, the old lady ain't going to hear that. Probably full of medication and fast asleep with her mouth open. So I walked up, got inside. Psst, right here. That's the first time, right? So it was the summertime. So close the door. I'm so glad you're here. Look at that muscle. You look so good. I wish I could just have you all to myself, but I'm going to have you all to myself right now tonight. It's going to be me and you, baby. So I'm like, she's talking more smack than anything else for a church lady. So the calisthenics happen and the aerobics happen and, you know, the Taebo happens, you know, and all of a sudden, I'm coming. Now the window was wide open. I'm coming. Oh, Lord, I'm coming. I mean, I can't do it too loud because I'm in an apartment myself, right? And right now it's like 2:31 in the morning. She's screaming it. I'm trying to reach around and, well, that told the position I was in from behind, but I'm reaching around to get them out. I was like, oh, the people next door, their lights came on. And she wouldn't shut up. I said, well, let me help her finish. So I'll be going. I didn't want to leave, but I didn't want to be rude, but she was so loud. And she called it out so calm. She was screaming it. And her reputation went right out the window. You know, we got to meet somewhere else. You can't be coming over my house because you made me loud like that. No, you didn't know how to bite them pillows or something. I didn't want to end the show on a note like that, but when I heard the song, hold on, I'm coming, yelling it. And when I left, everybody's looking at me. I left about 30 minutes later, soon to be daybreak. I'm walking down the street, people all up the steps. They had to see who it was. They didn't know I was leaving, but God dog. Yeah, she needed it. Everybody's laughing. Yeah. I always tell some old battle stories in a comical way, not in a dirty old man kind of way. I don't do that. It's all love. It's all fun. I am who I am. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man. Doot, doot. Let me see what message this was that came in. I forgot I had this picture up that Gifty sent me. Let me see. I'm just getting a message right now. Yes, bite them pillows. Exactly. I'm glad you like it. I was talking so much smart, slick stuff tonight with Mrs. Scurv. She like, you funny tonight. You should do like a comedy show. I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm funny. If I don't try to be funny. If I'm funny, I'm just funny because I'm funny. But if I try to be funny, you know, it's like I'm not funny. It just has to flow. Because I had her cracking up when we went outside earlier, and we took that walk. And on the way back, I realized why she was like, "Turn down here, okay? Turn here, turn down there." I'm like, "You act like you know where you're going. Yeah, turn here. Yes, there it is." There were plants like on the side of the road that nobody owned. And this is why I brought these bags. Now get the pulling on that one, the red one, and get this one. I'm like, this is what you got me out here for? So I'm always joking with her like that. But I was talking smack. I said, you always get me caught up in some crime, some criminal activity. She's like, there's nothing like that out. There's no crime out here. Nobody owns this bit of land right here. Nobody's paying any mind. I'm like, yeah, you're right. But how it look? You know what I mean? And she started holding my hand. I said, no, don't hold my hand. Make me an accessory. I'm gonna act like I don't know you in court. No, I don't know nothing about them plants. I don't do no gardening. I'm an internet guy. No, I wouldn't throw her on the bus. I was playing with her. But it seemed like everybody in the world was coming around when we were trying to snatch them plants. And it wasn't anything bad because a lot of people out here don't even do their yards and do their gardens. They're looking for food. If you got mangoes growing, they're going to take it. So anyway, yeah, I'm coming. Always keep an available pillow to bite. And me, when the person's loud, I'm quiet. All you hear is pure nostril breathing. I'm gonna tell you one more tip, and I'm gonna go out of here after this, right? If anybody knows me like that, when they know that I'm the one saying that, I start acting like I'm chewing gum. Acting like I'm chewing gum. You ever see what's the song? Because you used to tease me about that. Don't Look Any Further by what's his name from the Temptations? Doom 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 doom. Oh. I got mad jokes on that song. I can't even play it on the screen, but if you can go to that video, right? And what's her name? Garrett, I think her name is, the last name. In the beginning, you see him chewing like he's chewing his mouth. Hey, that's like me. If it's not good, if I don't chew, it ain't good. Anyway, when he was like, oh, I'm trying to figure out where was she coming from? And what was she doing? Watch the video. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to find it and drop it in the thing. So, don't look any further. Okay. Dennis Edwards, that is Saida Garrett. Right. And that is, whether you know it or not, that is one of the most redone videos. I can say redone, not remixed, but people have taken that video and made their own version as a joke. So you see a lot of spin-off videos on that video. I never knew that. I don't think maybe nobody knew that. Yeah, Don't Look Any Further. Oyala, she's the music woman, so I know she knows. But there's the link. Y'all come the first few seconds, and from what I heard through somebody else who was reputable, who was there when they shot that video, they both were high out their mind. They were coked out of their mind. I could believe that. They sniffed coke and did that song. And you could tell he was overemphasizing his movements and facial expressions, and I like it because that's, not because they were high, but they were just so black with it. You know what I mean? Jack Griffin. Oh yeah, true. She did, Jack Griffin. She did. I heard that too. Ain't that something? I mean, that song went greater and out there more than really anything that she's done. You know what I mean? So that's something. Wow. Oh. Like they really did look like two high people the way they were going on. And it was such a video like that and a song like that, like it's from that different era. Like the entertainers are not black like that anymore. You know what I mean? Like they're not black like that. They're not like when you see people in the street back in the day, back in the 70s and the early 80s, they had like this rhythm about them. Hey bro, how you doing, man? What's going on? Everybody was a personality. It wasn't like, oh, you're a special person because you do it. It's like we're so washed out as we are with our vibration. It's so synthesized and fertilized and, you know what I mean? And just different. They don't make black people the same. What kind of people they're making now coming off the assembly line? Our souls have been compromised. You know what I mean? So I long for that. Those good old days. And I'm not living in the past because it can be now. It doesn't have to be something of the past. And again, that's why I come on here and rant. Sometimes y'all fall asleep. We do the conference line. Sometimes people fall asleep. I did a blog talk one time, and the dude must have thought that, like, you know, he had the phone on listening to it, and he was on mute, and he fell asleep, right? At first, he heard the snoring, then he must have woke up, go to the bathroom, and he muted it. Then he unmuted it, listened to it a little more, and then this woman came home, and she was very happy to see him. And the phone was still on the bed. And you could hear them grunting and groaning. And you know, when somebody's knees are in the bed, like the mattress, it creates like a little valley. So if the phone was like 6 inches over, it fell in the valley by your knee or somewhere else, and it fell near to somewhere else. So we heard the splashy, splashy, and the grunts. I couldn't believe it. And I'm sorry. We were listening. The whole show got quiet. All I heard was, oh my God. Everybody was like, what? And then, you ever hear the song, oh God, was it Jungle Fever by the Chakatras? I think the name was, but it's Jungle Fever. It was like from 74, 75. Do, doom, do, 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 doom, 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 doom. And it has a woman's voice go, I got it, I. Then it goes back into the beat. Boom, boom. Jungle Fever or Jungle something. Let me see if I could. I'll get it for you. And I'm a daggone DJ tonight. Look at this. Hold on. The Chakatras or something. Okay, let me put Jungle Thing first. A lot of you probably don't know this song. Let me Jungle. Let me just say Jungle Fever. The Chakatras. There it goes. The Chakatras. And I remember, I'll never forget it. And the beat was 1972. I was 9 years old and I was with my father, and I was sitting in the van. And he did a little work that Saturday. We were about to go home, not early because it was already dark, but there was a food joint. He was going to bring some food for all of us. And my mother was home, and we were sitting there. And this song was hot. The beat was hot. I wasn't super plugged into the sexual thing. I knew what was going on. But when he went into the store and I was in the front seat of the car, there was somebody else playing it right at the bottom step of their apartment. Because it was storefronts, it was like apartments. And between each storefront was like a door where you went upstairs to go to the apartment upstairs. Like in Harlem and Washington Heights, a lot of places like that. And so this song was playing. Doom, doom, chicka, doom, doom. The beat was dope. I can't play it now. Let me just share this link. I want to share a long one. No. We want to share. I don't want to share no. Well, you could find longer versions, but I want to find like the original beat if you don't know it. Let me see. Here you go. Let me see. Yeah, Jack Griffin, a lot of moaning. Donna Summer couldn't touch that song, even though she came out in 76 or 75 with Love to Love You, Baby. Oh, love to love you, baby. You know, that song, this song that I just dropped the link of, forget it. Play it. So y'all can play it. I can't play it on the show. There's a lot of moaning and a lot of breathing. And then they brought the beat back again. It was funny. I'm going to play that tonight. But it's not a sexual thing with me, but I just love that song. And when they were playing that song, they didn't finish the story. It was this man and woman, and they were dancing close, but they were going down low. And each knee was in each other's crotches. They were moving and dancing. It was a very sexual thing. And I was just like transfixed watching this. Like, I was kind of embarrassed. But I was so shocked at like they're dancing like that, seeing it. Because back then, this woman had on some hot pants that were like thongs. And he was holding her there. I was like, man, she let him do that? You know? So I had my own little naive things going on. But yeah, Donna Summer, and they were trying to say that she was a man. Yep. If y'all don't know that, that's a dope song. That beat was dope. It's so African, but sensuous. oh, I'm going to play this tonight. Let me keep this up on the screen. And so I trust and believe I will be up here dancing and playing it over again. But it just hit me a certain way. And it brings me back to those times and those fun times and just when Black people were Black. You know, you have your shows, Good Times, Black Family and Black things. There's nothing wrong with loving that. But look at what we've turned into now. I mean, it's like that vibe has been reduced and eliminated. And it's like a lot of us hold ourselves and we're afraid to be ourselves. Look at me. I'm probably like a mental case. I know you're all there, but I'm just talking. What if the chat room was like a bot? You all were bots and you all weren't real. I know you're the real, but I'm just saying that means I'm crazy because I'm talking to bots, but I know I'm talking to a real person using technology and looking past the fact that we're all over the world. We got Kersey in Trinidad right now. Most of the folks in America, you know, Oyala in Canada. And if there's any other, we should do a roll call if you want. I mean, everybody may not want to, you know, listen, I know where Jack Griffin is. We'll keep that quiet because he's the invisible man. But other than that, let's do a roll call. Even though we know for the people, and I know where most of the people are, let's just do that. For some of the people who are watching and quiet, just tell me where you are. Especially if you're in a different country in America, but tell me your state, give a shout out, whatever. I used to always do that, but kind of fell out of that. Gifty, LA. Let me see. Oh, okay. I'm looking at mixed genre. Yeah. It's a beautiful thing, though, to make this connection in this community. Let me take a sip of water. Give me a second. I talked so much I should have drank some water 2 hours ago. Reminds me of that song Water. It was on a Rolls Royce album. I think it was the back of the Car Wash single record, for those who remember Wax. Oh, wow. Quebec, Canada. Oh, this mosquito was just waiting to bite into me. You ain't, what? I'm waiting for you. I got a left hook for you. But that song Water, it was a nice beat to it too. Let me see if I can find that. Let me see. Yeah, Donna Summer. And some of her other songs too that were very sentimental to me. You know, what was that song? Try Me. I know, we can make it. Ding, 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 ding. Them 70s effects, right? Looking for some hot stuff, baby, this evening. There's a bodybuilder named Bill Grant, popular back in the day. I did an interview with him here on the channel, and I just say too, he's a bodybuilder. This freaked me out because they say when I was doing it, like I was like a clone of him, but like not developed like him. Like as I started to get into competition, and I went into a competition, it was October of 1981. It was in Willingboro, New Jersey, and Frank Zane was there, and he wasn't guest posing or anything. He had just had an accident, a freak accident, and he couldn't go into the Olympia that year, but he was on his drugs and he was in great shape. And I remember I said, man, look at this guy's arms. They say he's small. But anyway, a bunch of girls ran up to me and this was in Jersey because Bill Grant's from Jersey. And they would go to a lot of the bodybuilding shows because somehow, even though he was in it, they got into it as spectators. So they ran up to me. Oh my God, you look like my uncle. Who's that? Bill Grant. Oh my God, you look like him from when he was younger. I'm like, well, you didn't know because you're but so much of a, and some of them were older too. It was crazy. So here I am. How did this happen? I was on a bodybuilding forum, and I mentioned that if you know of anybody of note who wanted to be interviewed, pass along my number. Because I'll go to different forums. Like on this show, I will talk, instead of me having a separate bodybuilding channel and a separate boxing channel, which I'm going to do some funny stuff on another boxing channel, doing imitation voices and stuff like that, right? But funny stuff, right? Just as a pilot, I ain't gonna tell nobody if it's corny. Only if it takes off, then I'll show you, right? So anyway, I got a call and it was Bill Grant. And I'm not going to say I idolized him. No, but I mean, when you're training and, you're young and you're putting up pictures on the wall, I want to look like this guy, you kind of admire him and idolize him, but not a heavy idolizing like this guy's a god and I think he's perfect. No, but you're an adolescent, and Jack Griffin knows it, that the guy, Junior, who was down the block from our friend, knew the promoter of the Night of the Champions who had all of these professional bodybuilders flying in for that competition. And he would bring them over to the basement 3 blocks over at the basement gym. So I got to meet a lot of the top bodybuilders at 15 years old. I'm telling this for a reason. And Robbie Robinson came down to the basement and some other notables, right? And to me, at 15 years old, these guys were huge and developed. So when you're exposed to something like that, it's like your stock on what you think is the epitome goes up. Not like, oh, there's a guy in my block, in my neighborhood who has these big arms. And no, this was world class. So it inspired me, but not to ever mess with drugs. So at 15 years old, I met these guys. And it's subsequent years as I got into bodybuilding, going into competitions myself, and then going around different shows, I got to know a lot of guys that went on to do great things after I stopped. So now I get this call from Bill Grant. And these interviews happened when I was 51 years old. So that was 9 years ago. And I idolized this guy, met him when I was 15, but you switch around the numbers to 51, and here he is calling me up. I'm like, man, this is crazy. Now here's the other one. As we're doing the interview, and I can pull that up for you to listen to too. I'm not going to play it, but you can, put in Bill Grant, Lancescurv, bodybuilding, search it on the channel. You'll find it. And maybe I'll look for it. But I had call-ins. And all of a sudden, someone called. And I said, who's calling? Welcome to the show. Oh, this is Robbie. Who? Robbie Robinson. I'm like, how does this happen? 2 dudes in bodybuilding that I idolize, and I'm interviewing one, and the other one calls. The uncrowned Mr. Olympia. And they talked for a while. We all talked. I was flipping. You know what I mean? What? And he said, I don't want to miss up the interview. So, and I'm like, yo, don't go. I didn't say it like that. I said, listen, man, I got to interview you too next. Listen, take my number, give me your number somehow, whatever. And I had him come on. That was amazing. This is crazy how life works and how things circulate. What if I never did this kind of stuff? So it's gems like that for me personally that nobody knew about. I mean, they got a few hits or whatever have you. I don't really know. But you know what? Now I'm curious. Let me check. Lancescurv. Bill Grant. See if it pulls up. Yeah, an interview with bodybuilding legend Bill Grant, Lancescurv show 8 years ago. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, I'm sorry. I got to play a piece of this. I got to play a piece of this. I'm not going to play. I'm going to jump around. It was 2 hours and 22 minutes and 41. That's too long. I know I'm talking your ears off. So hold on. Let me go back. Let me remove this banner or add this in. Present. Share. It's getting a little easier for me in my old age. Okay, there it is. Share. Take this other one out. And okay, I gotta take this banner off. Let me hit play first.
You are now listening to the Lancescurv Show, the boldest.
I got some old graphics there. I haven't to bring those back. They were kind of corny though. I'm gonna show them to you. Hold on. Okay, I gotta take this off. Let me add this in. Okay, let me go back here and hit play. Okay, here we go.
You are now listening to The Lancescurv Show, the boldest spot on internet radio.
The mainstream media, littered with propaganda. A dark, endless sea void of truth. But miraculously, a light shines through, exposing the frauds for who they are. Every time he creates. Introducing the boldest man on the net, Lancescurv.
Oh, that's so embarrassing.
Welcome to the Lancescurv Show. Today we have with us Mr. America, Mr. World, and beyond, the legendary Bill Grant. Before we have Bill talk, I just want to say a few things that this is a childhood idol of mine, okay? I met Bill when I was 15 years old, right before the Night of the Champions back in, I believe it was 1978.
I told you.
And I couldn't believe that a person can look that way. I trained very hard. He inspired me. He didn't really know. I was just another fan. But it's just amazing that in 2014 that I can be blessed to speak with somebody who had impacted my life so much. And just to say to people out there who do have a bit of fame and influence as far as notoriety out there with fans, be careful how you treat people. They're watching and they'll never forget it. And I just want to say to you, Bill Grant, thank you so much for the way that you handled me. You shook my hand, you said something kind, you signed an autograph, but you took the time. And I've walked with this my whole life. And I just want to take that time right now to say thank you so much. You really have influenced me.
Well, you're welcome, Lance. It was my pleasure, man. That's the way of the world with the bodybuilding, man. Back in the day, in the 60s and the 70s, there was a lot of, camaraderie. We just loved the sport, and the fans were great. And as we talked back in the past, I try and tell the bodybuilders all the time, the only reason why we're there is because we have fans. Take care of your fans. They're the ones that made you who you are. You hear that all the time with all the sports, not only just bodybuilding, but, sometimes these guys just don't appreciate what's going on. I mean, they're able to do something that they love to do. It's a passion for them, making tons of money. And it's like, hey, with the fans, that's why you're getting it. So treat those fans like gold, because they are gold. And
I'll let that roll. I'll drop it in the I'm not going to, because I'll end up like playing 50 different videos. I wanted to find the part when Robbie came on, though. Let me see something. I'll never find it. It's a needle in a haystack. I'm jumping up 55.
People who are going back to doing that again, because we don't have, if they could embrace us back in the day where we could show, that we are human. And it's a shame that we'd have to do that, because our families and our peers know that we're real people.
I'm going to jump around.
He's really overweight now. What happened? But you just never know. And it happens on, but you.
Left side, it has pockets in it. And after 40, there's really a sense that you can get this. Most people can get it after 40. What happens is you get all these things that stick in your pockets there that are sitting there, reticuli, nuts and seeds and things like that. It gets infected, and they call it diverticulitis. When you get that, you start getting very sick, nauseous, throwing up. You get sweats, and you get chills.
I'm going to jump around.
Bigger than what it is now. And when these things happen, it gives people excuses not to want to deal with us.
Okay.
And they are.
I'm not going to find it.
With Rick Wayne there and Harold Poole there, but I burned down the gym. We were at the gym one day.
Harold Poole, he's another brother I know personally, and he passed away. He transitioned maybe, I can't even tell you. I think it had to be I think he made it into the 2000s. And this guy, if you see his face, you probably know that face if you remember old magazines and old comic books and stuff like that. I'm not going to get nostalgic on the bodybuilding tip, but I'm going to just kill the screen Because what I'm gonna do, we got to do a show on some old shows. You know what I mean? We got to do a show on some old shows, and just chit chat and jump between them. I think I was telling you all about the stripper that I knew that stripped for God. I don't know if I ever told you about her, Kelly Everts. Let me shrink this down. Let me see if I can find that one. That was a funny one. Yeah, let me just do it on the screen. She's the one that got me into like a little bit of the adult stuff. But she was cool. Let me see if I can pull that one up. There it is. Let's open this one up. Y'all got me going tonight.
A dark, endless sea void of truth. But miraculously, a light shines through. Exposing.
I can't take this. This is so corny. It was so corny. I'm embarrassed.
The frauds for who they are. Every time he creates. Introducing the boldest man on the net. Lancescurv.
Hello, Lance. Nice to hear from you.
Yes.
Getting together again after all these years.
Exactly. Kelly,
today I'm known as Raza von Werder.
Yes.
And I have several websites, Woman Thou Art God, which has impacted society quite strongly. It is a 6,000-page university of Mother God Church.
Now, mind you, she's a very good friend of mine, but hope she doesn't hear this. She's gone with it. She's out there. But I love her. She's my friend. I know her from, I want to bring her to the point where we first met, because she didn't even remember, but I could never forget that meeting. I'm going to jump up a little bit. Say hi and whatever until we really started to talk. So I always knew that, and I guess that's why we click so well. Okay, this is it. I think, yeah. Okay, it's buffering. Particular point, and up until now also, but your appearance, how you've been naturally gifted physically, was a mind blower. And see, what most men would fail to see is that there's a person behind all of that. And I always knew that. And that's why I would always kind of lay back in the gym. I'd see you, I'd say hi and whatever until we really started to talk. So I always knew that, and I guess that's why we clicked so well, because it wasn't just at the time, the Kelly who was on TV and doing shows and in the magazines. You know, I saw you up close and personal. We had a connection beyond that. And down through the years, that's just amazing that as much as you've gained new branches on your personal tree, you are still the same. I don't mean the same like you're the same person. You've grown, you've evolved, but I can still see the same branches, but there's so much more to appreciate.
Yes, without a doubt, we keep growing every year. Hopefully, I mean, even an old tree gets much new life in it.
Exactly.
You know, like a maple tree. I just had a maple tree cut down from behind my house, and it was probably 100 years old. And it wasn't dead. It kept growing. You know, no matter how old it was, you keep growing. You know, anybody that stagnates is not interesting or vibrant to be around. And a person should never count down their age like, oh, I got so many years left to go. They have to just forget about, become timeless.
Exactly.
And just keep growing. I mean, I have more abilities now than I did when you knew me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you knew me, I could not hold my foot up to the ceiling straight up or do splits, probably. Maybe not as well as I do now. Now I can do perfect splits and hold my leg up and do kicks, karate kicks and ballet kicks and all kinds of movements that I could never do because I've been practicing for years. You know, so okay, back to what we were talking about. People have known me as different personas. Shakespeare said all the world is a stage and we are merely players. And remember, we are not the parts we play necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we are the sum total. We are the sum total of our soul, our parts, you know, our persona on earth.
Yes.
It's our soul, our mind, the parts we play, our psychology, our heart, the things we feel, the things we think, the things we desire. You know, all those things must be put together. But
let me just interject and say she is a very, very cerebral and intelligent woman and very eccentric. But with me, she would drop her guard. And when we had this conversation, we hadn't spoken to each other. And at that point, it was 2014. I think it was like about 30 years. Yeah, about 30 years. Not that we purposely didn't speak to each other, but eventually I stopped training. I stopped going to the gym. She has properties all over the country. She dresses down. She's a much older woman and doesn't look anything like she used to, because I remember as a young boy running into magazines, 12 and 13 and 14 years old, that had her in it, you know, where they did the nude spreads, but it wasn't graphic, vaginas open type thing. You saw the bush and you saw everything else, and that was it. So when I met her, I was like, whoa, that's that lady, right? So after we got to know each other, which I want to share that story, I talked about it before, and she didn't remember it because she's just crazy that way. But I always showed her respect. But there was an element to it where it was weird because we were close and everybody in the gym thought something was going on. And she's also an exhibitionist. She does have that side. And she was still looking pretty much like she did in these pictures. Like in the pictures, maybe she was like 6 years older than what you see on the banner. And you see her there with Schwarzenegger and Columbo up in that little tiny one. I tried to put, you know, my banner game wasn't as good as it is now. And 10 years from now, it'll be better than it is now. But she wanted to have it was weird because, and I'm telling the truth, I'm saying this publicly. If she hears this, she knows it's the truth. She's like, Lance, we have to get married. And I knew there was a side of her that was a little, she has no mental issues, but her belief system is a little different. But I was like, I'm 19 years old. Was I 19 or 20? I'm not sure, but it was that she was in her 40s already. So right now she's got to be in her 80s, like 84 or something like that. This being 9 years ago, she had to be about 75. So we're not speaking to somebody who's a spring chicken here. So I just wanted to add that in. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I just want to find that part.
People usually see the persona that we are playing, and usually one persona at a time. Mm-hmm. So you have different audiences. Like I have a different audience for the bodybuilding and different connections. Then I have another audience for the stripping for God.
Yes.
Then I have another audience for the dominatrix fetish producer, AKA pornographer,
mm-hmm.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
And people have different ideas and feelings about each thing without necessarily knowing exactly what went on. They don't know the background and they don't know the details of each particular phase of that life.
Right.
Then I have the life of a minister. Now I am a guru, G-U-R-U, guru. I'm a yoga
mm-hmm.
guru. And I have, you know, you and I have not spoken now, like for 10 years.
Exactly.
Mind you.
Exactly.
I mean, we met when you were 19.
Yes.
We reconnected about 10 years ago.
Yes.
And then once again, we lost touch.
Yes. We're not losing touch anymore.
Back in touch.
Yeah, we're not losing touch anymore.
You and I spoke. I have become a famous guru.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that people all over the world, I have disciples, and they worship me. They build altars with incense, flowers, and a picture of me.
Right.
And they literally pray to me, and they receive my power. And I am now known as a person who transmits power. I can cure cancer. I always had that ability. But it was always like behind the backgrounds. I didn't preach that, you know, healing. I didn't do faith healing.
Right.
At the time when you knew me. I always had that power. But this anointing power has taken on many new, you know, directions. And so it went in.
Yes, let me just say, Gift is like stripping for God. You know what kind of images that brings up if you don't know? Stripping for God? Yeah, she was on Phil Donahue, Morton Downey, what's the guy's name? Tom something late at night. And Jack Griffin, I know you're here. What's David Susskind? What's the old guy? Well, yeah, it was Susskind, wasn't it? And he used to have these grimy Times Square type 40 seconds. He was the original grimy. I would love to pull up some of his old shows. He had all kind of yeah. Tom Snyder. Yes. I can always depend on Jack Griffin for real. My Howard Bingham. Anyway, man. Wow. Yeah, no. What she would do, because she was out there in the adult entertainment world. We spent a lot of time together in about like a year and a half. We were always around each other in the gym and outside. We go to restaurants, we'd hang out. Everybody swore that something was going on between her and I, because what she would do, like I would do my workout, she'd do her workout, because I had training partners that I worked out with, but eventually I kind of branched off on my own, because the one guy that I was training with, I was doing things wrong. It was bringing me injuries. So I started training with this other guy. I spoke to him about a year ago. I want to get him on the show, but he had a car accident, did something to him. It's like, he can't remember half the stuff. So that wouldn't be no point. But so I would do my workout really intense and I'm done. And so I had a thing where I had to do, it wasn't sit-ups actually. It was this thing where you hook your feet under and face down, this flat pad, and you rise up to do your lower back. I'd get on there, flip over, and I'd do 1,000 of those for my stomach before I leave. So I would do that. And she's, oh my God, you're overtraining your stomach. You're gonna make your stomach big. I said, no. I twist and I do different things. Oh, could you show me? You know, but after the initial meeting, right? But she started to get like lovey-dovey on me sometime. Like she'd wait for me to leave out of the gym. She wanted to leave at the same time, and she'd make sure she'd kiss me in front of everybody. You know what I mean? And she was a good-looking woman back then, but it was awkward because when I was at the gym, I was there serious. I didn't play. But she kind of used me to, and she might not remember that, but she used me to tease the guys who had the hots for her, because she'd wear these hot pants and things, because this is a man's hardcore bodybuilding gym. This wasn't some, a franchise type situation where you couldn't be hardcore. We had hardcore powerlifters, hardcore bodybuilders. We had doctors that came to this gym several times a week to administer steroids to the guys in the back. It didn't get no more hardcore than that. You had all kind of stuff going on. Not like that was not illegal then, but it was shady. We had a lot of shady things going on. Not illegal as far as breaking the law, but in the bodybuilding world, it was just like, that's where I picked up a lot of my education about steroids and even nutrition. Like when you heard Bill Grant speaking about different things, these are the kind of conversations I overheard. So she started, sometimes she had to leave early. Okay, bye, Lance, come here. It would be a peck on the cheek, then a kiss on the lips, and now she's tonguing me down. It's crazy, but she didn't remember that. But anyway, in her mind, she didn't want to be in the adult thing anymore. She kind of said, well, I'm doing this for God. She got religious all of a sudden. See, she was in softcore porn in the 60s. Like you don't see penis and vagina. You just see people humping or a glimpse of something. Even though it was sex going on, it was a certain level that like you can be softcore and not be hardcore, and it could be shown in more places, something along those lines. But coming into the 70s, she got more into the whole striptease thing. The real striptease, not like little Shanae going to the club and taking the clothes off. But she had all the costumes and outfits and stuff like that. And she didn't live too far. She had an apartment there in Brooklyn, because the gym was on the Brooklyn-Queens borderline. If you cross the street from where the gym was in Queens, you'd cross over into Brooklyn. And she would live close by. And she had a plain little apartment, but she had properties all over the country. This woman was a multimillionaire, but she was the epitome of that millionaire who never showed it. I swear she wore them little cheap kung fu cloth shoes, slip-ons with the plastic tan bottom. and had a rip in it, jeans, little rips in it. She wasn't trying to put on or whatever. She just liked the attention because her breasts were natural. They weren't like anything, whatever. I won't tell you how I know, but I know. But she showed me the game. She took me around and did private shows in people's mansions and whatever. I was living, you know, man, I don't know if Jack Griffin knew about it back then, but anyway, she took me around, you know, and she showed me how it's done, and she was around a lot of affluent people. There was a guy who was getting out of prison, a Jewish man, and he owned a shop. And I don't know if in your passing through the neighborhood, Jack Griffin, you remember a place called Blackjack. It was like close to 7th Avenue and 42nd Street, on the south side of 42nd Street. And it was an adult entertainment spot. And he was getting it out for tax evasion. He had so many other businesses that just wasn't, they made a lot of money. They made a lot of money having those places, you know. I will say thank you for the compliment that I'm not old and just well seasoned, even though I'm seeing this like 19 minutes later. But she wanted me to come along. I did a lot of those with her because she went solo by herself, but because she had this crush on me, she would have me come. Didn't sound right. She would have me go along with her. That never happened, okay? Right? So, but she was always touchy-touchy with me just to show off in front of people. So she would bring me along to be the male body for the females, and she would be the female for the males and some of the females. Although she never did anything with the women, she knew they were looking at her like that, right? So that being said, let me just check something for a second. That being said, let me just knock this out for a second. Yes, so that noise doesn't keep coming on. Yeah. So I was there with her, and it wasn't like a subdivision. It was like you went to this one gate, drove half a mile, and it was a big circle, but the circle was so wide that it looked like a straight road. Then you saw one mansion here, and it was like probably 10 acres of land. And then you saw another one, and maybe not even 10, 15, 20. And it was this place, man, it blew my mind. It wasn't the biggest mansion in the world that I've seen bigger places. You know, Florida has tucked away places with some huge, Georgia too. But it was like the whole place was built by hand. Everything was so custom. Everything was big. Like we were talking about Manny Fresh, house real big, car real big, booty real big. But everything was big. I mean, the doors were like, they had to be like 12 feet high and a little extra wide. The hinges I looked at things like this, and when you opened it, it was just as smooth as can be. They had two pools, a really big one and a smaller one. I got there was all kind of weed, things of cocaine, just like in Scarface. And these people, they weren't street people. These were affluent according to the world. I'm not saying they were the epitome for me because I don't honor man's world like that. But they all were somebody in that world. Faces, I was like, I know this person's face. It might have been a person who was like a CEO over some company that hardly put a face out, but you know their face. And it was like an orgy. But she was dancing and doing her thing. And then she sat some of the guys down who wanted to have her breasts and their face closed, but they had to listen to the word of God. That's crazy. I'm stripping for God. Crazy. But anyway, that's right. They contain baby food. I'm going to jump around on this, y'all. Hope I'm not boring y'all like that. Let me go on.
To the guru thing, and I went from Christian minister to guru. So now my religion at the present time is completely non-denominational. It's Eastern, it's Western, it's all.
You know, this sound is so good.
You know, and I worship Mother God, and I'm bringing the Mother God religion. So again, you still don't know who I am.
Exactly.
You knew me,
exactly.
You know, from bodybuilding.
Right.
But I don't know how much else you know about me, and there's probably not a whole lot.
Well, see, exactly. It's not a whole lot, but I do have a very good, I can't say starting point because you've started long before I knew you, but a starting point for me that's very familiar, but I can evolve with you because I've evolved also. So we have a kindred spirit in that we evolve and we're like explorers, we're like adventurers. Even our conversations after the gym closed, that we would stay up at night and talk in the gym, and yeah, I remember that. I mean, that impacted me. I never forgot those conversations. And you remember
what did we say?
we
I can't remember them.
But you know what? You remembered what I ate. You remember what I was eating.
That's right.
When I was and you said that before we even started this call. And that blew my mind. I mean, that
That's right.
Yeah, you were like, yeah, we always eating pistachios and tuna fish and protein drinks.
Oh, right.
I'm like, wait a second, that was 1982, and you remember what I was eating?
That I remember clearly because you had so much definition.
Yes, yeah, and you know what? This is about you, but I'm gonna talk about that since you're here with me, and I have a lot of doubters and haters who see one or two pictures that I may have remained, but you know, down through the years, those days you think you're always gonna have. I never took as many photos as you did, so I have very few. But if you can explain to people how far I took this thing as far as the look that I had.
Oh yeah, you look very beautiful. I don't know exactly how you look today, but when I knew you, you were a hottie.
Oh Lord.
You were a gorgeous hottie with curly black hair and a perfect body and a perfect face and very well defined and very vibrant and very energetic. Just I noticed that your energy is really developed wonderfully well, and you speak so beautifully, and you have such a wonderful vocabulary and a wonderful way of presenting your ideas. And so I can see you've been really reading and educating yourself and speaking well. So I'm very impressed. I'm very pleased with your development, you know, just like kind of like a mom and a boy, you know, when I met you, you were a boy.
Right.
And I see you've developed wonderfully well. So it makes me really proud of you.
Well, I have to say that you've impressed me. I could not even desire to even want to have a conversation with you if I came at you with bad grades in life. You see? So me knowing, I may not know a lot about what you have done as of recent. And when I say recent, we're talking decades, right? But for you and me, you and I, it's recent because of the connection from so many decades ago. I mean, that was a very long time ago. 30 some odd years, 32, 33 years. So, you know, but my proximity to you, it's like a satellite, a planet and its moon. The universe can fly all around us, but we still maintain that even though you've grown and done so much more. When I speak to you, I'm not saying you have your guard up, but I'm not a total stranger. You can start off where we left off and move on from there, because you could say, I can give this guy the benefit of the doubt because he's not going to come at me with any type of strange energy or hidden agenda. I'm just glad to be back in contact with you.
Oh, no, I have warm feelings for you. I mean, I always liked you a lot. In fact, to be honest with you, you were my best friend at the Zin's gym all those months we trained.
Zin's gym.
You were my best friend there.
Yes.
You were closer to me than anyone else there.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And I remember how, and I have to say it, the young men there, all the men there, they just ogled you. I mean,
well, you could have fooled me because none of them asked me for a date.
Well, you know what it is? It's that thing that women go through when they're very beautiful. And I have to say, you never tried to, but your power intimidated them. I can say that.
That's what people tell me today. They're afraid of me.
Well, you're a very strong individual, and I know that. I mean, no, you're extreme. I mean, but it's not just the physical strength, because you have that, but it's your eyes, it's your essence. And that was relaxing for me. No, it was. It was relaxing because to me, everybody else looked weak. Even to this day, I never had a problem, you know, we're talking about a general platonic thing, male or female, because I'm a straight man. But I never had a problem speaking to anyone who was deemed by the world as powerful. Now,
that's good. That shows that you have a good conscience. Because, you know, people who are querulous about their own character or their own life, you know, they shake and tremble when really powerful people come by.
It's never been, I've never had that. And I'm not saying because I'm so strong, or I'm not saying that. It's just that
well,
I've always.
It's a clean heart, I think, but part of it is a clean heart and a good conscience.
Yeah.
You know, they say you have to be really something to look God face to face.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow.
And the more of God people have in them, the more frightening they can be.
Wow.
You know, like there's this great saint, Padre Pio, who was stigmatized, and he was talking to a young man, and the young man looked him right in the face. He said, "Boy, you have a lot of courage, don't you?" And the young man did, but I attribute it to that he had a clean heart. And there was a great faith healer, a Protestant faith healer that lived in that was famous in the 30s by the name of Smith Wigglesworth. And I just love this anecdote. I'm going to try to get through it quickly because it'll take a couple minutes, but I'll try to briefly go through it if I may.
I'm going to jump over this because I'm getting like intoxicated to listen to the whole thing. But I'm going to jump through certain parts. How we met was so funny. You know, when you come out of the men's rest area, there it is. Hold on, let me back it up a little bit, and then we'll cut this, and I'll drop the link. It's buffering a little bit. Yeah. I mean, I have a photographic memory, so I remember everything. Okay, let me go back a little bit. This is a funny story. Shots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
all right. So that wasn't when I was on the fast. There's some in shorts. I'm wearing shorts. I was on a 4-day fast. I did not eat any food for 4 days.
Yeah, I saw that.
Then I was really skinny.
I saw that. But it's just bringing back warm memories because I'm looking at the bench that you're on and the equipment in the back, and I've touched and used and forged my body.
Oh, that's right.
On every piece.
Weird. Yeah, you're looking at the Kelly Everett side, I think.
Yeah, and it's bringing back memories. It's like I'm right there with you. It's just
Isn't
amazing.
That weird?
Yeah. I mean, I have a photographic memory, so I remember everything. I remember, and I don't know if you remember how we actually started talking. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I don't.
Can I say it? It's a bit comical.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you remember when I start to bring it up. Well,
can I share something with you?
And you know, when you come out of the men's rest area, the restroom area, and the way he had it, then when you walk out about 10 feet to the right, there's like a lat pull down machine, and on the other side, of course, there's a rowing machine, and it was a lat pull down. And you know, Steve always moved his equipment around, so maybe I'm not, saying it right, but this was a Saturday, and the gym had people in it, but not the same way when it's Monday through Friday. And I'm sitting on the lat pull down machine, and I was taking a break between sets, and I had always seen you, for a very long time, because I was at Zen's from March of 81, when I first came there. But I'd always see you in and out, but I would never like stare at you. I would never give you the eye or, look at you disrespectful, because I have to say to the listeners that you are a very well built, hourglass shape, very busty, natural, small waist, the hips, the beautiful face, everything. You talk about me. You are a hottie and are a hottie. So, I'm not saying a word like it's past tense, because our beauty never leaves us when we do the right thing, like I'm hearing through your voice right now. We all go through the process of the chronological aging, but it's not the same like a person out there who's treating themselves bad. So anyway, make a long story short.
No, if you take care of yourself and you body build, you can maintain yourself quite well into any age.
Exactly. And I'm sitting there, and you walked over, and I saw you at the corner of my eye. I still didn't want to stare, but you were standing there, and I was resting between the sets of lat pull downs, and I thought to myself, well, maybe you might want to jump on the machine. So you said, excuse me. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. I said, would you like to get on the machine? I said, what weight would you like? And you said, no, you don't have to get up. I just wanted to ask you something. And I said, yes. And you said, well, I'd like to know if I can hit you in the face with my breast.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes.
You got to be kidding.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You think I could forget that?
That must have been crazy.
No, but I would never lie on you, sweetheart. But you know what it was? You know what it was? I think because I was such a serious guy in the gym, and I was respectful, but I guess it was a way to mess with me, because you would do little pranks too now. I mean, you have a wonderful sense of humor. So
I must have been a pretty good joker then.
Yeah.
As I am today.
Yeah. And I kept a straight face just to keep the thing going, because I wanted to smile. So I kept a straight face, and I looked at you and I said, sure, feel free. And I turned my face around, and cleavage for days. You just bounced me. And I was in heaven for a moment, and I just forgot where I was. And then you stopped. And then no, but see, this was the beautiful part about it. And then you said, pleased to meet you. My name is Kelly. And I said, thanks for the wonderful introduction. My name is Lance. And we were friends ever since. And
what I do remember quite clearly is sitting on each other's back for the calf raises.
Oh, the calf raises, yes.
Those
and the whole
were so much fun, I can't tell you.
Yeah, and the whole gym.
They were jealous.
They were so jealous. Yeah. They were like, how did this guy get so close to this beautiful woman? It was.
They're all a bunch of cowards, because, gyms are the worst place for a woman to get a date.
Yeah.
I still go to gyms now, and they're all scared of women in general, and me in particular.
Well, see, you're in a unique position right now to speak to the women of the world with your experiences. And we're not just going to keep this, we're going to have a free-flowing conversation, but we're not just going to keep it at the gym. But since we're there, and you're in a unique position from your work, in entertainment and burlesque and just on TV as a performer. And I'm going to tell you another anecdote that's really wonderful that I never forgot about you. But tell the women of the world, look, you're a person who can go back many years, many decades in the gym life. That wasn't your whole life, but you understand it well. Tell a lot of these women who are new to it or who have been there and confused the dynamics of being in the gym around men as a woman. You have a very unique perspective that I don't think anybody could compete with. Just off the top of your head, the things they have to go through, like you just said, poor place to find a date, the dynamics of the jealousy and the ego and the narcissism and all of those different things. What would you say to safeguard or prevent bad things from happening to a woman going into a gym?
What do you mean by bad things? What would be a bad thing?
No,
exactly.
Well, I don't mean bad like a violent thing or whatever, but there are a lot of con artists. There are a lot of guys who want to help, and I can help you get in shape, but they really have something else.
There's very little of that in the gyms I go to in this area.
Well, we'll see.
The men, here's what I find about the men in the gym.
Right.
The place where men, they are frightened. Men in gyms are frightened of women. That is my overall consensus of what men are like in the gym. And I have told many people many times, the worst place to find a date or a man, if you're looking for a date,
right,
is in a gym. I have almost no luck or success with, once I started dating again 7 years ago, with finding a date from a gym. It's almost impossible. And I remember when, in the days when I knew you, well, of course I was celibate, but so I wasn't really looking for dates, but I was looking for friends.
Right.
I found it very difficult then as well, because in general, the men in the gym, there's two things about them. One, they are sober. They're not drinking. And so when men are sober, they don't have a lot of confidence. Men in general are not confident.
Wow.
They are portrayed in a way where one would think in the media that they are predators, aggressors, they are confident, they are sure of themselves, and the opposite is true. And never does that present itself more clearly to me than in the gym. where men are supposed to be so macho, so strong, and I find them to be psychologically weak and disappointing. They don't even know how to carry on a conversation with a female in a gym, even when you want them to. And when I have been friends with men in gyms, it's usually I initiated the conversation 9 out of 10 times. Since I can remember. When men are a bit more friendly when they're drunk, when they're drinking, and they even need 2 or 3 drinks to get going.
Wow. But you know, I have to interject and say that your perspective is still going to be a little different than most women because of who you are and your experiences. You have to admit, I'm not escalating and amplifying, but you were cut from a different cloth. So maybe my question was aimed at the wrong person.
That could be.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
could be.
You have to
but
understand
I don't see them friending women in gyms, other women as well.
Right.
Once in a while, yes. When a girl is real cute and young, and maybe they're not afraid of her. It seems like men go up to girls that look really, really young because I think they're not afraid of them.
But isn't that
But
something?
anyone that looks confident and strong, they seem to be fearful.
Yeah, well, see, that you are. When you walk in, I mean, you didn't walk through the gym. See, I can give you my perspective because I saw you in your glory.
I don't see myself as you would see me.
Exactly.
Not at all.
Exactly. So I can give you the feedback. It's like a
Yeah,
boxer.
what is the feedback?
It's like a boxer in the boxing ring winning the fight. But because even in a fight, you catch blows, when you go to the corner, you say, well, how am I doing? I say, what do you mean? You're beating the guy. Well, they can't see that in the middle of the ring. When you walked in the gym, it was like a tidal wave, like a tsunami. Yeah. When you would walk to the gym, in the gym, and walk to the women's locker room, the whole mood of the gym changed. Okay.
You're kidding.
Because it was almost like the anticipation of, when is she going to come out? What is she going to wear?
Here.
Yes. Yes. Look, remember we used to do our calf raises?
Yeah.
Right over there.
It was fun.
Yeah. We did other exercises together and stuff like that. But it was obvious that we were very close friends. They didn't know how close, but even then, you were aware at that point because you had a backdrop to bounce off of in the form of me. See? Yeah, because now you notice it even more. And they will, you messed up many a man's workout. And you know what? They deserve to have it messed up, because if they were there for the real thing and there to take care of business, it wouldn't get messed up, although they would still notice you. See? And I think that was one of the reasons why we hit it off so well, because you saw that I came in there and I took care of business. I wasn't into the foolishness and the screaming and whatever. I was very serious in my diet.
You were sure, very serious.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
I think you were you in contest because you really pushed it?
Well, yeah. I won the Natural Teenage Mr. America in '82.
Oh, great.
And I won the middleweight East Coast. I won, I've won several shows, but that was the biggest one. One of the shows I think was in my best condition was the Hercules in Brooklyn. That was in '82, a couple of weeks before. I was in the couples competition, North American couples competition. I think I took 6th place. I was in there with a young lady named Inez Merced, but that was the big stage then. That was also the Nationals that Lee Haney won. And so many other guys that went on to be big time and famous. I'm not sure if Ronnie Coleman was there, but this was back in '82. So it for me and
I think also what was different about you was you were completely natural, no drugs.
No drugs, sweetheart. No.
Okay, that was unusual as well.
Yeah.
Because everybody since the '60s, I learned later from a guy named Randy Roach, who's writing a total encyclopedia of bodybuilding, and he's written the first installment called Smoke and Mirrors.
Wow.
He and I became friends, and he talked to me for many, many, many hours about the whole history of bodybuilding.
Yes.
And he told me that the men started to take drugs in the 60s.
Yes.
Which shocked me.
But
because we all think from those old magazines they're totally natural.
No,
he said not at all.
No.
let me tell
That
you
was
something.
shocking to me.
Even in that time,
Hmm.
in the early 80s. See, like I said, I came to Zins in March of 81. My first competition was actually January of 1980. So I was in a local gym, the Powerhouse Gym out in Queens. And before I defected, I'll say it that way, I came to Zins. And because I was around the guys that I knew what they were doing, but I psyched myself and said, you know what? I got to keep up with these guys naturally.
You really worked harder than most of them. I know that.
And there was a funny, not with all, because many embraced me, but they understood my stance. And there were people who came from different gyms and different members who were like, listen, Lance, you need to get into this, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing it. I'm just not doing it, because I saw how I can improve myself. And I know my work ethic was probably more intense than many there. They can do things because they were on it, but can you maintain that year round, which I did by diet, rest, and just going the extra mile. And line for line, muscle for muscle, there wasn't anybody there I couldn't match. The size now, a different story, but it wasn't the steroid size. I'm sorry. I was ready all the time.
Really, really, you were really excellent with your diet. That was so impressive, the definition.
Yeah.
Really well balanced body. Everything was balanced.
Yes. And you know what? Even though I've been out of it for so many decades, I'm going to ease right back into it because, it's not
Never say die. I mean, don't quit till you die, man.
Right. Well, for me, it was, I dropped blood for that, meaning that's a symbolic way of saying it, figure of speech, that I got so much into the competition and the politics that when I realized what it really was all about, I left it all alone.
Well, tell me your side, because I find, to be honest with you, people look upon bodybuilding with rose-colored glasses. When I had to write a book on the bodybuilding, and I finally pulled it together and wrote a book. I don't know if you took notice of it, but it came out in, I think it was 2009. It's called The Origin and Decline of Female Bodybuilding.
No, but I have to read that.
Okay, yeah, you should, definitely. It's on Amazon and Lulu.com and everywhere. And I was interviewed by the biggest bodybuilding site in the world called bodybuilding.com.
I know it. I go there.
Yeah, and there's a big interview of me with about 20 pictures there about the book and about bodybuilding.
Great.
How it started. And I'm trying to think of the name of the author. He's their most famous writer. I can't think offhand right now of his name. But anyway, so he interviewed me and I gave him the lowdown and I explained to him what was going on. The beauty contest and the bodybuilding and all of that, most of it is all fixed and people don't understand. They wonder how Arnold Schwarzenegger won Mr. Olympia 8 times or something.
Yeah, 6 times.
Probably 7 of those 8 times were
7
determined,
times.
by Joe Weider.
Right.
Maybe he might have won once, barely. And the rest of the time was politics.
There's no way he beat Sergio Oliva in the early days. There's no way.
Right. And there were many people who should have won above him at other times. I think Chris Dickerson could have beat him one year. Serge Nubret, I don't think ever won Mr. Olympia. He was a great bodybuilder, and he never got too many breaks. But there's a lot of prejudice. But they don't understand that most of this is the promoters promoting whoever is cooperating and working with them to promote their organization.
Yes.
I've won contests where I was told, look, you can't win. This is just a promotional stunt. We don't care how you look.
Oh,
we don't care if we pick the ugliest girl in the show. She's going to be the daughter of so-and-so.
Wow.
And it's all fixed. You don't understand. This is not a beauty contest. This is just promotion.
Right.
Or else they say it's just a gimmick. We told you we would pay you $500, but we're not going to pay you.
Wow.
We're not going to pay you for winning because it's just a promotional stunt. So take me to court.
Wow.
So one time I did take somebody to court, and I won, but I couldn't collect the money.
Oh, man. I'm not laughing at to make fun of you. I'm just laughing because
understand.
yeah. I quickly learned that when approached by people, even on that lower level that I was on a teenage level, and I got to know people, and things came my way information wise, and I was just disillusioned. I just left it all alone. I should have continued.
What will you tell me your part of it, about the fixing or something else? Or
well, the favoritism, the sex, and
I don't know much about the male sex thing. Not a lot. You can tell me about that.
Right. I'm not going to say that every contest the winner had to have sex with some judge, but
no. The judges are told who to vote for.
Of course, but the judges in some competitions have a lot more leeway. Back in those days, back in those days.
But the Joe Weider contest.
Oh no! Right.
Joe Weider and Arnold told them who to pick.
Right. Exactly. I'm talking about on a lower level, back up in the tri-state area, back in the time that we were talking.
I got you.
And I found out that, I was approached by several judges.
Because you were young and handsome. They were always looking for the young guys, handsome guys.
That's what they were looking for.
Older, uglier guys.
I don't know what I was. I'm just saying that, I'm humble about it.
The hottest ones, the ones that females want, that's who they want.
Yeah. And it was just so funny because I would get phone calls days before shows, and they want to talk, and I'm like, wow, they got my number. They got it off the application.
Got your number? How'd they get your number, for God's sake?
Off of the application. They knew
they
had ways.
I see. It's just another venue for homosexuals to find guys.
Yeah, and then they had
That's the way it is in the modeling world.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you, I'm a photographer now.
Wow.
I'm an established, well-known photographer. I have, your audience has to hear this.
Yes.
For the last 3 years, I have a new hat. I'm a world-class photographer of the most beautiful men in the world.
Wow.
And my new website features approximately, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 pictures already I have uploaded that I have taken of the most beautiful men in the world, including nude photography.
Right.
Some of them are extremely muscular and some are not extremely muscular, but they're all very beautiful.
Right. And you have an eye for that.
Embodiment of God.
And you know what? Your experience in being around some of the top bodies in the world, you can see past the shock effect that most people would have and see the actual beauty. What I mean is that you came up around this. So when you deem somebody beautiful, and I say that in a masculine way, they've got to be. So by you deeming me that when I was in shape back in the day, beautiful, that's better than any trophy I ever won.
Oh, thank you. Well, remember, my eyes are trained. What you see with your eyes comes out of your brain. That's important to understand. 10 people could be looking with their eyes at something, but they all see something different. And the person who has a more precise judgment has to have discernment. And that discernment is in the brain. It comes from training. It comes from seeing.
Yes.
For instance, art or music. For people who hear music, who are trained to understand music, they can discern which is great music or which is not great music. People who do interior decorating are trained to understand what is good, decorative design and what is not.
Yes.
People who design clothing, Ralph Lauren knows what classic clothing is, and Calvin Klein knows what classic clothing is, whereas the average designer wouldn't know, what it is. And with the beauty situation, I have been an artist all my life, and I have been in Hollywood from the age of 16. I have been observing men and women for their beauty since being a child. And then when I started dating, I literally looked at thousands and thousands of pictures of men trying to find men to date on dating sites.
Right.
I looked at pictures of men till I thought my eyes were going to fall out of my head. I must have looked at 10,000 pictures. And I was always looking for beautiful and muscular. Beautiful and muscular. I said, I'm obsessed with beautiful and muscular. So one day I met a boy on a dating site, and he says, you shouldn't be here. You should be on Model Mayhem, looking for models. I go, what's Model Mayhem? He goes, it's a website. So I went there. So when I went to the model site, I never once again joined the personal dating sites, because what I wanted was beautiful models. I realized then, because every guy that I chose for dating, I would ask, would you like to pose for pictures?
Right.
You know, so then I realized I didn't even know what I was looking for. I'm looking for beautiful men, whether it's a date or whether it's taking pictures. I didn't care.
Right.
But I prefer the picture taking. So I started taking pictures in April 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And since that time, I've probably taken something like, I don't know, 50,000 pictures. I work these guys to death. And I've gotten really good at it and really good at Photoshop. And I now began work on a book called America's Most Beautiful Men. And then after that, I'm going to do the world's most beautiful men.
Well, you know what? That's inspiration, sweetheart, because I'm going to bust my chops for the next couple years in the gym and see if I can come back.
I would love to see how you look. You have to send me some pictures to my website.
Yes,
to my,
definitely.
Email, rather.
Yeah. No. I'm nothing now, but I still I look like an ex-football player because I'm 253 pounds.
Okay.
But I've grown.
But how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Okay.
Now when I come down in body weight, because I have fat around my stomach, but I am not.
Well, you used to weigh about 180 pounds
with no fat, 1.5% body fat.
Right.
But that was at 19, so I won't even be. I don't think I'll ever be under 200 again. So when I train now as a man, because I'm 52 next week, so me talking to you is a birthday present. Thank you. But I've never abused myself. The only abuse was eating the foods that I couldn't eat for a couple of years. But I've basically been vegan, pescatarian, a vegan who eats fish, and that sits well with me.
I was like that for 15 years also.
Yeah, and I love it because it feels just right. And I just started to play around the weights again, and I get results quick. It's like, it's gonna be, and I'll say it like this: I'm always been natural, never gonna ever take anything, but when I start hardcore, which I have this next week, completely free. And I'm going to meditate. Before I even jump into the gym, I'm going to go to the beach. I'm going to pray. I'm going to reconnect with the physical. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to let the sun hit me. I'm going to eat according to how I feel. You know, if I don't feel like eating, I'm not going to eat. Eating, I'm going back to my old chant: eat for function, not for taste. And I'm just going to get back into the old things that worked with some of the new things that I know will work. And I'm going to ease into this thing on a spiritual level. And my gains, I'm telling you from now, by the way, I know my rested body. And I don't get all the rest I need because I'm always up late at night and stuff. But I'm rested.
You get a lot of work done, I bet.
Oh, yes, I do a lot. I blog every day and do monologues and talk shows every day and night, write, draw, do everything. And then I drive 10 hours a day on the bus. So,
oh my God.
Yes. But see, look, I did 10 hours early today. Look at my energy.
Wait a minute. What do you mean you drive 10 hours a day on a bus? Are you a bus driver?
Yes, I am.
I thought you worked in the prison.
Yes, I used to work there, and now I'm on the bus. But the funny thing is, whatever I do is always around people. It seems like whatever I do, but you have to control the floodgates because especially when you're out in the public and people sense a certain energy about you, and then the word gets around about what you do, then it's like, okay, people come at you. So you have to know how to.
What do they want? What do you mean at you?
Well, like we said earlier,
in a predatory way or in a friendly way?
I want you to go into what you said about the 3 points about what people want from you, because that'll lead in. And I said to remember them. Yeah. It's the same thing. And you, more than anybody else in my whole world, meaning that anybody I ever met knows it well because of who you are. And it's so funny because I'm looking at these pictures of you with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Franco Colombo. I'm just tooling around the site again because it's been a while since I've been on. But but people seem, if it's not, let's just say it, sex, not that they look at me and say, oh, I want to have sex with them. It's just that thing. Or like you said before, they want to make money, get money from you or make money from you.
Right.
Or it's a status ego type thing.
That's right. They want to be in affiliation with you because they feel it'll bring a boost to their ego some way.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
It's funny, and I've always been blessed to meet people who had some measure of status in whatever their area of expertise was. And I've always got the inside track without trying. I never had to try. The more we live, the more history.
Well, birds of a feather flock together. You emanate your own very positive energy. And so that resonates with people who are successful.
Understood. I accept that. I mean, I can accept that because I see that now. At 19 years old, I might not have understood that, but I accept that. That's a very good assessment.
Yeah, but you had a very clean heart when I knew you. So you always have a clean heart. You'd never go lower.
Yeah.
Clean hearts, the pure in heart shall see God. And God is our greatest good.
Yes.
So that's who you are, clean of heart.
And you can be hated for that too?
Oh, absolutely. Darkness hates the light.
And even the darkness could want to get near the light to, how can I say it? Siphon
to pull it
from
down.
it. Yeah, to get in position to do so.
Yes, to pull it down. They definitely do not want to be enlightened by you, but they want to darken your vision.
And this
because demons don't want God's light. They want to extinguish it.
Yes, you're right.
I'm also an exorcist, by the way. I was called by an exorcist show that was looking for enough women to do a reality show of women that do exorcism.
Right.
But they only found like 3 women, so they couldn't make the show. They needed like 10 women, but they couldn't find it,
Oh.
But I might be maybe. I go to a club. I go downtown to a street where they have all clubs, and they're mostly frequented by college students. I live in a college town.
Yes.
And we have a street called State Street where about 2,000 college students a night go to State Street, and they have quite a few clubs. And my headquarters is called Venue. It's changed names several times, but that's my headquarters where I'm there every night, and I dance a lot, I practice a lot, and I've won several hip hop contests there.
Oh wow!
Against teenage girls, believe it or not. But I asked the owners, "What are you doing with this club on Sunday?" And they said nothing. I go, "Well, permit me. Why don't we turn it into a church, and I can be the preacher? I'm a very good anointed preacher, and I want to preach against drugs, and we can call it the Church Against Drugs. And I will do exorcism to get rid of the demons of drugs and all the demons related to drugs, because there is a drug epidemic going on.
And especially since it's a college town, they work hard, but they're going to want to play hard also.
Oh, they play hard, but they drink a lot and they take some drugs, but the locals take even more drugs.
Wow.
See, if the college students took as many drugs as the locals, they wouldn't be able to get through school.
You're right about that.
Half of the locals, young men especially, but women as well.
Yes.
But I would say it's a little bit more men than women, maybe even 75% more young men on drugs. And I've been dating them, so I know they're on drugs. Men between 18 to 30 I think half of them are taking serious drugs, and they're taking, they're doing alcohol, marijuana, Molly is one of their favorites, cocaine, and now heroin.
Heroin came back. It made a big comeback.
Oh,
and they're mixing these things.
It's so dangerous.
It is. And it seems like they don't realize it.
And we have this is a small city called Binghamton. We have 3 deaths a week from drugs. 3 deaths a week. And I got involved because everybody I meet almost locally is on drugs. And so I started to get kind of worried, So that's why I asked the owner. Now, if the owner said they would consider it strongly. They like the idea, and they're trying to see how they could work it out.
Right.
So if I do that, I will start pushing for national, international publicity on what we're doing to fight the drugs and how we're combating the drugs.
Well, sweetheart, you need to do that because you have the clout, you have the background, you have the celebrity, you have the power to do so. And
I have the anointing from God.
Exactly.
To remove demons. It's called deliverance, to deliver people from demons. And these are demons.
Yeah.
These are demons of drugs. They're demons of self-hate, demons of rejection, demons of addiction, demons of fear, paranoia. People are afraid of life. Life is hard. Life is tough.
But wait, do you think
life is not easy to get through?
No, but we understand that, Kelly. But come on now. I mean, is it that life has gotten harder?
It has gotten harder.
Well, okay.
It has gotten harder.
Well, you know what? I'll agree with that, but I still want to ask another wing of that question. It got harder. More demonic forces are released into this world. I believe so. It's different now. But do you think if a lot of the younger kids and even some of the older folks who have fallen off had stuck to the old way of doing things, meaning that we're all not going to be bodybuilders and have the discipline to lift weights, but the old way meaning that we knew what the standard was, and there was a standard that we didn't veer off too far, that if we went off of it a little bit or fell off, we knew where it was. It seems like there is no standard now, and nobody knows.
I agree with you.
They don't know where to go now. They don't know that marker.
Maintaining a foundation.
Exactly.
People aren't preaching a foundation. And some of the foundations that are still being preached are not getting how can I say it? People don't believe in the old time religion anymore. They really need a new religion.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to explain that because I don't want to put down old time religion. Old time religion is excellent, but there's a few things in it that need to be revamped, changed, corrected, and straightened out. And the old time religion, as we know it, contains too much misogyny, just like with the female bodybuilding. How I had to break through the barriers of the male domination within bodybuilding.
Right.
The world that I entered of bodybuilding in the early 70s was totally misogynistic. You have to understand that. That is my claim to bodybuilding fame. It is not how muscular I got. It is not how many bench presses I could do, how much weight I could do in a bench press, or how muscular I could be.
Right.
My claim to fame in bodybuilding is that I promoted the idea in the media that we women had the right to lift weights. And we should be praised and honored along with the male bodybuilders equally, and not be treated as a bunch of bimbos, as a sideshow to show our tits and ass.
Exactly.
Which is how we were treated.
Right.
As a sideshow of tits and ass and body beautiful. The men were given money. It was very little money, but they were given money. I remember the winner of 1972 was given, Mr. Olympia was given $750.
Right.
Today he's given $200,000, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Big
Something
difference.
Extreme.
Plus the contracts, plus what they make in the guest posing and appearances and creating their own nutrition lines and appearances.
Correct.
So
they can become quite wealthy when they are the winners.
Yeah.
But in those days, the women got absolutely nothing. Nothing whatsoever. And I entered those contests several times, and then I got an opportunity to begin promoting the concept of women lifting weights through Esquire magazine, and I worked with a partner named John Paul Gould, who later became the manager of Grace Jones and promoted her, as a macho woman, which was a quite unusual idea at the time.
Right.
So we worked together, and we got a 6-page layout in Esquire, and then I myself took it further and got on to Tell the Truth and other television shows, Stanley Siegel, the Washington, AM Washington, AM New York, many shows, national, Mike Douglas show. And then finally the clincher, I contacted the photographer, John Paul Gould, and I said, we must get this concept into Playboy because right now it is dying. I've done all I can.
Right.
I can't get any further with the idea of the women lifting weights. We've got to get it into Playboy. And his answer, and he was working for the Playboy company, not for Playboy, but for We magazine, which was a Playboy magazine.
Right.
And he said, we can't get it into Playboy. I said, why? He said, because the idea is too crazy for Playboy. We can get into We. I said, no, it has to be Playboy. It has to be Playboy in order to make this female bodybuilding idea take off.
Yeah.
We have to get into Playboy. I convinced him to do the article, and he said, all I can do, Raza, is do it and submit it. If they accept it, they will pay us. If they don't accept it, they will not pay us.
Right.
So we will try. Now, this wasn't about money. It was the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Now, hear me. So he submitted the article. We heard nothing for 6 months, absolutely nothing. It looked like they probably wouldn't want it. All of a sudden, the movie Pumping Iron came out with Arnold. It was Arnold's first bodybuilding movie. It was called Pumping Iron. And this was 1975. It came out.
Well, you're right.
Came out in 1976.
Right. No, it's 76 because it was made in 75 with the Olympia, but they had it out by 76.
Correct. So now, Playboy goes, oh, we got it. We have the article.
Yes. See that?
And they call the article Pumping Iron. No, I'm sorry. Humping Iron. Excuse me. Not Pumping Iron. Humping Iron.
But at least the article got pushed through, even though they had that sexist slant on.
No, it didn't matter what they called it.
Right.
They praised the idea of a woman being glamorous, beautiful, lifting weights, and they made fun of Arnold. They said her muscles don't become big like magic mountains like Arnie Schwarzenegger. You know, so they made fun of Arnold, which I didn't ask them to do. And all of a sudden, everybody flipped out. And it was not long after that, that they held the first women's bodybuilding contest because of the Playboy article.
Well, you need credit for, I mean, if you didn't do that, could you imagine the negative trajectory that any attempt to...
There would have been no chance.
There would have been no
for
chance.
female bodybuilding to take off.
Because timing was everything.
For another 10 years, maybe.
Right. Timing would have been everything. And then what would it have been if you weren't the one to push this? You know, because...
Well, that was the opportunity. You know, they say the time and tide waits for no man. You have to hit it when the tide is right.
That's right.
I hit it when the tide was right. The forces of God worked with me, and I work with God. I listened to God. I followed my deep impulses to do what had to be done. It got done. You know, I'm an avatar. People believe in me. They believe that I was sent by God to empower women and to help humanity, and I have done so. So that was one of my projects. That was a project. I might add one little anecdote that might interest you about the craziness of bodybuilding. Everybody thinks because I had a slight bit of an affair with Arnold Schwarzenegger that he loves me and I love him. We hated each other.
Wow. Tell us the dynamic of that. Tell us the dynamic of that, because
Arnold tried to prevent me from getting, and he almost succeeded in preventing me from getting credit for getting female bodybuilding going. He tried in every which way that there was to prevent me. But in the end, I prevailed because, you know, no lie can live forever.
Right.
See, now, Arnold was not my type. I liked Franco Columbo. He was my type. And in 1972, I appeared at a show with Arnold and Franco at the Brooklyn Academy of Music, and I knew Franco would be there, and I liked him, so I bought a magazine with him on the cover, walked up to him and asked him to sign it.
Right.
And I bent over to show him the magazine and asked him to sign it. Arnold was sitting next to him on the left. I didn't even notice Arnold. And there's a picture of Arnold staring at my cleavage while I'm talking to Franco. So Franco signed the book. So now Franco decided that he was going to take me out.
Right.
So now, meanwhile, Arnold comes up to me and says he wants to suck on my boobs.
Wow.
Now, I'm looking at him laughing because I'm thinking, this guy's not my type.
Right.
The Germanics were never my type.
Right.
I mean, I married eventually, my name is Von Werder now because I married a German man.
Right.
But nevertheless, it wasn't my sexy type, the type I would have sex with. So Arnold maneuvered me into way in the back of the Academy of Music, behind like 6 set of curtains. I don't even know where the crap he took me, but he took me somewhere. And the next thing you know, we're doing an act of sex with Arnold on his knees.
Okay.
And now this is going on for like 5 minutes and whatever.
to put it
and
bluntly,
I'll tell you what, the man was very magnetic. It was almost like he was a magician or a hypnotist. And when he said, we're going back here, I started to go with him. It was like I was in a trance.
Exactly.
Even though he wasn't my type. He has a very powerful willpower.
Yeah.
You can feel the energy. It's unreal.
Yeah.
So he had me maneuvered way into the back there. Now I was like, is this a joke or what am I doing? You know? And all of a sudden somebody comes by, and it was a big, huge black guy. He comes by and he sees us.
Right.
And he disappears. Here comes Franco back to the back where we're doing something back there. And Franco goes, Kelly, Arnold, what are you doing? I thought you were my girlfriend, Kelly.
Oh, wow.
And I go, huh? I go, well, I can be both of your girlfriends.
There you go.
and Arnold says, no.
Right. Arnold's ego. He had the willpower but he had also he has a huge ego. It was evident from back then.
Big ego as big as a mountain.
Exactly.
Well, to make a long story short, the next day Franco and I had a date. And I was in the room. I didn't think about all this ahead of time. I was a kid.
Right.
Compared to, we were all kids. I was 27, and I think Arnold was 26. And I don't know what Franco was, but you were all about the same age. We were kids. So, so I'm in the room with Franco getting it on. So tit for tat. Who comes into the room in the middle of the act?
Ooh, Arnold. Oh, my God.
On purpose.
Wow.
You see what I mean? Okay, so now Franco and I had a couple of more dates, and then I kind of called it off because he stood me up because he went off. I'm very sensitive with dates. He took off. He stood me up to have some dinner with Arnold with some lady's house, and I got very pissed off, and I broke off our friendship because I was angry. But to make a long story short, he is so revengeful. Arnold is famous for his revengefulness, and what he will do to you, he will bury you. He's literally responsible for the death of Mike Mensner, not for doing anything physical, but just a mental, psychological outsmarting, that how he destroyed Mike Mensner's career. When Mike Mensner literally tried to stand up to Arnold.
I remember.
Do you remember?
Yes, in 1980 in the Olympia, that's right. Arnold came back and won for the 7th time, and Mike Mensah wasn't going for the mind games. And
that's right.
You remember the photo of him standing up, pointing at Arnold?
I remember very well.
Arnold was sitting down, and Mike Mensah wasn't going for it. And Mike Mensah was a very, very strong man. And at that particular point in time, to me, he was more powerful if a physical thing happened than Arnold. Arnold didn't look like himself. He was weak. He was a small percentage of what he was when he won the Olympia.
Some people said 60%. Other people said he was, his friends, Franco said he was 90%.
No.
So let's say somewhere in between, eh?
Yeah, no, but I would say 60% because I studied those photos. I wasn't there.
Okay.
You know, I can't say I was there, but really when you're a fan like that, and you study, and we would pull the photos up in the magazines, and we'd look and compare and break down the body. Arnold was non-existent. His chest flat, his weak points stood out, his wide waist, his thighs were so slim. Not that he was known for thighs. He had his calves, but even they didn't look as mighty. He was boxy. His back was completely weak and flat. You know, a body that's not trained over time is not going to look the same as a body who has been training for many, many years. It takes time for that muscle maturity to come in. And he had stopped. And I do believe that with Arnold, much of his success and I will never knock any bodybuilder because I understand the amount of time and work and diet that takes place with it. So I'm not going to be a guy.
Just give us your punchline.
Yeah, I think Arnold depended more on drugs to be in shape than anybody else. You know why? When you're off of your drug, you go back to what you were supposed to be. And if you remember, after he won the Olympia for the last time before he came back, he in 77 he was a skinny man.
Right.
And people said, well, you know, he's doing the acting, so he has to slim down. No, you're off of that stuff. You see?
Right. Oh, you lose weight like crazy when you go off the drugs.
Of course. Lose muscle. So I believe that's what it was. And the fact that he tried to, and he was trying to keep it secret for a long time. He was training for the show as much as he could. But they saw how.
I see.
Yeah, when I've seen documentaries
because that was a show. Well, I'm not sure about this, but was that the show where he supposedly was the promoter and he was giving the award of $30,000 and then he decided to win it himself?
Exactly. Yeah, something along those lines. And I know the listeners will.
Which is pretty crazy,
yeah,
man.
But you know what? That's pretty cool too. If he can get away with it legitimately.
Oh, he got away with a lot of shit.
Oh yeah.
He got away with a lot of shit because he partnered with Joe Weider.
Right.
Now, the truth is that he held all the political power.
Yes.
All of it. Not some of it. All of it. Equal with Joe Weider.
Wow.
Whatever Arnold said was going to happen or not happen. The two worked together as partners in concert, 100%.
Amazing.
Arnold at one time tried to stand up to Joe Weider, and he discovered that he couldn't win.
Right.
And he's very politically acute.
Yeah.
And he was going to stand up to Weider, and Weider pulled all his advertising out. So Arnold quickly recanted and got back with Weider and never tried that one again.
Mm-hmm.
You see, he's a political, whichever way the wind blows, in his favor is where you will find Arnold.
Isn't that something?
Now, Arnold pulled a lot of stunts. We could talk about Arnold for an hour, about all the stunts he pulled, about all I learned about him and all I read about him.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to make a point about his revengefulness and how he affected me.
Yes.
Since we do have the platform to talk about these things in detail now.
Mm-hmm.
So I never get to talk about this with anyone, in the media.
Oh, I'm so appreciative of it because this is stuff that you just won't hear that from your perspective.
You'll never hear it.
And also, I want you to know that this is not just going to be one conversation with us that we do like this. This is going to be ongoing because I want to hear these things. But go ahead, let me hear it. Just let it flow.
Now I want to tell you that when Mike Mensner stood against him, Arnold destroyed Mike Mensner's career. Mike Mensner may have been extremely strong physically, but psychologically, he obviously could not withstand the force of Arnold's death blow. Because Arnold gave him a death blow. He made Joe Weider stop advertising him and promoting him. Mm. And Mike Mensner had a brother as well. They were very similar.
Yeah,
Ray Mensner.
Similar bodies.
Ray Mensner. They looked alike.
Yes,
they were very
alike,
close.
and they were both big and bulky and huge and very young. They were very young.
But
let me tell you something. I'm just not cutting this off. Well, I probably will, but it's another hour in this interview. I'm going to drop the link, but I'm going to do a little show that may not be popular with everybody because, it's about that slice of bodybuilding that I was like, that was in my time when I was competing and coming up. And so we studied everything. We didn't have the internet back then, but we studied everything from the magazines and books and talking to people. And I'll drop a name, and I'm going to find this interview that I know, especially mixed genre phase, is going to find interesting. And it's on a channel called Valuetainment. And I'm going to look for this now. And it's an interview with, let me get it right. Let me go on YouTube again. I have to leave you all with this link. Because I can't say he's a very good friend of mine. Like, oh, we're friends. But if he sees me now, I'll be like, oh, Lance. Because I met him through the gentleman who lived 3 blocks away from me who had a basement gym. And the man I'm talking about, Wayne D'Amelia, was the promoter for the Night of the Champions. That was the second top show behind the Mr. Olympia back in the 70s. They had the first one in 77, second one in 78, 79, 80. I think my first one was 78, and I went to everything after that. And one of the best ones for me was in 82 because that's when I was competing and that's when I was in shape. And Wayne DeMille was very close friends with Junior. And Wayne DeMille would leak out information to us. He would bring these top guys because Junior would pick these guys up at the airport. Now, mind you, I'm 15 years old. That's how I met, Bill Grant, Robbie Robinson, and also other guys, Czechoslovakian bodybuilding team, Joe Nazario, some main names that never really made it big, and all in between. And before the Night of the Champions, they'd have a thing in one of the big hotels in Manhattan where we'd get a chance to meet a lot of the guys. And I met Mike Mensa, and I'll never forget it. Like, when you're in awe of these guys, you're 15 years old. These guys are world beaters. They're all drugged up. And you're not thinking about that at that point. You hear about this thing, but you just think, and this was my thing, if I train hard enough, I'll get like these guys. If I train hard enough, diet hard enough, read all the articles, study nutrition, study posing, get my tan right, get my rest, run, train, do, man, I'm going to be like those guys. And it's not for everybody to be like those guys. And I won't say that, okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to put it back on. Yeah, Arnold is a nasty guy. He going to get you revenge-wise. He will go to any end. But see, at the same time, unfortunately, this is the very thing that made him great. You see what I'm saying? The ego, that vindictiveness. I'm going to be the one who, that's all he lived for. And that's all he lived for. Now, I'm going to run it back. But I definitely have to talk about those things because people, even a lot of guys from these days don't know like what was really going down back in those days. Today is a whole different thing, even though it's like the drugs are so bad that they openly talk about it on a lot of the bodybuilding channels that I follow. I follow them and I'm learning about drugs and I'm hearing about it, but I'm also into the artistry, into the competition. So I still love bodybuilding, but when I realized there was so much prostitution, so much favoritism, so much politics, and so much things going on like that, then it was the racism. They didn't want to put a black man on the cover of magazines. I found it out from Wayne DeMille. You know what I mean? So let me. I'm going to drop this link for those who are really interested in that world. If you want to hear somebody talk with enthusiasm on that world in bodybuilding, and this is a person that I know, and I'm actually going to try to reach out to him and get him on this show because he knows me. Like, I'm not saying he's not like some guy who's going to call me, like whatever, but this is one of the best interviews that Wayne DeMille did. And this is a guy who saw me as damn near a child starting out, and he saw me get better, and he would just tell us things. And, we would keep things in confidence, but this was before the internet. So we were privy because he would have these guys stay over by his home, which was like pretty big. And, I heard, I never been there, Kevin Clark, his name is across everything. When he used to train, he used to go over by Wayne DeMille's house, and Kevin Clark could have been a really great bodybuilder, but he cut it short because it just wasn't for him. But he would train over there with Junior before Junior got the gym 3 blocks from me. So from young, I've been intertwined with so many different things. And I look back, I'm like, man, it's crazy. So when you start talking about this stuff, people look like, man, you liar. No. Matter of fact, I know Wayne is in Florida, and I'm gonna let me copy and paste this title if I can. Okay, let me copy and paste this. This is a lot of photos, a lot of things there, and it was a big part of my life, really big. Okay, let me see if I can push this down. Nah, I want to put it together in here with the title. Let me see. I'm going to put the link first and the name after it. But that's the one. Mixed Genre Faves, you're going to really love that interview. Here it is right here. That's on Valuetainment. There's a link above. Grab that link. You're not going to sleep tonight. If you, very interesting. Rapid fire. He loves being a promoter. And like I said, if it wasn't for him bringing these guys around, being close to us that way, you know, and he was really close with my friend Junior, God rest his soul, he passed away. And it made it juicy. We had the best seat in the house by the things we heard and the things we knew. Heard things about Arnold and Joe Weider and that whole world. You're never going to see this stuff in the magazine. You're probably never going to hear this stuff like on the internet, because Wayne's not going to say certain things, but he told us certain things. So, and I already had my own experiences years after, because I was young, 15 years old, 14, 15 years old. And by the time I was 19, I was really doing good on my level. And a lot of gym owners, not the one I was in, but the other ones, friends with, Lance, man, if you can just do a couple cycles, man, and put on 20 pounds, 25 pounds, man, I'm like, nah, I can't do that. You know, oh yeah, you're going to like that. It's probably going to get you more into, yeah, I want you to watch that, because I want to do a show just talking about my experiences with it. I'm going to tell all. You know, I may not hurt certain people that have family out here and say their names. I might like go in the other chat room and put it in there, something like that. But for me, I put so much into it. It really hurt me when I saw what it really was. You know, and I really, really tried. And it's given me phobias and made me feel like I regretted, like if I should have kept it up, but done it, you know, kept up as I was doing, but not as hard. I started getting injuries. I was natural. You take drugs, you recuperate so fast. You can't keep up with these guys. You can keep up with them in a workout. So I had to maximize my whole day to recuperate, to try to halfway keep up with some of these guys, which when they're on their heavy cycles, after a while, it's like trying to catch a bus that's pulling away further and further. And you're like, I missed the bus. You see what I mean? So going back there deep as a young man to know these people, you know, like a Kelly, but there are other people that were really deep into it that had names at the time that you may not know now because it was that time and they didn't get super big or whatever. But I've seen a lot of guys, and there's guys I communicate with every day from that world that I'm really trying to urge them, man, because a lot of them, they have their hangups too. But we can all talk about it amongst each other like it's yesterday. You know what I mean? But when you work so hard in something and you don't, you know, I mean, at that age, as either me choosing boxing or bodybuilding, I was discouraged from boxing just within myself because I was so young with guys who were a little older than me. But if I would have pushed through with boxing, I think I would have did better than bodybuilding. But that's neither here nor there, you know. But I should have kept it up. I would have probably, you know, really had a serious body by this age, but back up a little bit from the intensity. And that's always one of the questions for me. What would have happened if I kept it up? And like I said, you know, from real young, you know, just being out there. But, you know, I don't make it bother me. I'm glad to be alive. There are a lot of guys out here that have done so much drugs that most of the guys that I knew from back then, I found that had gone dead, lost their minds, or got into other drugs, or it makes you a head case because the rush of being up on a stage, the rush of the applause, and you're getting better, and guys that beat you, you're beating them now. And some of these guys are on drugs and I'm beating some of these guys. I'm like, whoa, I know, but I really didn't have a natural structure for bodybuilding, to be honest. I didn't. I just knew how to hide my flaws. You know, like Kelly said, she says, oh my God, you're this beautiful, well-defined body. I did, but I thought that I had major flaws, and I knew that I did, that other guys who were genetically gifted better than me could take me out if I went to a higher level of competition. And what they were doing would bring them to that higher level of development faster while killing off their insides, and I wasn't willing to do that. And I wasn't willing to try to be natural in a sport where, you know, when you turn 20 and you're not a teenager no more, even if you beat guys when you were in the teens, which was a big thing because you had guys there taking drugs, right? Now you get into the open class, you getting wiped up as a natural bodybuilder when you're dealing with guys. You're in the open class, that's where the big sharks are. In the early 30s, late 30s, been drugging it for 20 and 25 years. And you look at these guys, you're like, God, dog. I can't. You don't feel, and you know what it is now, but it's like, I can't, meaning that I don't want to spend all of this time to do what? Get a trophy? And the money was low, and the money is too low. Like when she said the Olympia got $200,000 and it's up to like maybe 400,000 now. It's up to 400,000 now. And the two biggest shows, the Olympia and the Arnold Classic. Arnold Schwarzenegger's always there. He's older now, but they got a show named after him. It's one of the biggest shows. I think they were given $300,000 now. They didn't want to give 4 because the Olympia gives 4. They didn't want to outshine that. So, but behind the scenes, it's really crazy hearing the gossip because, see, now we have the internet and you can hear all the bodybuilding gossip behind closed doors. But there's the gossip behind the gossip. What the guys know and talk about, they don't really always come out and say everything. So if you know people, see, I love to see the old interviews with top guys or guys that started out when I was doing it that went on to become top guys. So they name drop some of the people that I know, and they're back from that time. So when they go back in time, like this one guy, Rich Gaspari, I didn't know him personally, but I was in a show or two, same show with him. He kicked my butt. He wouldn't remember me. Maybe he remembers me from when I got a little better, but he was a very serious guy. He was talking about Bob Gruskin, this photographer who was a gay dude. He was a dude who had this short white dude who had this big bald spot. He was bald, hair on the side, these big thick black glasses, always had a blue shirt on, a button-up shirt, and a camera over his shoulder, real nice camera. He was a photographer. He took pictures for a lot of the top bodybuilder magazines, but he always had his jeans sagging, not where you saw his butt crack, and the shirt was never tucked in. And he always kept his head was always tilted. He was creepy looking. Come to find out, he was experimenting with steroids on rats and cats and dogs, and he loved to befriend young guys. He was gay. He was going to try to get his sex on and drug them up at the same time. Oh, you have a great body. You know, I could really help you. And I'm looking at this guy. How's this guy going to help me with a pot gut, pants hanging off, looking all unhealthy, drinking Coca-Cola and hot dogs and eating hot dogs? But that's what it was, undercover. And he had free reign. He had power somehow. Like everybody wanted to get down with him in the magazines. I think a lot of the guys that ran the magazines back, not just the big ones, but the smaller ones, local magazines, they were getting it on too. I'll put a guy's name out there. There was a guy who was a judge from Connecticut named Marty Stroder. I don't care. I mean, the guy lied to me to try to get me over there, think he's going to get me into bed and screw me. He was souping me up about being on the back of Iron Man magazine. So Iron Man, you know, and basically it was common knowledge that as a black man, you're not going to get on the cover unless you're real good. There have been some black men, but as a young black man, they ain't going to put me on the cover. They had to find some white boy with blonde hair or something close to it. You see what I mean? So he was telling me about, well, you're in shape now. You need to maintain your shape. Don't get out of shape because I'd like to do a photo shoot with you. And he was well known to be a photographer. He was married, had children, everything. He lived in Connecticut, had a pristine reputation. I didn't hear anything bad about him. So we were talking over the phone a couple of times. So we were going to arrange when I was going to come up there. So we finally arranged a date that I was going to come up there. And then before the phone call was over, it's like, well, you know, my family's going to be gone. So it'll be great that you'll be here to keep me company so we can do so much more. When you come up here, you don't have to leave right away the same day or the next day. I have a lot of rooms here, but, you know, we're going to be hanging out. There's no need for you to be in a separate room and wake you up. You can sleep in the same bed as me and my wife do. We can sleep in the same bed. So I'm up front. I said, why would a man offer the next man to sleep in the same bed? We can hang out in the living room and you go to your room and I go to mine. What's up with that? Oh, come on, Lance. You know what's up with that. You're a very attractive young man. And I would take it as an honor if I could sleep with you. I mean, we don't have to do anything way out, but I mean, I would like to please you. Man, I hung that phone up so fast. And stuff like that happened to me. It was so disappointing because you work so hard and you earn it. You win competitions. Worse, I was natural beating guys that had it easier than me. So this dude, you know, exactly, they had to find a recessive on the cover. And they had to fight tooth and nails to get Robbie Robinson on the cover of Muscle and Fitness magazine because Joe Weider was racist. And they'll say that he's not, but he was. On his desk, and there was a name I mentioned earlier, I won't put it out there. On his desk, and Arnold knew this, there was a bust of Adolf Hitler on Joe Weider's desk, and he wasn't taking it down. You see what I mean? So that's really what they were all about. Arnold, too. He played it off. But Arnold did have a good heart on certain levels. And I'll say that the only reason why I can't really shit on Arnold all the way is because Leon Brown, a friend of mine who just passed away, he had some of the best genetics for bodybuilding ever. And he used to train with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I can pull up. When I do this show, I want to pull up photos and show you, right? And he used to train in that gym, Zin's gym. He'd come all the way from Staten Island and train out there. And he's a nice guy. He continued to compete, but something was wrong. Like when you take your time and you lift weights and you take your time and do it, he would do it all real fast. But he had the genetics, and sometimes he would take some drugs. But he was the kindest guy, and he was destined to do great things in the sport, but his mother passed away, and it really hurt him, and he had a breakdown. But he was never evil. He'd still come to the gym, but he was a little lost. And it was like he was a little boy, you know. Hey, Lance, how you doing, man? Man, you look good. He was in all the shows, everything. Arnold Schwarzenegger never turned his back on him. Never turned his back on him. Every year for his birthday, no matter what. I don't care if Arnold Schwarzenegger was invited to go to be with the queen or whatever. He never turned his back on Leon Brown, a black man. And wherever Arnold was, if he had to do business, he would fly Leon Brown to where he was, buy him more of a wardrobe, give him a lot of spending money. He wasn't destitute. Leon Brown had this job, some city job. And he was there for many years, and they let him, you know, it wasn't something, I forgot what it was. It wasn't something really technical, right? But they let him take his time off. They knew he had issues and whatnot. He was a good guy. He still did seminars and knew a lot about training, but there was a part of him missing after his mother died. Sometimes he wouldn't even comb his hair. His hair was short. And Leon Brown, if you look in the Pump and Iron book, he's the first picture there, not on the first page. He's standing in a subway with posing trunks on, a little scanty, whatever, looking muscular, looking the other way. And I think it was Arnold that was instrumental in saying, put Leon's picture in this historic book from this historic movie. And to the day that Leon died, which was, I think, last year, he found out that he had cancer, and he shriveled down to nothing really quick. And I think it was for the years, I don't think he abused steroids, but just years and years of taking it. And some people have a propensity to deal with a lot of it, and some not. It exacerbates anything in you that's already there, right? So if you have dormant cancer that may come out when you're 150 years old, see, it's there, but you're not going to live that long, right? So you don't know. But if it's there to come out at 150 years old, it may come out at 60 if you feed this thing, So, I've been through a lot, Yeah, Sweet D, it's how could I say it? I used to say I live too much, but I don't want to say that because I don't want to say that and put that out to the universe. Oh, really? So we'll take you away. But I really have seen a lot, been through a lot from young, and absorbed it. And I wasn't high doing it. I wasn't, crazed out my mind doing it. But I've been exposed to a whole lot, and that's why I'm not a know-it-all. There's a lot of things I don't know, but I realize that I've been through more than my share of different worlds traveled through. That it's amazing to look back at this interview and look back using Kelly Everett as an example, that was 41 years ago of the time that she talks of me. You know what I mean? And it's been rapid fire. Just not to just drop names, because there's names that I can drop that I forgot about. It's just so much in situations. And I'm glad, that's why I tried to prove, by bringing people on, or like I played Bill Grant, Robbie Robinson's on there, Kelly Everett's here. She's telling you what I looked like back then, how we met. She forgot. I didn't forget. But those are snippets. And there's so much more that for somebody who's been a blue collar guy all their life, never rich and never famous, there's been so much. See, if I was Arnold Schwarzenegger telling you this stuff, or Sylvester Stallone tell you, oh yeah, because you're famous and you know these people. No, but on a parallel level, on a smaller level, it's a lot that I've been exposed to. And I can't believe it sometimes. Sometimes I'm almost embarrassed to say to strangers, like if we talk about something that they're talking about from back in the day, or even now, and I say, yeah, I know that guy. Oh, you're lying. You're lying. That's why I keep my mouth shut in real life. And my good friends who are here, they come through, Jack Griffin and Kevin Clark and a few others that know, they know. Even if they weren't there, I would come back and tell them, or they saw them, or they, you know what I mean? They vouch for me. And there are other people that I know that don't even come to the show. They're on Facebook and they see I drop it there. They may drop a like or something like that. And they can tell you things. So it's not about making stuff up, because people swear, man, you making this stuff up. There's nobody. It's my energy. I know I pull stuff to me, and I know that. You know what I mean? So much, you know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mixed genre phase. 40 years, some of us were not even born. And I was in the greatest city in the world, and, you know, but even when I left New York at 38 years old, it was just stuff happened to me in Orlando, and it just never stops. I lived a very intense life in New York City. There's pretty much nothing I haven't seen. I've seen you make it up. I've seen it. I haven't traveled the world, but I tell you one thing, in that city, I traveled the world. You know, in that city, I traveled the world. And, you know, like I said, and it doesn't make me feel old. I feel revitalized, because I'm always looking for the next thing. There's some men that get to this age and they wrap it up. And look at Kelly. And this is now 9 years after. You're hearing an interview from 9 years ago. This is 2023. That was 2014. And if I call her now, she's doing something interesting. And her normal conversation. You see, and that's what a lot of guys didn't get a chance to know about her. Because she was an exhibitionist, and she was in magazines all over the place in the 70s. You know, when I found them 6 crates of magazine, me and my friend Carlos, she was in half of them. So, you know, she's like, Lance, you used to see me in magazines. She said, yeah. What did you do when you saw those magazines? I said, well, the Vaseline jaw got light that day. But, you know, it's amazing to even go through that and meet somebody and they kind of want to marry you and whatnot. We can't have sex unless we're married. It's crazy, you know? So that's why when I do the bodybuilding thing, I want everybody in the chat room and just give me some questions to stimulate, because I'm not going to just start talking the interesting stuff out of nowhere. Just dig, try me from what I know back then. And I know a lot from now. And there are people who are around now that are older, who don't train anymore like that or compete. They're still around the sport. And like I said, I had opportunity to really get down out here, and it kind of fell in my lap. But right now, for me, as far as being a judge, you know, individuals who are in organizations here found out, like, damn, you used to do it and you know this much about it. We need you as a judge. I can judge my ass off. I know a good physique, and it's not a homo thing, you know, from doing it for so long. But a lot of things are going to have to wait until I'm settled in. I'm not going to attempt to do things, and that's going to be very soon. 2 or 3 months, 3 months, 3.5 months, maybe we'll be up there, and I'll be able to settle down, and I'll be able to go all out the things that I like to do, even training, exercise, and everything. I'll finally be in settled, because remember, we were here from September of 2020. This is 2023 now. I've been through a lot of changes. You know what I mean? A lot more than what even most people know being here. And I gave y'all a earful, right? And it's just more than that. So for me, at this age, I want to settle down, be like, okay, this is it. Let me ply my trade. Let me polish my craft. Let me be a student of multiple games, and I will be able to ascend faster because I have no distractions up in the mountains. Each day will go by like 72 hours for me, not 24. It'll be like 3 days for me each day, peaceful and quiet and focused, you know. Yeah, no, we right. Right. It would have been different. Exactly. I know that. And we had some really deep intellectual conversations. She's like, I can't believe you're only 19 years old. You know what I mean? She was like 42 or something like that. But we clicked. We were cool. You know what I mean? And you know, I was all about the black thing back then. You know, and I was kind of feeling funny. I was like, but she is not, you know, she's mixed up with stuff from South America, right? But it was like her intellect, and she was just cool, you know? So I wasn't like stressed that way because she wasn't the kind of person who was caught up in any of that, you know? And so I was wild back then, but I wasn't wild with her, you know? And I didn't know she felt that way about me. And she was like really, and I kind of backed off because it scared me, because I'm thinking like, if I did that, because these certain guys were like, man, she got money, you'll be well taken care of. Well, and I'm like, I can't do that. I can't be with somebody just to use them like that, no matter who they are. Say, man, you age difference and she die and you get all that. I said, man, that's gory to think like that. I don't care who it is. So we kind of drifted off, and she kind of saw me with, you know, other women that came to pick me up at the gym, and she got the message. I wasn't trying to give her the message, but she kind of backed up. And then she'd be on and off, and she kind of stopped coming to that gym for a while. And that's really what happened. But she may not remember a lot of that, you know. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't have been in Accra. Maybe I would have ended up in Africa. Maybe I would have ended up, you know, like she's in upstate New York, but she has properties in Las Vegas and different places. She's traveling, but you would never know what she has. That's why she has the time to do so much. She's not thinking about survival. You know what I mean? You know, and that's a just due, because she was always a businesswoman. That's the thing. She wasn't a bimbo. She didn't like people thinking that about her. She worked her way into some worlds and the conversations we had. Like, I can't even repeat them. It's more than what I can remember. But I learned a lot from her, and she got me into that game. I was, you know, wild anyway, but she got me into that. And she didn't push me, but she's like, hey, you know, you got a beautiful body, and I'd like to bring you, and you'll get paid. And yeah, I did get paid. Oh boy, did I get paid. Okay, what is the biggest obstacle in bodybuilding at any level? Consistency. Consistency. See, you would have to see, when you first start training, that's when you make the most change. That's why people get fascinated. When they stick with it for a month or 2 or 3, you're going to see so much change if you eat right, even if it's not perfect, and you train and follow through. That first year training, you transform if you do it properly. If you're on your own and don't know, and you don't have the right guidance, and you're following bad advice or whatever have you, you know, someone would really have to know your body type, the human body, how it works, because I can spot a bad trainer a mile away. I used to train people also in Manhattan at a natural physique center. Bob Fuchs owned it, and the girl there, Nicole Bass Fuchs, the strongest bodybuilding woman. She always used to be on Howard Stern. She used to come out there and talk with us before she was into bodybuilding. Me and my friend Mike, we'd be sitting out there drinking juice before we train and drink a little protein or whatever, and she'd come over there. That was back in, was it 1984? I think it was 84. I'm going off into a different tangent, but yeah. Consistency is the biggest obstacle, because after you start to not slow down, but you may expect that your gains, meaning your change, you're reaching your goals, doesn't mean just gaining muscle, but it slows down a bit. You know, you're given that down payment of gain where you lose the most weight and muscle up the most, you know, and see these changes, and then it kind of levels off. But it still goes. But you have to be consistent. You have to be smart. See, because some people, like, let me just share some things with you in concept. There are 3 ways to increase intensity in a workout. And number 1 is increasing the weight. Number 2 is taking less rest between each set. And number 3 is just being more strict on your form. your intensity, like lifting more, taking less rest between the sets, doing more within a set period of time. And those are the ways that you get your gains. But you have to be really into, some people take journals and write down everything. I don't believe in that. Make a mental note and go by how you feel. But time is really the third one, where in a certain time, you can do the same workout in less time. That increases in intensity, because this is the thing. Intensity is where it's at. It's not about, I was in the gym 6 hours. That's what turns people off, because they feel they have to do that and they deplete themselves, drain themselves. It's about recuperating from the workout. The workout tears everything up. It's the recuperation and rest that makes you formulate this new body, right? So when you see a marathon runner who runs from here to there, not far, really quick, and you look at when I say, okay, the marathon runner runs the 26 miles, long runs, training, miles. And you see the sprinter. I messed up and said marathon because I'm getting a little tired, right? But you see the sprinter runs from here to there, very intense. Look at the sprinters. When you see the Olympic things and the track stuff, look at their legs, look at their shape. And I'm a man, so I'm looking at the woman. Look at their asses, look at their thighs, look at the little waistline, look at the no body fat on them. That's not from training long, but short bursts of intense effort is what gets it. So you can do that in the gym and turn around and run for miles and miles and feel like you're beating yourself down. You're not going to recuperate. You see what I mean? Let me see. Do you get limited? Okay, let me put this up. See, this is what I like. I like this. When I'm going to do a bodybuilder show, I'm going to depend on you to ask me questions, right? Do you get limited nutritional variety when you're bodybuilding? As in, do you have to limit your diet to certain foods only? No. The opposite is even better, right? The more variety you have, because let's just simplify it. If you ate apples as your fruit and just that, as opposed to apples, oranges, mangoes, watermelon, blueberries, raspberries, there are things in the different fruits that man doesn't even know about, that there's a difference. The more variety you have in your nutrition, the better off you are. But some people fall into what their favorites are, and they don't want to be bothered with all this variety. Like, listen, I'm just going to have the chicken breast and the broccoli and some egg whites and a little bit of fruit, and I don't want to hear it, a little tea. You see what I mean? So full range of motion with your exercises, that keeps you from going too heavy in your weight. Don't be scared about getting muscles like these steroided up chicks that you see that look like men. This is not to say to discourage anybody or any woman, but you will never look like that because you don't have that level of testosterone. But you won't get the grotesquely hard, veiny, whatever. You'll get muscular in a feminine way, not muscular, and that's the wrong word, toned and shaped. Because what most women don't realize, that they should be trying to work out properly now, not with crazy heavy weight. Workouts, when done properly and intelligently, are very easy to do because you increase your intensity incrementally and you want to. And you say, wait a second, 2 weeks ago I was using this weight. Let me put on 2.5 more pounds on this, see how I can do it. And then you get the same amount of repetitions. You're like, wow. And that one other factor is increasing your reps. So forget the other two. It's increasing the weight, decreasing the time between sets with the same workout, or increasing your repetitions. Not meaning that if you aim for 12, 10 repetitions, certain exercises, 15, that's your gauge. When you find yourself with a weight that you did 12 repetitions with, and you go into 18, 19, 20, that's a call for you to increase the weight a little bit. Because you're not going to sit up here and do 50 reps and it bring the same level of intensity. So it's a multifaceted thing. You see what I mean? So it's a lot to it, but it's very simple. If you have somebody guide you through it, I wouldn't mind if you're doing or trying to do something. I'll guide anybody here through it. I know a little bit about it. I know a little bit about it. Right? And so many people in gyms, I don't look like I used to. People would look at me now and that old guy. Maybe he did something when he was a teenager. Before, people were like, oh, you're still doing something like 12 years ago, 10 years ago. But now, you know, and I don't look for that. Because of my heartbreak with bodybuilding, I don't even like think, look, if you put a gun to my head, even though I have some injuries, I can surprise people with a year of training. I know that. It's in me. I know that. You never forget that. It's like riding a bike. You know what I mean? But I can go to a gym and sit down quiet and point out the people that to say he knows what he's doing or that one doesn't know what they're doing. They're doing the wrong form. They're training their ego. Women are around. They're trying to lift heavy weights. They're making noise. I did not. I was an assassin in the gym. I went in there not to play. I had people there that I had camaraderie with. And when I was doing my workout, I wasn't playing around with Kelly. We'd play around after my workout. We'd do little calf raises or something like that. But when I went in there, it's like walking. When I walked up the steps of that gym, it was like walking down the aisle to a heavyweight championship fight, because I knew that workout was going to bring me some change incrementally better. And if you were in a competition and the guy narrowly beat you who was on drugs, and I knew he's been on drugs for 8 weeks and they kind of taper off from that point, and I knew he was going to be in a competition in a month's time. Okay, fool, I know you're going to go off your diet. I know you're going to eat and put yourself back. Now you on drugs. When you eat, you're going to blow up even more for a couple of days and then have to tighten up that next month. And those are the days I'm not going to eat nothing bad. From here to when I see your ass again in a month, I'm not going off my diet. And I'm natural and I'm hard. I was naturally hard. So they'll go off and think that they can, you know, now we got drugs that can strip off body fat. Guys used to mess around with a drug called thyroxine back in the day. I saw a guy who was already in shape strip off like 20 pounds in a few days, and he was so skinny and ripped up. Don't worry about that, sweet D, with the women. You can train, and really that is what gives you your shape. Women have a higher level of body fat than men naturally, and that's what gives you your shape under the body fat. So you want to get as much muscle and get as strong as you can, because really and truly, a lot of us focus on, and this is what I will do with my training, and I have to now because I talked that stuff years ago, but at 60, I really have to. It's not about cardio. Yeah, cardiovascular is fine, but it's about strength. I've been researching up until this day, and it's not about just like, oh, lift up the heaviest weights. No, I'm not saying that. But keeping your muscles strong. Weight training is essential, especially for women in this osteoporosis. When you don't use resistance training and don't keep certain nutrients up, and milk is the wrong thing to drink for calcium. You don't absorb the calcium in milk. Green leafy vegetables bring you the calcium you need. So there's a lot of falsehoods out here that we got to get over to get better. You know what I mean? Let me see the question here from Mixed Genre Faves. Is it difficult to have a social life when you get into the bodybuilding world? Do the constant workouts and staying consistent? No, because if you go, I would say this. Look, there were times when I was younger and stupid, training 6 hours in the gym, 6 o'clock to midnight. Then I go ride my bike home, hour and a half, whatever it took. Then go running in the park. There was time I was sleeping 11 and a half hours a day. It was in that time when I had those 2 pictures up that I was sleeping that time. It was sick. I go to bed and wake up 11 and a half hours, and go straight to the gym. Didn't even work for the couple months. I said, I'm gonna focus on this. But a social life, no, it's easy because, and I would say it's easier now because you have more availability to the gyms. You can get into the bodybuilding world and all that stuff, and that's extra. Training your body does not take. My last competition was in April of 1985. That was when I said I walked away from it all. I was training 6 days a week, but only 1 hour. And that was for a competition. And I looked the best than I ever did. And that was when I was 20. I just turned 22 years old and got mopped up. I look better than I did in that picture, but I got mopped up because the dudes were the top dudes were like well older, 10, 15 years older than me, and lifelong druggies. I didn't have a chance. And that's not what discouraged me. But it was just that I saw too many examples in that world of men who were bums, were prostitutes, and you wouldn't even know it. You thought they were men, like a man's man. You come to find out what they're doing. Or they use women, you know, and they would usually get these broken women. I can talk about that, you know. No. Sweetie, I didn't take anything that you said being that, or being disrespectful. No. And some of the women look crazy, and I'll add on to it. They were crazy. Because I had a couple of rendezvous with different ones. I can pull up a video now. Let me see if I can find her. Let me see. She passed away, but, you know. Misspelling. Let's pull up. I can't believe somebody took a clip, looped it over. Let's see if it pulls it up. I'd have to dig deeper. It was easy to find it back in the day when there wasn't so much stuff online. But now there's so much stuff, but I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna have it ready. I'm gonna find it. That's a whole other story. And that show is gonna be a very, 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 very long show. Especially if I have help with the questions to guide me about what you want to know. And again, these days, there are a lot more things that, you know, people say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I know what I know, and what I don't know, I'll tell you. I'm not going to lie about anything. No, I'm not finding like Bob Paris. He was a gay bodybuilder. I met him in '82. Met a lot of these guys. No, I can't find that video. There's a spooky video there. Top 10 haunting last photos of people. That thumbnail looks, I'm not going to bed on that one. Yeah, but I'm going to drop a lot of videos and stuff. I know I cut the thing short. You do have the link, right? For the Kelly Everett show, right? The one we were listening to. Because I really got caught up in that, listening to that. You know, okay, here's another question. And I love the questions. You know, in your opinion, what are the top 3 negative effects of bodybuilding in general? What might a person experience negatively while bodybuilding? Addiction, and not drug addiction. It's easy to become addicted because I've seen people who have gotten so developed that they don't believe it. Like what drove them into the gym and into training. And lots of times you stumble on it. You start out light. Like with me, there was a guy named Craig Bastian across the street. He's the guy that when I was 5 or 6 years old, we got into a fight. He bloodied my nose. My father made me go back and beat him up, right? We were the best of friends, so we neighbors and stuff, you know. He came over to my basement, and my father had barbells down there. And he was like, Lancey, I bet I can lift more than you, like curls. And we started that way. Like, okay, you did 13, I'm going to do 14. Oh, I'm going to do 15. And then I started looking at magazines. So it's not like, but now people go in with the purpose of getting into it, like make a decision, like I'm going to get into bodybuilding. But a lot of people stumble in it, like a lot of young guys and stuff, right? But I think, number one, the healthy sense of insecurity that we have, because that's what it is. Insecurity is not a bad word. It just means you want to make up for something that you're deficient in, or you want to make yourself better. And it's a healthy amount of that we all have. You know, you're a guy and you've been drinking beers, you got a little belly, you see a guy running down the street with a nice 6-pack, and you might not say anything outright, but oh man, I gotta tighten up. So the more I've seen people develop to where they're like showstoppers, like bodies that you wouldn't believe. And they're some of the most insecure people. And a lot of them have to still show their body to get a rush and a constant affirmation that they look good, because they don't really think they look good deep down. And they're the easiest people to psych out. Some of the guys, when they see women with beautiful bodies in the gym, lots of times when it's taken to the fanatical extreme, they get intimidated, but those are the easiest women to pick up and take home and have sex with. I'm not saying anybody who's just in the gym doing it. I'm not saying everybody, but those who, I can tell the ones who are driven by insecurity or some type of hang up from their youth. Because when they look in the mirror, they can't see that. They see the person they used to be, and it drives them almost crazy, and they become addicted. And this is what leads into drug use. You know, oh, if I try this, I can get, and then they get the results from the drug use. Now they don't want to stop using drugs. Now we got guys using drugs 365 days a year, when back in the day, you did it once a year. I'm not saying me, because I never did it, but the guys I know, you did it for one competition for the year. And it was only to hold on to the muscle that you got naturally while the fat strips off and it holds on to it. And you get a little extra size. Then you go off your cycle and then you train naturally all year. Now you have people going on growth cycles using STH, cadaver pituitary gland hormones. And on the black market, it was gorilla hormones, growth hormones. And lots of times on the illegal, it was dirty stuff and people would get sick. I've known guys get the jaundice and get sick, right? Other than that, okay, top 3 negative effects in bodybuilding in general. Overtraining, I would say, is another one. Thinking that you need to do more. It's a slow process. It's something that takes time. There's nothing you're supposed to rush through, right? Overtraining, we do too much. And then I can put this as a third one, but I'll clump it in. Not getting enough water, not getting enough wholesome nutrition, especially when you're trying to lose weight. You see yourself getting cut up. And I don't mean cut up like a man, but you lose weight. And then we get addicted to that. And we can be bodybuilders eating good food that is not much of a variety and end up with nutrients that are deficient because you're pushing yourself more, you're sweating more, and you end up getting injuries. It's amazing. I remember back in 82, man, I was malnourished on certain levels. And I was eating so strict, you know, that my teeth were getting brittle. You know what I mean? So it's so many things that can happen. Just the mind game, the negative effects. If you train naturally and sensibly, you really don't have anything to worry about as long as you train properly in proper form. Once the ego gets in, you want to push more weight too much, you get injuries. See? And that's what sets you back. I had a major back injury in 2000. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so used to saying 2000. 1984. I had a slip disc, sciatic nerve, pinched nerve. I've heard women tell me that have had children and had that. They say that's worse than childbirth. I don't know about childbirth, but that is something. And dietary, it was certain things I was eating. It was the fact that I was so stripped out from competing and dieting strict for so long. And I tried to put on weight fast, tried to push heavy weight fast, which that's something that takes time. You take your time with what you do. Live a normal life as you live. You said something about the social life. Still maintain your social life. There's certain things you'll have to adapt to, depending on how you have your social life. If you go over friends' houses once a week or whatever, and they're eating something that you like, don't deprive yourself of that. Eat it, whatever it may be. In hindsight, that's what I would say. I was a friggin' maniac, because in the whole year of 1982 into 1983, I didn't have nothing wrong except on October 2nd at night, I had some Chinese food with some duck sauce poured all over it and some soda. That was a week before that picture where I'm standing there and you see me front on. But I was a fanatic. My metabolism was so fast, it just chewed that up. I didn't even see it. And I kept on. And I had a shoulder injury, back injury in 84, knee injury in my right knee. I was squatting heavy weight. I used to take 315 pounds. And anybody don't believe me, that was my legs, my strong point. And I was doing the lunges with them, just walking lunges with three plates on each side. at 174, 172 pounds when I was leaning out for the competition. And I was so sucked in from dieting and depriving myself that the time the competition came for that picture, I was 169 pounds right before the prejudging and into the evening show. 164 pounds. And I hate to keep pulling it up like some old man living in the past, but I'll show you again. It's 169 pounds right there. And by that time, I was already skeletoned out and just depleted, tired, I was up in Utica, New York, and I was so beat down. I was just flat. I looked better earlier that morning. And the other picture, which is the 2 weeks before, I looked better. That was 2 weeks before, but I was so paranoid, I overtrained. I was overtrained in this particular picture, but I won. You know what I mean? I won. I looked good and I won. But 2 weeks before, with this one, which is fuzzy, you can tell I was fuller. I didn't hit the shot of the wave so you can see my muscles pop, but right there, I look better there than I did in that first picture that you just saw. Except in this picture, I had an afro, and the other one, I think my old girlfriend gave me jerry curls. My legs were fuller, although it was side shot. You can see in my ass, there was muscles flexing there. My stomach was like cobblestones, And my buddy, who I talk to this day, he beat me, but I beat him that day. He whispered it to me, but he was scared that day, and I got him. But, politics, I was in a gym that had a bad name, so I wasn't going to win that. You know what I mean? So even that day had so much history for me. You know what I mean? But yeah. And there's a whole lot of pictures out there of me, but I'll never find them. I gave away a whole lot of them, gave it to girls. Oh, well, I like that picture. Can I, Oh, really? What did I, how did I answer it? Right? Okay. Let me see the questions here. Okay. The top three. I think I kind of answered that. Oh my God. The gays were in every industry. We're outnumbered by these freaks. Oh yeah. Yeah. Back then, shoot. You had dudes that never touched a weight in their life, and they signed up to become bodybuilding judges to be in position to coerce the guys to, suck on their wee-wees or whatever have you. And usually them dudes wanted to suck you off or something. That's what it was. Or you screw them in the ass. They wanted that. They were like women. I'm not saying women want that in the backside. I'm just some do, some don't, right? To each his own. But what I'm saying is that they weren't like, I want to bend you over. No. And a lot of them, because I knew guys that did this stuff. I'm like, yo, man, you doing this stuff, man? Yeah, man, And I'm like, I'm not interested in what you're doing, but I'm gonna find out. Like, what are you doing? Well, they keep me in that Corvette. They take care of me. Bodybuilding is expensive as hell. No, it is if you get to the competition part, it can be costly a little more to food, but it's really, when they say that, it's the drugs. Thousands and thousands and thousands, depending on what. It's not like these guys just pop a few pills. These days now, it's like injectables and orals, and this one to harden you up, this one to counteract the drop of testosterone when you get off the other drugs, and growth hormone with this, and Trenbolone with that, and this has this effect. Come on, man. It's like you painting a picture with all these colors from a palette that has different paint colors on it, except that you're painting the picture of a physique with all these different type of drugs. And you better be on point with your nutrition. You better be. Okay, here's the next one. Does bodybuilding affect a man's or woman's hormones? It will enhance. If you train right and live right, get your rest, it will enhance your hormones to where it's supposed to be, because your body weight's going to be regulated. You're eating clean food. There's no obstacles of sugary sodas and cakes, which once a week, for sanity's sake, you can do that, whatever you want. Don't go overboard and, it's just going to do this for one day for the next week. But no, unless you're taking hormones. If you're taking male hormones as a woman, your clitoris is going to enlarge and hang. I'm not saying it's going to hang like 10 inches, but I was kind of messing with this woman who started taking it, and her clit went from like 1/3 of an inch. We were messing around. You know, she moved away for a little while and came back using drugs. Her clit was 2 inches. And I'm going to be lewd here for a second and just say what I said. I don't like sucking that no more because it's like a little dick. She was mad. Okay, let me see what else here. Let me see. I'm answering them faster than you can ask. I'm going to rap for another 5 minutes. I'm going to hit the second. I didn't know it was like, what time is it now? 5:13? No, it's no problem. But we'll do this today, later on. If you want, make sure I'm a phase. Because you're keeping me going, and whoever wants to come on and listen to it and ask questions too, we'll dig deep. So get your questions together in your mind and we'll talk about that, because that's a way of me purging like something that I did before that look, this is 2023 and I'm 60 years old. But what I did up until 19, 20, and 22 years old in bodybuilding still bothers me right now. So for me to talk about this and pass stuff on and certain knowledge that I have is therapeutic for me. You know what I mean? Because it was almost like going to war on the battlefield. You know what I mean? Because them workouts, man, like Kelly said, the guys worked out hard, but consistently for the years, I was a student of the game and I pushed and pushed and pushed. And the change in my physique was phenomenal to people who knew me close. They're like, Lance, man, be honest, man. You're not taking anything, are you? You know what I mean? I really lived it. Like me doing this. I have to say it's a hobby. It's more than a hobby, but I have to say that to keep my sanity. I can't say I'm all in on this because then I'll lose myself. You know? Yeah. No, we're going to do it today, later on. I know Beatrice is going to come on, but we're going to go on a lot earlier because I got to go into the supermarket early and come in, maybe take a nap. It'll be at a good hour. You know, it's not going to be early, right? So, please push me. Ask me all kind of questions. I don't care what it is. They don't have to be just, did your dick shrink, Lance, when you were training? No, those were the guys that are taking drugs. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, and I'm telling the world who's watching, you want to come on when we do it. I didn't make the link yet. You know, I'll put it out there 2-3 hours before we do it, and you'll know, and I'll make sure you know personally. But like whatever, because this is a serious thing and people just don't know the real deal. You know, and that's the way I am. Remember, Kelly Everett was a stripper. I was a stripper at one time. I was a bodybuilder. I did my own thing, putting out ads and stripping it. I was wild. I was a freak. I have no shame. You can ask me any question, and I'm going to answer back in a sensible way. I'm totally transparent when it comes to that. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, we definitely have to do this. And I'll make a nice banner. I'll probably put them 2 pictures up there and put some other pictures up there, and I'll make something nice. And it will get responses from other people that see it, that don't even follow the channel. Because I've done other shows on bodybuilding, just like little rants, kind of talking about it. Because there were 22 top bodybuilders last year that died. It was all directly related to steroids. One died in the hotel room the night before. It's crazy what they're doing. I've known guys that shot up with steroids every 4 hours. You know, they got so, and I would never embarrass them and mention their names, whatever heavy, but they were always open with me. And I was always, you know, yeah. Oh, I want questions. Yeah. I can see that too. So we're a match made in heaven. Ask away. And if you don't ask harsh enough questions, I'm going to add some stuff on there. I will. Because I know some things that most people won't talk about, even personally, you know. I think that when you go into overtraining as a man, that will mess with your hormones when you go into overtraining. Like I mentioned, overtraining was one of the things you want to avoid. And that will mess with your libido as a man. You know what I mean? There were times when, you know, I went hard into the training, and you can have sex when you train. You know, if it's imbalanced, but that little bit of energy that you use for the sexual endeavors, when you go all out and your stomach is so empty, so sucked in, you're just eating enough almost like an intravenous drop. You're just eating enough. That last week and a half, you're just eating enough to go through and function. Because when your body fat is that low, that will affect your hormones, right? And for women too. But natural bodybuilding, eating healthy food, variety, it will enhance your hormones, you know? And, oh, who's a troll? Am I missing a troll here? Okay, let me mix genre phase. You know what? Sometimes these trolls block me, so I can't see them. But I got something for them. Who's a troll? Bonsu, who's a troll? You can tell me. It's not like they're gonna come back and try to get you. You told Lance on me. Okay, here, let me see. Let me see. Okay, you might hear an echo for a second. Okay, there's ways of finding trolls out here. There's nobody I see unless it's way back. Yeah. Yeah, and I love your intelligent questions also. And don't be afraid to go deep. Okay, no, I'm not saying it's you, Daniel. I'm just, sometimes they do come around every now and then. But I don't just go smashing people and steamrolling them just because I think they might be, Okay, bring them. I love it. Come on. I love to talk. And go there. Wherever you have to go, go there. You know what I mean? I mean, right before that last week before this particular competition, right? This one, I was okay, right? But this one, I was real depleted. And I didn't want to have sex. I mentally horny, but physically drained. And so my girlfriend at the time, she performed acts on me. And even in the middle of that, I was so weak. Because, I didn't do carbohydrate depletion at that time, but you limited your carbohydrates. You drained yourself and you fed them back slowly. The last 2 days before the show, you don't train. You just lay there. Eat slow and just enough to not be hungry. So being so depleted, I didn't want to have anything to do with sex. And I judged it by my erections. Like, it wasn't a raging, vein-laced, you know what I mean? It was just, okay, a little plump. But after, when I started eating more a little bit, because I had more competitions, but I didn't take them as serious that year, I was back to business again. It's crazy how that connects with your body, but that's one of the functions, or how could I put it? That's one of the systems of the body that you don't need to indulge in to live. It's funny. It's a mental thing. If you don't do it, maybe some people go crazy. Damn, I ain't get laid in a long time. Oh yeah, definitely. Because if a person, like they say, healthy body, healthy mind, the Greeks, it really has an effect on your mind. When you can look at yourself and really be pleased at your body, and it's a new body, took hard work, took a little time, it changes your whole personality in a good way. Some people go and flip totally different. And you have to keep yourself in check if that's it too. Keep yourself with your heels and feet on the ground. Because I've seen men and women, like there are women who may come in the gym and a little overweight. They may have they're just not trained. And they get in phenomenal shape. And they may have ass and hips and all those beautiful things, but they're lean. Stomach came down, face, not chiseled, but just lean, and the neck and the lines, and they look at themselves, and something happens sometime, and they become even more promiscuous. Like they get confidence, and they're like a dude, not like a dude like aggressive, but they're just like, I never got this attention before. And I want to, it never goes like that all the time. That's just like the worst case scenario. And how about the nerdy guy who comes into the gym and trains a little bit and gets a little confidence and, you know, people notice him for his body. And we know that that's just a mere shell. And he'll get confident and he starts womanizing. Or maybe not. It just brings you up to what you should be. But you're going to have to deal with the people around you not accepting the fact that you actually changed yourself. And they're not going to accept you. I'm not going to say they're not, but the sincere people who love you and friends with you, they'll love it. But those who may have felt superior to you, I'm saying this in general, in some way, like, oh, I'm built better than her or whatever, they're not going to accept it because now you changed yourself and you might be blowing them away in the looks department that way. But it's only the shell. It's only a vehicle. Don't let it, I'm not saying you, because I know you're balanced, but most people let it get to their head. You know, it's like the old man hitting midlife crisis and he gets the red sports car and gets the big booby, small waistline chick and eventually divorces his wife and has to pay a lot of money and ends up in an apartment somewhere with the same chick who's cheating on him. You know what I mean? So yeah, you'll naturally get self-confident in the proper way. Even if there's nothing wrong with the confidence, and let it continue to grow. The way to not let it become something narcissistic is to have other things that you let that confidence spill into. That's the trick. Okay, let me see. What do you wish you knew before beginning your bodybuilding journey? The proper way to train. I trained for years before knowing the real proper way to train and did a lot of stupid things that could have brought more injuries on me. So, like I say, when you first start training, that's when you make your most gains. And if you have somebody coaching you or you know, guiding you in the right way, and with you being intelligent as you are, if you're pointing in the right direction, you'll figure out a whole lot of things. But through experience, you know, I would tell you certain basic things that most people would agree with. Now, after a while, different bodybuilders train a different way, but that's only when they get really advanced and find out what their style is, it's like a boxer. They get trained the same way like anybody else, but as they develop, Muhammad Ali fights different than Mike Tyson, but they were both taught the basics when they were in their infancy. So if you can train properly and people get anxious and want to do more, cool, just smooth, do it and not get any injuries, you're good. Learn the mind-muscle connection. Learn each movement beautifully. Execute the movement beautifully like it's ballet. You're moving the weights up and it's a part of you. It's a movement. It's a groove that you have to find. And it takes some time, months to find the groove. Just keep doing it and let a person keep guiding you. And something clicks in your head and you do the movement excellently. You see? Here's the next one. Would you say bodybuilding causes more wear and tear than any other sports, or is it boxing? Oh, definitely boxing and football. But training on its own is only from ignorance and training and not listening to the signs that your body give you. You see what I mean? Like your body talks to you. It's like if you've been eating clean and fruits and vegetables, you decide to eat cake and something greasy, you wake up in the morning with a big wad of stuff in the corner of your eye because that's your body trying to get rid of it. They can't get rid of it fast enough. Certain aches and pains, certain pain is good. It talks to you. Certain pain is not good. Listening to your body instinctively when you know that, well, okay, you did so much on a Monday. Now this is a Thursday, you're doing the same workout if that's the way it falls. But you're pushing yourself. You feel depleted. You don't feel enthusiastic. When you're training in balance, you can't wait to get to the gym. You can't wait. See, so sometimes as a beginner, you're going to feel the soreness and all that stuff. People say, oh, go in the gym and work the soreness out. That's the dumbest ass thing you want to do. You want to train once it's rested and recuperated. If that muscle is not rested and recuperated, you don't take it in the gym and move it. So I don't care what time. Oh, my schedule says I have to come on Thursday and do this and I have to come on. So no, take another day off. If that part is still hurting, you don't hold up the whole body. Go on to the next workouts. You rested Thursday because Thursday has said that you're supposed to do chest. I'm just making this up. You're supposed to do chest again, but it's sore, then don't do chest. You might go on to do on Friday's workout, if those parts are not devastated. And you can push too hard in the beginning and be too sore because this is something new. Your body can only tolerate but so much. You only have 24 hours. You got to play it by ear. You see, there's a joke in bodybuilding. The old timers would say that, you know, God wasn't very friendly with bodybuilders because he made 7 days in a week. See, the perfect thing would be to train 3 days on different body parts, rest a day, 3 days more, and rest a day. That'd be 8 days. But 7 days makes it kind of, so you still act like Sunday ain't Sunday. Sunday might be Monday. Sunday might be Saturday. 3 days on, 1 day off. 3 days on, 1 day off. You can do 6 days straight, but remember, you're only going to be in the gym 45 minutes. Say 6 days straight for a beginner is too much. No, it's not. And I'm going to prove it, right? I'm going to answer that question. But let me see how it swept under the carpet as people got rich. It was a sham. It was a sham, and I knew it was from the beginning, you know? But yeah, here it is. You take a guy or a woman who goes into the gym 4 days out of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, because they work a 5-day work, but they want to fit. The weekends, they stay home. That's cool. But on those days, on 2 days, if you're working the whole body, you're working more body parts. You can't give the intensity necessary to stimulate growth in those body parts because it's spread out. Like, say, for example, some people say, well, I'm going to work my upper body on Monday and my lower body on, and legs are the most important, biggest muscles. Just to throw this out in the body. And guys say, I want to grow big arms. You know what the answer is from the old timers? And train your legs hard. Because the legs are the biggest muscles in the body that stimulate the whole system. It will help you to grow. You get guys who don't do nothing else other than curls and triceps, and that's it. And their arms, and it's disproportionate. The bigger the muscle, the more you beat it down. So legs has to have its own dedicated day. And if that being said, if you know how to really bust your ass on legs and all the other body parts, how to do certain exercises and certain sequences that set you up to get more out of it. Like, say, people who do squats in the gym, they just jump on the squat rack and up and down, and they're not warmed up properly. Yeah, you do a little light warm up, but why not get on a leg extension machine and pre-exhaust your quadricep muscles? You're sitting down, but you're killing them on the leg extension. So when you do a squat, you have your butt, you have your hamstrings, and everything else to kill off your quadriceps in the front even more. It's called a pre-exhaust system. See, a lot of tricks with exercises. But no, you can have more wear and tear than other sports if you beat yourself up in the gym, don't get enough sleep, don't get enough nutrition, and don't know when to back off. But boxing, you can get brain damage, okay? Boxing, you get punchy. Boxing, you can get other injuries that stick with you, yes. But that brain, Even with football, I ain't messing with it. A lot of folks want to be bad. Man, you didn't play football. No, they're not. Actually, they're not. Only if you're in competition and you're thinking about it and there's a couple of days before you're on your nerves edge, but you actually are more laid back. You're training and you get a good workout in and you go hang out with your friends, man, you laid back. Your body's recuperating, you eating. You know the food's going to a good place. You're not stressed. It actually de-stresses you a good workout. Serious. What are some of the long-term effects of bodybuilding? Do most people get reproductive organ damage? Only if you're on drugs. Oh no. You will be fertile. As long as you keep your body fat at a healthy level and don't overtrain, eat good food, you'll be as fertile as anything else. And it'll make the sex life even better because you're in tune. You're in rhythm with your body. You're in tune. Oh, but let me finish my point. That person who goes into the gym, and I'm going to cut it after this and go lay down, but we're going to get down tonight. But the person who goes into the gym 4 days a week and works out for 3 hours, well, 4 times 3 is 12, right? But that person who goes into the gym for no more than an hour, 6 days a week, that's only 6 hours of training. More time to recuperate between workouts, less stress on the overall system because you're not trying to train half the body. You get in there intense, like the sprinter, and get out. Make it intense. Do your abdominals, do your calf work. You can throw those in there a little bit, whatever, but be out of that gym in an hour. I've learned that toward the end before I quit bodybuilding. That was the best way. And actually, before that last competition that I did, for the last month, I trained 7 days a week. They're like, you're going to kill yourself. And they couldn't believe how healthy, how relaxed I was. They warming up and just starting their workout. I'm getting out. You know what I mean? So that's what it was. But no organ damage. Now, if you overdo some of these supplements, the vitamins, certain vitamins can be toxic if you take them. The water-soluble vitamins can be toxic. The fat, I'm sorry. Scratch that. I know I'm getting tired now. The fat-soluble vitamins are toxic if you take too much. The water-soluble vitamins just go right through you. You take vitamin C, vitamin B, your urine comes out that color. You know, strong color. You're pissing it out. That's why it's good to get good vitamins, like the time released. You know, you take 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C regular and 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C that's time released. You won't notice the pigmentation in your urine as much because it releases over time. It may cost a little more money, but you'll absorb more. You'll get expensive urine when you just throw down anything. Oh, that's cheaper, so let me get that. You know, but the fat-soluble vitamins can be toxic, like vitamin A and vitamin D. It's tricky because we do need vitamin D, and vitamin D is a major deficiency. But how do we self-administer and know when, okay, I'm getting enough? That's why it's important to do blood work. You know what I mean? Especially to see what nutrients you're deficient in. I'm not saying do that every month. It can be costly, but you want to do it once a year or once every 6 months, possibly. You know, once every 6 months, if it's inexpensive in a way to do it. You know, I think you have to fast before that too, but I'm not sure. You know, but yeah, I've learned so much from so many people, and along the way that were really into it but didn't make it. You know, let me see here. How long did you do bodybuilding, and did you get rich from it or went professional with it? Just asking. Never went professional. The way I looked, I couldn't be professional. I was too small, too slender, too light in body weight. No way. And I wasn't juiced. And that's no excuse, because I could have did really good on that level and maybe a step above, but because I was serious about it. You know, I could have went far, but I had an inferior structure. My shoulders were narrow. My waist was wide. My back was underdeveloped. My triceps were underdeveloped. Right? My calves were high, but they were muscular, but they were high. So I did little things on stage that you couldn't see, you know. So everything looked a certain way, you know. This shot, I wasn't fully hitting it. I was going into it. I would have looked more muscular in this shot. I took all the trophies in that division that day, everything. Best legs, best chest, best abdominals, most muscular, best arms, best poser, and the overall, which is over 6 feet tall. You know what I mean? No, I didn't get rich from it. I was an amateur, and anything that you did that made you a little money, like say, for example, there was a guy named Bob Brennan out in New Jersey, and I'm looking for this video. I gave it to my niece, but I know she doesn't have it anymore. And he would go around to like up-and-coming bodybuilders and do these long 3-hour videos with them. Interviews, and he'd come to the gym with you, videotape you training, set up the lights, and ask you all kind of questions. It'd really be interesting for me to see myself at that point, because that was back in '83 when I did that with him. And I got a letter from the National Physique Committee stating that, you know, it's illegal for me to maintain an amateur status and take professional money. I got paid $100 for that thing, man. It wasn't nothing. But $100, you know, 3 hours wasn't nothing. $33 an hour, went off and blew that money. And he had a video of me that people bought, and other people. What he was trying to do was catch up and comers that later on, you got a video you got to buy from me that this guy was young at this point and you got to pay me. You know what I mean? So no, no money in it that way. The people who did money as amateurs that were doing sex work, that was a whole different thing. But nah, I wasn't I can't say. You know, people think that, I just take drugs and I could be. That's the wrong thing to say because everybody doesn't have the genetics. Some people take drugs, you don't see no results. But I wasn't willing to do that. And to do that, there weren't any natural guys in the top amateurs. No way. The week before this one, when I went into the couples competition, and there's a magazine that has a picture of me and a young lady in there. I was backstage when the top guys were coming out because they had the women's show first, the couples competition afterward, and the open show. So when they finished the couples competition, the lightweights were going to come out in the open show, then the middleweights, and then the light heavies and heavies. So they were already pumped up, the lighter guys. And the bigger guys were back there chilling. So back there, when I walked through the backstage, it was Lee Haney, Matt Mendenhall, Mike Christian, Bob Paris. These are names you might not know. Google them. You'll see. Google the 1982 NPC Nationals. Let me see what comes up. Maybe you might not know how to Google it. Let's see. 1982. Of course, you wouldn't see me in there because I was in the couples competition. Little guy. Those are the big boys, right? NPC Nationals. It may not even be as documented as okay, let me see what pulls up. Okay, we got the 1982, is it right here? Let me see. Okay. Let me, okay. This is gonna pull up, this is Muscle Memory. And Muscle Memory has all the top names in here. It's just a list. And my buddy Mike Scott actually took 6th place in the lightweight in the open, which was phenomenal. It was phenomenal. And this thing, like, it would get its information from the top articles and kind of fix it together. And like I said, I wasn't Big Willie. You know, people knew me. Okay, I'm hitting things by mistake. Okay, that's the Nationals results. Let me see what's in here now. Okay, but if you look in lightweight, in number 6, you see Michael Scott. That's crazy. That's my buddy, and he should have did better. He was a natural. This guy had such a natural structure. He grew muscle fast. He had crazy proportions. And even in my competitions that kind of got on, it doesn't even show the amount of shows that I was in. You know what I mean? Because, like, who was I? They're not going to follow just a Joe Nobody. So my page looks crappy with my name on the same website. But there's a little something there. But I'm like, wait a second, all those shows I've been in? And there's my page, which is an embarrassment. It's like, wait a second, man, I was in so many shows in 1980, 81, 82, for real, early 83, back in 85. I had so many trophies. That's all you can show? There's no pictures with it. The person who owns this website said, listen, you know, you gotta, if you want a representation, if you have pictures, we'll put it up. But this doesn't show nothing. I started competing in January of 1980. This shows nothing. Damn near every month I was in something. All up and down the East Coast. That sucks. But at least my name is, if you click on where it says Natural Mr. America, you know, it'll give you a list of all, and you'll see me in there as a teen overall winner, and some other guys that went on to do good, like as a professional, Mike Ashley. He won the overall thing. My buddy below him, Jose Guzman, he trained in my gym. Dwayne Broadway in the medium, he was from Jersey. I knew him. He was a good guy. Like, these are names. Gus, Gialis, whatever, the teen short, he was mad because in the middle, in the East Coast in May of that year, he beat me for the overall. I won middleweight, he won light heavyweight, or maybe heavyweight. But I was in the tall class and he was in the short class. I'm like, what the hell's going on? See, what happened was there's a little politics there because he was taller than me. So how did I end up in the tall class and he ended up in the short class? Because he knew that if he came into the same class as me, the way I looked in October, I looked good in May, but I look it was May 15th. I'll never forget it. That was October 9th and 10th. They caught wind that I was in real good shape, and somehow he got switched to the teen short. He was taller than me, about an inch or two taller than me. Because if he went in the same class, I would have knocked him off easy and he wouldn't have had a shot at the overall. By putting him in the teen, right, it gave him a shot that, well, he didn't have to deal with me to win the class because he can kick the other guys' butts. Then he'd have a shot at getting me that, you know, if I didn't look good or whatever. Like over time, you can deplete and you can look a certain way in the morning and eat something off and get smooth looking because water under the skin looks like fat, bloated, a lot of sodium, or you can come in too flat. And then now come out, it's like, oh, he looks bad tonight. He looks flat. He's overtrained. He's drained. I look better than him. So I got him. He wouldn't shake my hand and he walked out. I heard he owns a restaurant in Tampa, Florida now. You know, I would love to talk to him because maybe he evolved. He was a teenager back then. I heard he was 20 years old. I heard he was older than me. So they say he was cheating. So that's what it is. Let me pull back and check the chat room. Yeah, okay, let me see this here. Oh, shoot. Okay, I think I pulled something up here. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. All right, let me see if it goes to this website. Please go. And there's a muscular development. Okay. Yeah. You scroll down on this, you're going to see some guys, the top 4 got pictures. You'll see guys who are there. Let me see. Who is this? Yeah, a lot of these names from back then. Like Lee Haney, Matt Mendenhall. It was frightening when I saw those guys. I was like, God, dog. Let me see here. No, I don't have my trophies, Riri. I got mad like Muhammad Ali and broke them all, threw them all out the window and got mad. I got mad because it didn't do nothing for me. It didn't, in the real world, it didn't mean anything. I just came to a point in my life, I'm like, I did all of this and validated all of this. I can talk to you about training, get you in shape, train people before whatever, and you're looking for work. Back then, you didn't need all this qualification with certification to get, you know, and I remember in 1983, I went through this program to get certified to be a personal trainer, although I was doing it on the fact that I knew what I was doing without them. Like all the stuff in that test, I nixed it so easy. And there were people in that class that hated me because I was so developed and I knew my shit. And still, they were giving me a hard time to get my certification because I knew Jim were like, yo, you come here, that would be your job. You come here early, train, get out the way, and you could stay here and you get the perks and we'll sponsor you for competitions. And it was easy money. But some demanded that you had certification because if you trained somebody and they got injured, they'd have to sue somebody, right? Let me look at some of these questions. Let me look at some of these statements. It's kind of scrolling down. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you, I had nothing to lie about. I'm going to tell you, the truth. Oh, okay. And no, we're going to do later on the day, we're going to do a show, just question and answers on training and that kind of stuff. I'll tell you everything I know. You know, I've been tested for all those things. And too, when I was in this show here, they tested us. They get lie detector tests, urine, blood. There's no way of getting out of it, you know? Thank you, Simply Deep. No, I'm right. Like, okay, I answered that one. I had a Muhammad Ali throwing a medal in the river moment. No, seriously, I was real, because I've worked hard, man. I worked hard, naturally. You see what I mean? You prove yourself, and people knew who was on those stuff. looking like shit between competitions. I walked around like this all the time, you know? Okay, the sit-ups really talking about this. No, crunches are best. No sit-ups. You can get back injuries from sit-ups. And you work the hip flexors and other things, but you'll feel a burn in your stomach a little bit. But you got to understand, like, if you can see yourself doing a sit-up, once you raise up and you're pulling it back up off the ground, it's a whole other thing. So if you lay on the back and do crunches, which seems like it's not enough, but you get that burn. And the way to really do it with crunches is like, don't even get into the repetitions. You can if you want. Like, I'm going to do 10 sets of 15. No. You take a certain amount of time, say 15 minutes. This is what I would do, like with crunches, because I did other stuff on that machine where I did 1,000 of them before. Like, you know, it wasn't a machine, but it was like a lower back thing. I flipped over and I would flex my intercostals. And even in this picture, my intercostals, which are next to the abs and serratus, weren't fully flexed. I will say what I did have. I did have at that point some of the best, one of the best midsections up and down the East Coast, but this picture doesn't show it because I wasn't flexed all the way. You exhale and push down and my arms were, I was just pulling my arms up behind me. Once I got them behind me and flexed in, you would have saw it. But crunches. And when I start doing training, when I'm finishing the house and I'm doing that stuff, I'll do it like cam stuff, and I'll show you the proper ways to do exercise because it's hard to explain with certain exercises. But most people train wrong. Most people give wrong advice. I don't say I know everything, but I'm not going to lead you wrong. You know? Let me see what else is here. Yeah, Muhammad Ali, when he wasn't served at this restaurant in Louisville because he was black, he was so pissed. And he went and took his gold medal and threw it in the Ohio River. Yeah. So, yeah. But, yeah, you can learn how to do the crunches. Like, they give examples, you know. I mean, it'd be ridiculous right now for me to show you. I'll wait till I'm going to maybe take one of the rooms and make like a small gym. And you'll eventually get different equipment, whatever have you, you know. And because I want good stuff. I may have to ship it from America because out here they, you know, they'll ship stuff from the UK and other places, but what they make here is not to my liking. You know, benches and all that stuff is certain things I wouldn't use unless it's, you know, safe, you know. Wow, Riri, yes. Jack Griffin got one in a picture with him too, my friend, you know. But yeah, it hit me, you know, in that world. And then a little bit of racism started creeping into that even more and more. And a couple of things had happened. I was getting some workouts in at this gym. I forgot what the name of it was. The major gyms I've trained in, like I said, when Dolph Lundgren was training in Madison Avenue Muscle, I never talked to him, but, you know, you give the what's up, you know, you're training on something, you say, oh, how much you got on here? Then you're like, wow, that's him, but you act cool, you know? And a lot of other like pseudo celebrities and stuff. And he just did an interview where he admitted to drug use, you know? And I knew that all the time anyway. You know, when you have access to information, you're around people in gyms back in them days, and not just what you hear, but reputable people, you know, people who are doling out the drugs. They'll tell you, hey, you know, I supply so-and-so and I supply, don't tell anybody. But everybody knows, you know? But yeah, man, I had a lot of trophies. I had a whole lot of trophies. And I took them and chucked them out the window and threw them in my backyard, and they all broke. A big pile, you know? And I didn't want to see him no more. I was trying to get friends, but take him out of here. Yo, I can't believe you did that, man. All those years. The first trophy I ever got in April of 1980 was in Connecticut. That was so precious to me. To the one I wanted, this picture here. 6 feet tall. And I had the shorter ones that, like, you know, for most muscular, best abs, best chest, best arms, best. Man, I kicked behind that day. Those all broke too. Other ones that were kind of big, halfway my height, and extra ones and whatever. And it was years to get that together, you know. And it was like, it hurt. I ain't gonna lie. I'm messed up in the head now behind it because it's like PTSD. It's like Vietnam War for somebody, but that was my thing that I did. And you work to get what you had. I wasn't trying to do any shortcuts. I wasn't trying to be famous. I just did what I did. That's why I can handle doing this stuff now and put so much work into it in shadow ban. I'm used to being the underdog. I'm used to being the one not getting any acknowledgement. So I just do what I do out of the love for it. That's what bodybuilding taught me, that I should have continued doing it out of the love of it. I would have had a body now that they would have swole up and down was on drugs, because I would have grew. I was a man child in this picture still. I was 19 years old. What would I have been at 30, 40? You know, who knows? And that's why I didn't want to do it no more. And it's a love-hate relationship. See what I mean? You go so far in something and you know, you realize how crooked the game is that you're in, and you're like, nah, man. And it was relief, and it was a stress. You know, and you know all of this stuff, and then you start eating different foods for a time, you know what I mean? And you know better. My body held up for years after this, looking really good, because it was natural training. You know? Oh, let me see. Well, I didn't know they asked you how you train before competing. No. I mean, they want to know what was in your bloodstream, you know? They want to know that. You know, and you said, I can understand. It's frustrating, a lot of hard work, but no one take. Right. And my stats are not even up there. Those couple little cheese, I'm not going to knock it. The biggest one is there, but it's a shitload of things. And we used to do exhibitions in schools and high schools. They'd have us come by and talk to, you know, and they weren't kids to me. They might have been a few years younger than me, but we did a lot legitimate stuff. You know, we used to do Harlem Week, and there's a brother, last name is Scott. And he came on one of the shows, and he used to promote in Manhattan in the summer. They had the Harlem Week festivities and have famous groups come around, perform. This went on for a whole week in different parts of Manhattan, although it was Harlem Week. It was a black thing, of course. And yeah, I got rid of them. I threw them all away. And it hurt. It hurt my mother and father so bad. It hurt them so bad. It really did, because they saw how hard I pushed with that. And so anything I do, that's why I can't help but just go all out with it. Look, we're rapid at hanging out. We've been on for 6 hours and 10 minutes. I love that. To give of myself whatever people can pick from. We started talking about one thing, and this whole show does not even represent what the title is, because we've been talking about other things. But I like those hidden gems, because they'll be played one day, whether I'm here or not, and people say, damn, he gave a lot for, you know, so it's not just for me. I like to share stuff, pass stuff along, and make you laugh, you know, maybe educate on something I do know. I don't know a lot of different worlds, but I've tasted a little bit of everything, you know? So yeah, that really, really hurt me, you know? And I didn't want to look at myself in the mirror. I still don't like to look at myself in the mirror, because in my mind, that's what I look like right there. It's weird. That's my body right there. And that's not even the best picture of me. And I look at myself now and I'm like, oh man, I get mad, I get frustrated. Then I start thinking about training. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do it. But when I get up in the mountains, I have to do something. I have to train, walk, light sprints. I have to get this thing off of me. That's the past. Remember, it's 41 years ago. It's 1982 you're looking at. It's 41 years later, and it's still real to me. Some of the people, most of them are dead, and it still bothers me. It's not a muscle thing. It's a thing that you put effort into and never got your acknowledgement. And you realize you're playing the wrong game because it was stacked against you, because you know you're not going to take no drugs. And my neck was in the shadow, but if you could see on the right side where the shadow is, my neck was huge. It was like a snake, like a cobra. You know what I mean? It was, I was strong though. I was strong, you know? Yeah. And a lot of guys, I know they were, you know, no, in Bernard, I feel it. I know it. It's like riding a bike. It's like riding a unicycle. You never forget. You know what I mean? It's just something that you never forget. It's something that's in you, you know? So, but I have to like not think about the past. Just start it. I know what to do. I'm not going to expect anything. I'm not going to look at myself. You know what I mean? I'll do that for 2 years. I'll see myself and everything. I understand, but I'm not looking for anything. I'll put the effort in, isolated up in the mountains, eating the good food. You see what I mean? And do it that way. It's just like, and y'all saw this before. Let me show you another video. Okay. Let me show you another video. Is the sound off? Let me play this. I don't know if this can be seen. Okay, I got to take this picture down first. And then I'll hit the sack soon. But I love talking about it. Like when people don't know and they ask me things and stuff like that. Now listen, this one here, did I share the link with this? Oh, let me see if I can. I'm gonna get the link with this and drop this in the actual chat, so you can listen to the rest of it. But I have a crap load of ton of interviews like that from people. Okay, that's the Kelly Everett show. I know Mick Shara wants to keep that one to listen to the rest of that last hour of it. And let me see. Let me stop sharing this screen and show you my other little. Y'all saw this before? This was in Orlando, right? Oh no, you hold on. Let me run it back. And that was after 41 years not doing that. Let me remove this. Okay, let me see. Add to stream. No. I'm messing up over here, y'all. I know I'm getting tired, right? Share this tab instead. Come into StreamYard. Okay. Okay, add the stream. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. I'm going to be doing that within the next 2 weeks. I have my unicycle here with me. Right there, that's after 41 years of me riding.
Sir Lance on the unicycle, folks.
41 years. No practice. I used to skip.
Can you turn around, Sir Lance?
I used to play basketball and turn it up, make my hands all stiff, but to do that.
Yeah! My slipper!
Carlos there.
Wow!
1971. Grew up together.
Woo, he's serious, y'all. Look at that face. Look at that face, y'all. He's serious.
I was stiff. I used to ride it. You remember?
Just want to say download the app, Lancescurv.com and Google Play.
Y'all download that app.
I like fun stuff.
Woo! Yeah.
Couldn't do it. 52 years old, I still got the balance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
8 years ago. Crazy stuff, right? Well, you keep digging, you'll see all kind of stuff out there. Let me see. Stop sharing. Let me go to StreamYard. Let me put a banner back up. Yeah, I like these hangout shows. Like, it doesn't always have to be, I'm talking about this topic and you know, it doesn't have to be that all the time. It could be just hit me with some questions. See, there's a lot that I can say about my life. And anybody want to come on and talk about their life, fine, they can do that too. This is always open. You want to come in and talk? Tonight, we're going to talk about bodybuilding. We'll have mixed genre faves, ask questions, Riri. Everybody, you want to ask questions, whatever, fine. But other things, you know, about New York City and the sex underworld that I explored, whatever. It could be that. It could be, I need to be extracted. There's so much. I need y'all to help me pull it out of me. You know? But yeah, that was after 41 years of not riding the unicycle. I was 52 in that video. I stopped riding when I was 11. I started riding when I was 6 years old. And I almost had a chance to get into like a circus at one point, and this other group that was in Upper Manhattan. I was good. I could skip rope. I could box. I could play basketball on it. I'd spin around. I'd ride backwards. I'd put one foot up on the side and ride that way, but with a body that was 100 and something pounds heavier than what I was at 11 years old. That was difficult to do because I had to balance all of that weight. So I still got it. I'm like, unicycles in the other room. I always keep a unicycle. For real. So yeah. Yes, Riri. Let me see what she said. Yeah, your muscles never forget. You and Mr. Scurv gonna be doing them power walks soon. You know, Lily Fine. If she don't, she gonna get you right. No, I know it. I know it. I know it. She gonna get me right. I'll be in the right state of mind. I'll be isolated, and I'll be, you know, it'll be a monk-like exam. No, I'll still be coming into the city, doing videos and going around. When I come in, it'll be super tranquil in the amount of space that we'll have. The studio is in the studio. In this apartment, every time I come out of the bedroom, I got to see the computers, and they start calling me like a crack pipe. Do a show, record something, check something, which I love, you know? Yeah. You don't want to get caught up in looking at yourself like that. Some people can. And before competition, I might, like I'll pull off my stuff and look at myself in the mirror, and everybody runs it. Whoever's competing, everybody runs there and to watch and see, oh man, you got it, you know? That's what it's all about. You know, let me see. The progress still at least back to some routine while you remember it. Exactly, and I will. I'm forgetting what I did, but not forgetting how I got there. So I'm wired right, because for years, like you heard in the video 9 years ago, I'm going to start training. You know, it's something that is like Mike Tyson after he finished boxing when he got that last loss in 2005. He didn't want nothing to do with boxing. It was out of his system. He wasn't thinking about it. And then years later, he came back in an exhibition with Roy Jones and looked good. You know? So, oh yeah, it was effortless. But I'm going to practice a lot, because when I dropped the weight a little bit, and it's not like I'm super fat, but I got fat on me, but I know how to knock that off so fast. And when you know something, it's not like, oh, you know you can do it, so it's like, I know I could do this. You're not, you know, but to get on a regimen every day up in the mountains, the good air, the fresh fruit, the peace, the deep sleep, laying back on them balconies and feeling that good air, it's going to happen. There's a guy here who I don't even know how he knew, but at the water place where they sell the bottle of water, he's like, brother, I want you to train me. Train you in what? I want you to train me, you know? I'm like, wait a second. I don't look nowhere, but these people can tell. So I said, I'll help you out, you know? So I'm going to pass by there on Monday. He said he has some weights up by the job that on the break he uses them. So I might bring my camera with me and share a few pointers and whatnot. I like to always share the journey, even if it's a piece of it, so you can see I'm not lying about what I do. Some of these guys, they ain't going to hang out with you. They want to do their show, get off, get the hits, hit the cash, hit it. You know, this is a real hangout for me. Like I said earlier, I was supposed to get up early to go to the supermarket with Mr. Scurv. It's 6:07. Shoot, I probably got like maybe 4 hours or 3 hours of sleep. It's okay. I'll come back and rest. We'll do a good shopping and rest and get up, and we'll do this show. For sure, we're gonna do this show, and I want to do more like that. We'll have like a kind of framework, like what it's all about, and it will just come in and ask questions. That helps, because I talk a lot, but a lot of times I'm not telling you what you want to hear. I might focus on one aspect, and then there's something missing. You might want to ask a question. Ask. I'll go into more detail when the person asks me a question. You know, so I want to do like a nostalgic New York show, like back in the day in the 70s, growing up, and the things that I explored into the 80s, crazy stuff, you know? Oh, I have the confidence. I have the confidence. I'm very confident. It's like riding a bike. I've done it on that level before, so it's just a matter of the time. I have a different body now. It's older. It's going to take a little time to warm up. I don't want to wake up any old injuries. I know how to avoid it. I know what to do. And that's why progress will come quick. If you take another 60-year-old man who's never trained and take me, they're going to swear I'm on something. I know exactly what to do and when to stop, how to rest. I know mechanic never forgets, you know, but I don't want to push, just push that and get into this rocky state of mind. I'm just going to make it like I'm brushing my teeth, washing myself, maintenance, do your workout, do your little 45 minutes and do this and do that. Might be an hour, take my time and whatever, but 6 days a week, 1 hour, that's 6 hours. Some people go and do 6 hours in 2 days. You don't tax your internal organs like that. Your nervous system doesn't get taxed. And being up there, I'll be rested. It'll be like dudes who go upstate. They never took care of themselves, but they start working out. It's a sad analogy, but they come back from prison like, man, you look healthy. But that's the same thing for me I want to do, you know. Oh, thank you, Bernard B. I'm just so glad it can help that way because, you know, even like with bodybuilding, I drop blood for this. I don't care about the acknowledgement from the masses or, you know, that'd be nice. But, you know, I'm shut down pretty much. So all I can do is be genuine. I would be genuine anyway. Listen, you heard the same guy talk when we was on there with Kelly Everest when I was playing that show. And with Purify Love, same guy from years ago. You know what I mean? It was funny hearing my voice. So that was years ago. Yeah, let me get to bed because she's going to be getting up. She was tired. She probably would get up like about 9 o'clock. But I'm only going to get like 3 hours of sleep. I know that. So, but this was fun. This was a hangout, heart to heart. I want more of these. It doesn't always say, I can be the angry guy rant and I can put on and whatever. And it's not putting on, it's another side of me because I will maintain those types of shows. But I like it when we sit around and just chat on a relaxed level, you know, heart to heart and just ask things and talk and vibe. I like that better. I can talk for hours. You know, look, 6 hours and 25 minutes this show has been. And I better get off before there's a power outage, right? So I'm going to do that. Let me play a song or two. And my voice is kind of dying. Not really, but I want to save it for later on. And, you know, that's funny, Riri. But thanks for the kind word, Bernard B. You know, and you never know who's listening. So there are a lot of people out there that, you know, want that human touch, just to hear a real conversation, just to hear the real sincerity. Like so many people, they want to be stars on YouTube. You know, I mean, I can do stupid videos and get attention. I can amp up. I can perform. I can act. I'm a good actor. You don't know it, but I can act. I want to do skits. If I was in America, I'd be doing skits, but here humor is different in Ghana, right? And what makes people laugh here is not the same thing. So I can't get folks who are deep into the culture here to understand the fine points of comedy that would make our people laugh in America. I don't even understand all the things that make them laugh here. And there's overlap, of course, but I want to branch out that way. And when I settle in, I'll reach out to people who are here, who may be from where we are from in America, and we'll do some things. You know, the whole thing is why. It's the beauty of it. It's the fun part of it. And the main thing is that I want you to know you're talking to a real person. You know what I mean? You know it's a good long show when the chat room starts talking about, yeah, you need to go get some rest. So I don't feel bad leaving. Thank you so much, Ray Sunshine, Riri, Bernard B. I know Mixed Genre probably fell asleep. 603, yeah, she said something 9 minutes ago. She's probably still up. But I'm gonna go. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it because I know I'm gonna get up. I wouldn't be feeling it if I know I had to sleep till I wake up, right? That's the way I am. So anyway, much love to you all. And let me play our favorite song. Look, I'm gonna add up some nice new music, you know, and but right now I'm just gonna stick with this one. So anyway, much love to you all. I'll be sleeping in 3 minutes. Well, not 3 minutes because the song's 3 minutes, but shortly I'll be sleeping. But thank you all, and I love you all. And we'll be back. Look out for the show. Mick Sharon Faye is going to be on there with me. All of you are invited. She's going to do a question and answer about bodybuilding, and whatever she throws about at me, no matter how wild, intimate, or technical, whatever I know, I'm going to share. I'm not going to lie about nothing. I'm going to tell the real deal, and I'm going to be very, 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 very transparent and add on some things you're not even ready for, all right? Much love, y'all. Have a good morning.
Take it away, feeling too good to me. Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out of my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, nights are sleepless. Do we need space? Yeah, maybe a break. Boy, you're my weakness. Give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to forget, but you won't let me. Something in my brain wants you. I've been hanging by myself, asking for help, but nothing seems to work on you. Yeah, you always make me feel like home. Yeah, you never leave my thoughts alone. Yeah, you're the reason I'm going out of my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. You got me feeling some type of way. You make me wanna stay in all day. You're the reason I can't get out of my head. I just can't stop thinking about you. 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 I just can't stop thinking about you.
Hey, this is Oscar the Lawyer. You're listening to the Lancescurv Show.
For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out.